Chapter 51. Should I call someone to upgrade the wiring and electrical systems? Ember asked calmly. Ashborne paused, realizing that, among many other things, he did need a TV. He let out a small sigh before shaking his head. It can wait, at least until I have someone smart become my shadow. He trailed off, already reaching out through his shadows, searching for any scientists or tech-savvy minds who could handle the upgrades. When Ashborne used shadow extraction on every lifeless body in Gotham, he meant everyone, or at least, anyone whose bones could still be found. Due to the sheer range he had reached, the bodies had to have died within the past 5 years. Still, that was more than enough. As of now, Ashborne had tens of thousands of shadows under his command, because this was Gotham, after all. Among them were scientists, engineers, and plenty of brilliant minds, all possessing the skills needed to improve his home. And, of course, they were far smarter than they had been in life. Not to mention stronger. The shadows got to work immediately. Using the vast resources stored within Ashborne's shadow, they began upgrading the mansion. Fortunately, Ashborne had plenty. His shadows had been stockpiling materials just in case. Among those resources were items belonging to Reed Richards, along with a collection of powerful magical artifacts once held by Dr. Strange, though Ashborne had no idea. He had never bothered to check what his shadows had actually stored away for him. Regardless, time passed quickly. The shadows moved with relentless efficiency, and since Ashborne allowed them access to his abilities, their work progressed at an unbelievable pace. By the time they were done, the mansion was no longer just a luxurious estate. It had been transformed into something so technologically advanced, it would put Wakanda to shame. "Why do you keep looking at the clock?" Ember asked, noticing how Ashborne kept glancing at it every few minutes. "Because noon is when I officially become the new leader of the Justice League," Ashborne said lightly. Ember nodded lazily, twirling the card he had given her between her fingers. After a moment, she spoke. "I've been meaning to tell you something." Her tone was casual, but there was something in the way she said it that made Ashborne pause, turning to her in confusion. "You're not as ugly as you think you are," Ember said calmly. "Your self-esteem is way too low, it's blinding you to reality." Ashborne raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, right," he scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Then explain why there were no zombie baddies chasing after me." But as the words left his mouth, something clicked. His mind replayed past interactions, piecing things together. The way Wonder Woman had reacted. Considering her character, her interest in him only made sense if he was actually good-looking. Otherwise, it would be completely out of character for her. What? Ember's head snapped to the side, eyes wide with shock. Had she just heard him correctly? "I said," Ashborne repeated, unfazed, "if I were actually handsome, then why were zombies more interested in eating me than befriending me?" Ember just stared at him. "Oh, that reminds me," Ashborne added casually as if he hadn't just said something ridiculous. "I need to head back to Asgard and free those death deities I imprisoned." "Zombies were charmed by you," Ember said matter-of-factly. "That's why they came after you, even though you didn't give off any scent. Your charm drew them in, making you more valuable than any living flesh out there." Ashborne stared at her, speechless. But, it kind of made sense. People expressed love in weird ways. Look at Ant-Man, for example, he beat his wife as a sign of love. His mind suddenly shifted gears. So, theoretically, I could form a harem. The idea popped into his head, but after a few moments of deeper thought, all the energy drained from him. Just imagining how exhausting that would be made him want to drop it entirely. What? Ember's sharp glare cut through his thoughts like a blade. Ashborne awkwardly scratched the back of his head, suddenly realizing he had no good way to explain what he had just said. "A harem sounds nice and all," Ember said, turning away, "but you'd be wise to know your place. As you stand now, you're already above gods like Odin. Your mindset still needs to catch up to your power." Ashborne watched her go before shrugging. "I don't actually need a harem," he admitted. "It's just, every guy's dream, you know. But honestly, I think I speak for most guys when I say, I'd give it all up for Nami." Ember halted mid-step, throwing him a confused glance, and a hint of something else. "What's Nami?" she asked, her eyes narrowing. "Is that the name of a person?" Ashborne shook his head with a straight face. It means dream wife. Ashborne said, gazing off into the sky with a wistful look. I just hope to find her one day. Ember's eye twitched. She was standing right there. But you wouldn't understand, Ashborne added lazily, completely oblivious to her reaction. With your emotions suppressed and all, I bet the concept of love is just a distant memory for you, but hey, it's all right. Ember's expression darkened, a dangerous glint in her eyes, like she was seriously considering drowning someone. Anyway, Ashborne continued, shifting gears. I think you should seal off all emotions and focus on mastering one from the emotional spectrum at a time. Once you can wield it as a weapon with 100% control, move on to the next. What do you think? He turned to look at Ember, who had adopted an eerily calm expression. I'll start with hope. She began, but then frowned. No, hope wouldn't work. She hoped Ashborne would stop being a dumbass. Fear. She feared this was all their relationship was ever going to be. Every emotion she considered just circled back to him. She knew Ashborne didn't mean for things to be this way. She saw it. The way he looked at her sometimes, only to quickly pull away out of respect. She knew he had some kind of feelings for her. Yes, she could just come out and tell him she loved him, but she was scared. She had seen what happened between Jean Grey and Scott Summers. The thought of Ashborne ever daring to cheat on her, it hurt her soul. And the worst part? She couldn't see herself hating him for it. But she respected herself too much to put herself in that position, to let herself degrade to that. She respected herself too much. Chapter 52. Deep within the Batcave, Batman sat back in his chair, staring at the blank screen in front of him. Many people thought they understood Batman. But in truth, most only knew fragments, versions of him pieced together from comics, cartoons, Lego figures, and movies. The multiverse had countless Batmen, each shaped by different circumstances, but at their core, they were all the same. It all traced back to a single defining moment. The death of his parents. There was something else people often overlooked about Batman. He was human. And like any human, he carried trauma. The weight of his parents' deaths had never truly left him, because deep down, no matter how much time had passed, he still blamed himself. Fighting crime. Locking criminals behind bars. Most people didn't realize it, but that was his way of channeling his grief. Batman was insane. And yet, people tended to overlook that. He wasn't Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne was a mask, a carefully crafted illusion. In truth, Bruce Wayne might as well have died the same night his parents did, leaving behind nothing but a broken, traumatized child filled with rage and grief. Batman understood why Ashborne wanted to push him toward therapy. But Batman wasn't someone who could ever have a normal mental state. Not like everyone else. The Joker was right. They were alike. No sane man could ever hope to be Batman. Because to be Batman meant you weren't right in the head. The only difference between him and the Joker was the side they fought for. Batman stood with the good guys, while the Joker spent every waking moment trying to push him over the edge. Batman couldn't be allowed to kill. Because if he did, who could stop him? He took a deep breath before rising from his chair. The first step was putting Ashborne's plan into motion. If he faked his death before the Joker, would the Joker truly disappear? It was something Batman had to do. Because despite everything, he didn't just want to stop the Joker. He wanted to save him. It was weird, wasn't it? Batman wanted to save someone like the Joker. And that was something Ashborne would never understand about these so-called heroes. He even recalled a scene he had watched in his past life, Batman risking his own life to save the Joker. Ashborne got the argument behind refusing to kill. He understood the principle of it. But why go that far? Why would Batman do something so foolish? Ashborne wanted to change that mindset. Sure, they could put their lives on the line for innocent people. That made sense. But why the Joker? Why couldn't they be more like the movie version of Batman, just jump off the train and let the villain die? Oh. Ashborne knew Batman would try to save the Joker. That was why he had given Batman the perfect way to do it, one that ensured the Joker would never return. And now, with Batman in possession of Iron Man-level armor, everything was in place. Batman wouldn't have to be Batman anymore. Instead, he would become the symbol others looked up to, someone stepping in to carry on Batman's legacy, rather than being trapped in it. Ashbourne's vision for Batman was simple. A Batman who wasn't the other side of the Joker. A Batman who wasn't just a hero fueled by trauma, but a Batman more like the one from The Brave and the Bold. Ashborne didn't want the unrealistic Batman, the one who could somehow defeat Superman. That was stupid. Even with prep time, even if you ignored everything else, Superman was just too fast. If he was actually trying, Batman would never truly stand a chance. Meanwhile, the Brave and the Bold version of Batman felt far more realistic to Ashborne. That Batman wasn't some brooding force of endless darkness, he was still human. A man who fought crime but didn't lose himself to it. And right now, the Justice League didn't need more darkness. They had Ashborne for that. I'm heading to the store to buy a phone. You wanna come? Ashborne called out to Ember, who was in her room. There was a brief pause before Ember finally emerged, nodding. Might as well. I wanna see if there's anything actually worth buying. As they walked, Ember lazily twirled the card between her fingers. So, how likely do you think Batman is to go through with your plan to fake his death? 100%. Ashborne said without hesitation. Wonder Woman has no problem killing. So even if I don't act, she, or someone else I've given the green light to will. He glanced at Ember. Batman knows how many people want the clown dead. He's just the only one willing to put his life on the line to save him. Hell, I don't even think Superman would go that far. Ashborne smirked. Batman will do exactly as I said. He'll fake his death. And if the Joker doesn't disappear, that'll be his way of trying to undermine me, to show everyone that I don't know what I'm talking about. But once my plan is proven to work, Ashborne continued, Batman will have no choice but to fall in line. Bit by bit, I'll make him face his trauma and conquer it. And in the end, I'll create the perfect Batman. Ember hummed, spinning the card between her fingers. I'm a little disappointed. She mused. Ashborne raised an eyebrow. Oh. Why not just separate Batman and Bruce Wayne, she asked lazily. Make Batman his own entity and have him become your shadow. For a normal human, Batman is far more impressive than that one guy with a shield back home. Ashborne paused. He hadn't considered that. It'd be interesting to see a fight between Iron Man and Batman, Ember mused. From what I've seen of Batman's past, he'd hack into the suit or implant a virus, he'd win through preparation rather than direct combat. He's already secretly planted a virus in Cyborg, he's dangerous to be around. Ashborne raised an eyebrow, considering that. That fight would be one hell of a fight to watch. There are infinite evil Batmen out there, he muttered, his tone shifting. Which reminds me of the whole flaw in the Batman Who Laughs storyline. Ember raised an eyebrow as Ashborne sighed in irritation. If there's a Bruce Wayne out there recreating the experiment that gave Dr. Manhattan his powers, then wouldn't that mean there are infinite versions of people across the multiverse doing the exact same thing? The thought annoyed him. The logic of it all was just messy. If that was so, then shouldn't there be countless versions of the Batman Who Laughs? Superman Who Laughs? Wonder Woman Who Laughs? With infinite possibilities, that would mean everything that could happen is happening, an infinite number of times, across an infinite number of realities. Ashborne hated that logic. He preferred it when Dr. Manhattan existed outside the multiverse, when he came from somewhere else, making him a singular being. There was supposed to be only one Dr. Manhattan. There should always be just one. But now, the possibility of there being infinite. Fuck. Ashbourne's face paled as the horrifying thought of an infinite number of Dr. Manhattans running loose across the multiverse sank in. But he quickly shook his head. No. That was too ridiculous. Surely something that wild wouldn't actually happen, right? Wait. Ashborne turned to Ember, his mind shifting gears. If I can gain new power, wouldn't that also mean I could recover my old strength faster? Ember barely spared him a glance. That storm you fought didn't erase your recovery, it just negated it temporarily with its attacks, she said with a shrug. It couldn't completely stop you from regaining your strength. She tilted her head, considering it. I'd say you've got about 1 billion years before you return to peak power. But the stronger you get in the meantime, the faster it'll happen. I'd recommend drawing power from this omniverse source, Ember said lazily. That's what I've been doing. I didn't just recover my strength, I surpassed it. Ashborne blinked at her. She was telling him this now. Meanwhile, across the multiverse. In one universe, a man who looked exactly like Clark Kent stood atop a slab of kryptonite, preparing to initiate a radioactive particle test. In another, Deathstroke stood in a similar setup, moments away from conducting the exact same experiment. In yet another, Lex Luthor was mere seconds from replicating the experiment that had once transformed Dr. Manhattan. And the list went on. Infinite variations of different people, all unknowingly reaching toward the same impossible power. Elsewhere. A black lantern ring gleamed ominously on the decayed hand of a figure barely clinging to existence. His flesh had rotted away, revealing the remnants of what was once a face. In his grip, a death scythe pulsed with an unnatural energy. But his focus was on the fragment floating before him, an ever-changing weapon, shifting between forms, radiating an aura of pure darkness. Slowly, he reached out. The moment his fingers grasped the broken weapon, an unearthly cry tore from his throat as raw power surged through him. Darkness swarmed around him, crawling over his body like living shadows, forming a thick, unbreakable shell. A cocoon. A pure black egg pulsed where he once stood, radiating with terrifying energy. Inside, he slept, waiting. Waiting to hatch, far stronger than ever before. Chapter 53. We have the money. Go ahead. Walking through the streets, Ashborne and Ember moved at a leisurely pace, their eyes scanning the many items on display. Well, Ember was the one actually paying attention. As a phoenix, she had never cared for material things. But now. Now she was human, and suddenly, she understood why her former hosts had enjoyed shopping. The thought of stepping inside, trying on different outfits, experimenting with lipsticks and accessories, it all drew her in. Even though she didn't need to buy any of it, she could easily create these things with a thought, and yet, the experience itself was strangely appealing. So, your money is my money? Ember asked, raising an eyebrow. Ashborne, still lazily scanning the area for an Apple store, nodded without much thought. Yeah. He was about to say something else but paused when he saw Ember walk into a store, her face lit up with an uncharacteristically bright smile. Is shopping really that fun? Ashborne thought, watching her with a weird expression. But after a second, he just shrugged and kept walking. Besides, there was no issue. Even though they only had one card, Ashborne had warped reality to make a perfect copy of it. So, Ember could enjoy herself as much as she wanted. No way. Ashborne was lost. Wandering around like a headless chicken, he tried to make sense of his surroundings when a sudden cry caught his attention. He turned, only to see a stunning black-haired woman striding toward him, her expression filled with shock and recognition. "Oh my God, it really is you," she exclaimed, her smile bright with amazement. "It's been so long since we last met. What are you doing all the way out here?" What? Ashborne blinked in confusion. "Sorry, but I think you've got the wrong person. How could anyone in this omniverse know him? He had just arrived in DC, was this some kind of time travel nonsense?" The thought annoyed him. Time travel was always way too complicated to understand or explain. But the woman just smirked. "Yeah, right. Like I'd ever forget you." Then her expression softened. "Wait, don't tell me you forgot me." She placed a hand on her hip. "I'm Tyler. We went to high school together." Ashborne's eyes widened in pure shock. He had gone to high school with a girl named Tyler, in his past life. "No way," he breathed. "How are you here?" "It's a long story," Tyler said with a smile, clearly happy that Ashborne hadn't forgotten her. "Mainly work, if I'm being honest." "What about you?" Ashborne hesitated for a moment before offering an awkward smile. "Yeah. I'd have to say the same." If she wasn't going to tell him why she was in this omniverse, then he wasn't about to spill his reason either. "We have to catch up," Tyler said excitedly, pulling out her phone. "What's your number? We should meet up and go over everything we've missed these past few years." Ashborne awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. "Ah, yeah, about that." He sighed. "I don't have a phone. I was actually just looking for a store to buy one." He glanced around. Still new to the city, so, any tips? Tyler blinked, momentarily stunned. Then, without warning, she burst into laughter. Before Ashborne could react, she grabbed his hand. Well, I know this city like I've lived here my whole life, Tyler said confidently. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, but I gotta admit, if I'd known you were gonna turn out this handsome back then, I definitely would have married you. Ashborne let out an awkward laugh, unsure if she was actually flirting or just joking. Then again, she had just asked him out, right? That's right. He was handsome. So, obviously, she wanted to date him. He flashed a charming smile. Well, I am single. Want to change that? Tyler froze for a second, then quickly let go of his hand. Oh my God, I didn't mean it like that. Tyler said quickly. Ashborne felt a tiny part of him die inside. If she wasn't flirting, then what the hell was all that? But he recovered fast, forcing out a laugh. Haha. Obviously. I was just messing with you. No need to take it so seriously. Tyler let out a small sigh of relief before turning to lead the way. Though, she didn't take his hand again. They arrived at the Apple store, where Ashborne wasted no time placing his order. The latest MacBook, iPhone, and PC, he grabbed everything top of the line. With a single swipe of his card, the transaction was done. In record time, he walked out, bags in hand. I just need to activate my phone, then I can get your number, Ashborne said with a smile, already heading toward the T-Mobile store nearby. Once inside, he quickly signed up for the highest tier plan for his new iPhone. A few minutes later, the phone activated, and he finally got Tyler's number. Haha, look at that, I'm your first, Tyler teased with a playful laugh, noticing that hers was the first number saved in Ashborne's phone. Ashborne chuckled along with her, but deep down, he was taking notes. Just because a girl seemed interested didn't mean she actually was. I'm already late for work, Tyler said with a smile. Can't wait for our little date. Ashborne laughed at her joke and watched as she walked away. He let out a small sigh once she was gone. He had made a friend. And somehow, that made today feel a little more special. Why are you so happy? Ember asked, walking beside Ashborne, several shopping bags hovering behind her. Ashborne's smile immediately vanished the moment he saw just how much she had bought. I decided that choosing is for children, Ember said casually. Since I'm an adult, I just bought whatever caught my interest. Ashborne's eye twitched. You're not an adult, Ashborne said, deadpan. You're the ancestor of the concept of ancestors. You're so old, you're, back in my day, stories happened before the concept of time even existed. A vein popped on Ember's forehead. How old was she? Old enough that even the living tribunal and the primordial void came after her. She had existed before the one above all had even thought of creating existence. But she smirked instead of snapping back. That's funny, she said smoothly. Because I'm not alone, but you only have your shadows, which is pretty much forced enslavement. Ashborne froze. He hadn't been expecting that. Haha, my dear Ember, Ashborne said, smirking. You're underestimating me. I just made a friend, and guess what? She's not trying to go on a date with me or anything like that. He proudly held up his phone, Tyler's number displayed on the screen. Ember glanced at it. I doubt that, she said flatly. You were into zombies. With that, she turned and walked off, leaving Ashborne momentarily stunned. Then his expression darkened. He wasn't into zombies, he just expected his charm to transcend everything and even have zombies simping for him. Why is a flat-chested chicken buying a bra? He snapped, storming after her. I'm shocked you haven't slept with your shadows, Ember bit back. Ashborne winced. Just what kind of person did she think he was? Oh, that's rich coming from the chicken who loses her mind over chocolate, he shot back. They glared at each other for a long moment, the tension thick, before Ember simply sneered and strode ahead, leaving Ashborne fuming. You have an interesting search history, Ember said casually. Ashborne immediately admitted defeat. His mouth snapped shut, and he stared straight ahead, locking his gaze on the mansion like it was the only thing that mattered. Then, Ember smirked. It was a cold and evil smile. What's a futa? She asked. Ashborne froze. Cold sweat prickled at his forehead. When Ember had bonded with him, she'd gained access to parts of his mind, not everything, of course, or she would have already known what a Nami was. But she had seen enough. And judging by Ashborne's reaction, she had just found her trump card. Ember's smirk vanished the instant she saw the phone in Ashborne's hand. On the screen, a video played. A very specific video. Of her, completely losing her mind, screaming for chocolate like a rabid addict. Ashborne's lips curled into a slow, satisfied smirk. Would be a shame if the multiverse, and beyond, got to see this back home. Silence. They stood there, locked in a tense standoff. Then, simultaneous action. Ember erased every trace of Ashborne's search history, and more, leaving behind clear evidence that she had erased it from memory. Meanwhile, Ashborne warped reality itself, ensuring that no recording, no data, not even a trace of that video existed anywhere. He even went as far as to erase that moment from reality itself. A mutual, unspoken agreement. Some things were never meant to be seen. Chapter 54. Wow. I thought you guys were done improving the house. Ashborne stepped into Phoenix Manor, only to stop dead in his tracks. He had expected luxury, after all, before he left, the place already made Wakanda look advanced. But now it made Wakanda look like a kid's sandbox project. Everything was sleeker, more efficient, more alive with power and design far beyond Earth's comprehension. Of course not. We have to keep improving, said one of the shadow scientists, adjusting his glasses with pride. Yes, another shadow scientist chimed in, pushing up his glasses with a smug grin. We may not be as smart as the doctor, but when we combine our minds, we create tech so advanced, people mistake it for magic. He paused mid-boast, his eyes landing on the bag in Ashborne's hands. His expression shifted into disgust. What? Ashborne asked, glancing down at the shopping bags. My lord, the scientist said seriously, you're a monarch. You should only equip yourself with things worthy of a monarch. Ashborne shrugged. It's just a phone and a laptop. Chill. Clearly, Ashborne didn't care. He glanced toward Ember, who had already wandered inside, completely ignoring the exchange, arms full of bags, clearly ready to try on everything she bought. Ashborne was pulled back to the present as his shadows nearly jumped him, snatching the bags from his hands and rushing inside to begin dissecting and upgrading the contents. He let out a light sigh but didn't protest. He simply stepped into Phoenix Manor and waited. Moments later, the shadows returned, scientists at the front, heads bowed, visibly frustrated. My lord, one of them said solemnly, we dare say we are not yet worthy to craft devices that match your greatness. Another stepped forward. Please, fuse us. Let us evolve, to be more capable. Ashborne stared at them, speechless. These were the same shadows who, individually, were smarter than Franklin Richards. To put it in perspective, imagine Franklin Richards, but with an advanced superpower or device that amplifies his already godlike intelligence. Now multiply that by thousands, all of them linked, working as one collective mind. And they were claiming they weren't good enough. Ashborne honestly didn't know whether to be impressed, or terrified. I don't really need some kind of superphone or anything, Ashborne said with a casual wave of his hand. But his shadows were determined to please him. So, with a sigh, he gave in and fused them, if only to make them happy. Still, as he carried out the fusion, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his limitation. Only 5 shadows could be fused at once. If he could fuse more, if he could go beyond that cap, he could create the strongest life form his shadow army had ever seen. The thought made him sigh again. With nothing left to do, he closed his eyes, and waited for midnight. And when it came, it brought more than just silence. A familiar chime echoed in his mind. Mission complete, I'm now your leader. Objective, convince the world's leaders, without using mind control, to make you the leader of the Justice League. Reward, training dimension, shadow fusing V3. Punishment, none. Training dimension, a special shadow dimension where you control everything. You decide how fast or slow time moves. 1 second outside could feel like years inside. You can also create any item you imagine. In this space, you're like a god, your imagination is the only limit. Shadow fusing V3, you can now fuse as many shadows as you want with no limit. However, for the best results, it's important to fuse shadows that have similar or compatible skills. If you mix shadows with skills that don't work well together, it could lead to unstable or negative effects. Well, that's just what I needed, Ashborne thought with a smile. Just a moment ago, he had wished for the limitation on shadow fusing to be removed. Now, it was. Ashborne stood up, and with a single thought, he entered the shadow dimension. He found himself in a world of complete darkness, endless, silent, and still. And yet, he glowed faintly. Somehow, he could see himself perfectly, his presence the only light in the void. Ashborne thought of weights, and in an instant, they formed from the surrounding darkness. Their color was different, distinct from the shadows, making them easy to see as if they were bathed in light. He reached for one, picturing it to be as heavy as a star. The result was immediate. His body was spaghettified, stretched, and pulled toward the weight by its overwhelming force. But with a single thought, the weight returned to normal. Using Shadow Monarch force, Ashborne calmly reformed his body as if nothing had happened. So, there's no real limit to what I can do here. Even if I can't do it with my current strength, Ashborne said lightly, glancing toward the outside world. He nodded to himself, satisfied. He had already adjusted the time ratio, 1 trillion years inside the dimension now equaled just 1 second outside. In other words, no time had passed in the real world. System, Ashborne said calmly, can you unlock all of my shadows from Marvel? Just with their strength limited for now. Those shadows had died before he acquired Undying Shadow, but he was still able to keep them in a sealed state thanks to the skill's reach across time. Well, they were not really sealed, more like they were recovering. Still, he missed having his strongest shadows by his side. Host shouldn't be too greedy. The shadow temporarily buffed Undying Shadow, so it could affect your past shadows. The host only needs to wait 5 days for the shadows to revive in a weakened state. From there, you can either give them your MP to speed up recovery or let them recover on their own. The system's voice echoed calmly. Ashborne sighed, then nodded. I didn't mean to come off as greedy, thanks, he said softly. He rarely asked the system for anything. In truth, he hardly ever complained. He was grateful. By the way, I never really asked you this, Ashborne said, pulling out his food generation bag. As he spoke, he created food most people could only dream of tasting and casually began to eat. But, are you alive or something? Yes. The system does have consciousness. Ashborne paused mid-bite, stunned. Now I feel bad, he muttered. I mean, I'm late, but do you want a name? He leaned back, already thinking. And no, the system is okay with just being called System. Ashborne frowned. Really? Are you sure? No one wants to be called a system. How about voice? He smiled, clearly impressed with himself. You're the voice in my head, it fits. It's subtle hinting at your origin, it's cool, mysterious, it's perfect. The system is extremely happy with the name System. Please don't. Ashborne sighed. How could it pass up such a good name? What are you eating? Ember suddenly appeared beside Ashborne, causing him to nearly jump out of his skin. Instinctively, his hand twitched, almost striking out before he caught himself. He had been too caught up talking to the system to sense her approach. After all, creating such a perfect name wasn't easy. Ember gave him a disdainful look, unimpressed by how easily he had flinched. She didn't say anything, but she definitely made a mental note of it. Ashborne narrowed his eyes at her, already sensing her judgment. It's not chocolate, Ashborne said dryly. Also, you're a normal human now, when was the last time you ate? Ember snorted lightly, looking away. She hadn't eaten in a while, not since the chocolate incident, anyway. After that, it was hard to even think about food. Still, she had been hungry all day. But her pride wouldn't let her ask for anything. She wasn't here to ask for food, of course. She just happened to be passing by, and asked what he was eating out of boredom. That was all. Well, I'm eating nothing, Ashborne said calmly, completely ignoring her. Ember frowned, her eyes drifting to the bag. She opened and closed her hands, fighting the urge, but was losing. Just as she was about to reach for it, Ashborne picked up the bag, pulled out a pizza box, and handed it to her without a word. She stared at it. Is it chocolate pizza? She asked softly. Ashborne blinked, then looked at her like she'd just committed a war crime. What? Ember asked, genuinely confused by his reaction. You don't put chocolate on pizza, Ashborne said with a frown. That's worse than putting pineapple on it. Ember frowned right back. Have you ever eaten chocolate pizza? She asked. Ashborne didn't even hesitate. No. Because it shouldn't exist, which it doesn't. Which, now that he thought about it, was strange. He was in the United States. How had no one turned that into a thing yet? Then why are you judging something you've never tried? Ember asked flatly. Ashborne opened his mouth. Then closed it. He had no comeback. Chapter 55 Bonus Chapter. You're not even using that bag to its full potential, Ember said, trying to sound calm and reasonable. You're wasting it. Just give it to me, I'll hold on to it. She kept her expression neutral, but the subtle tremble in her hands, reminding Ashborne of an old addict, gave her away. Ashborne raised an eyebrow. Yeah, no. If I handed that to you, you'd end up with one hell of a big back. Without another word, he tossed the bag into his shadow. Ember stared at him, unblinking. You know. I can make it so the food is healthy, Ember said, her voice a little strained as she slowly started to lose grip on her mental state. Ashborne didn't even look at her. The silence was infuriating. Ember gritted her teeth, fists clenched. She tried to stay composed, tried. But in the end, she almost broke down. I need some chocolate, she said, voice trembling. Just this once. I won't ask for more. Her pride crumbled. Because what was pride, compared to chocolate? Oh. Would you also date me for it? Ashborne asked mockingly. Ember suddenly came to a stop. She blinked, once, twice, then turned around and walked away without a word. And in that moment, a small part of Ashborne died inside. Sure, it was a joke, but that reaction. That was too much. Before he could even process it, a voice spoke beside him. My lord, don't mind that stupid chicken, I will gladly date you, said a shadow ant humanoid, suddenly kneeling at Ashborne's side with bright, hopeful eyes. He wasn't alone. A whole swarm of ant people gathered around, staring at Ashborne, patiently waiting for him to choose. Oh, that won't be necessary, Ashborne said, waving them off. Instead, I want to give you all a mission. The ants instantly stood at attention, posture sharp and ready. These weren't ordinary ants anymore. Once normal insects, they had bathed in his energy and evolved far beyond their old forms, those very same old forms that could already catch Ember's attacks. Spread out across the world, Ashborne commanded. I want 1 billion ants brought to me. Dead ants are preferred, but live ones will do. Just make sure no ant colonies are slaughtered. Once you gather them, revive them as shadows. His voice was calm but absolute. I will fuse every last one to create the Ant King. I'll call him Maruam. Every ant's eyes lit up with joy. But for this to work, Ashborne continued calmly, I want each of you to bring me 100 ants alive. I'll bless those ants with power, something that will evolve into the Ant King's strongest ability. Consider it a foundation. He paused for a moment, then added, also. I want to experiment with an Ant Queen. Locate all the lifeless bodies of Ant Queens around the world, and bring them to me. I'll revive them as shadows too. Ashborne could warp reality and grant unique powers with ease. And when it came to ants, altering their reality was laughably simple. Giving 100 ants power. That was nothing to him. Understood. You heard him, we're all going to evolve into the Ant King Maruam, one of the ants shouted. The rest roared in joy, their excitement echoing across the manor. Then, in an instant, they all teleported away, spreading across the planet like a wave. It took only seconds. Ashborne felt it, over 1 billion ants being brought back as shadows. Each one passed through Shadow Preservation V3, emerging stronger than they had ever been in life. They should have been massive, but they compressed their forms, shrinking down. And now, billions of them knelt before Ashborne, silent and loyal. Ashborne looked at the 100 living ants that had been brought before him. He raised his hand, palm open, and with a simple gesture, blessed them. He gifted them a power, the ability to gain the abilities of anything they consumed. They didn't need to devour an entire body, just a drop was enough. Even a single drop of Superman's blood would be all they needed to gain his power, although weakened. Ashborne lowered his hand, his eyes sharp. "Tell me your powers," he said calmly, addressing the shadows of the 100 living ants. At his command, the living ants' shadows came to life, each one rising to stand on one knee, bowing before their sovereign, completely ignoring their living selves. "Anything we eat, we gain the power of what we eat. We don't even need the full body, just enough DNA," the 100 ants said in perfect unison. Ashborne smirked. He held full mastery over shadows. They were bound to his will, absolute in their loyalty. He didn't need to give orders twice. If he desired something, they would move. He was their sovereign. The very idea of defying his will was unthinkable. "Then die, and arise," Ashborne commanded. The moment the words left his mouth, the ants' shadows exploded outward, swallowing their living bodies whole. In the next breath, all 100 ants were reborn, now shadow soldiers, kneeling before their sovereign. They entered Shadow Preservation V3, disappearing for only a second, and when they returned, they were no longer the same. They were far stronger, more capable, and even their abilities had evolved. After grasping the power of death of the Endless, Ashborne's Shadow Monarch force had grown even stronger. When shadows bathed in that force, especially within Shadow Preservation V3, they evolved instantly. Time meant nothing inside. The moment they entered, they changed. Ashborne looked at the 100 enhanced shadow ants before him. "Fuse," he said calmly. The shadows obeyed without hesitation. The 100 ants merged into one, no energy release, no wild surges. Ashborne had mastered his abilities. There would be no ripple across the world, no flashy spectacle. Everything was controlled, concentrated, and precise, focused entirely on the fusion. Name: Shadow Ants 100. Race: Super Shadow Ants. Titles: None. Combat capability: Universal Plus, Mid-Omniversal with Piercing Attack. Class and skills: Job class: Uprising Ant King. Skills: None. Job class skills: Consumptive Replication. I can even see their stat screen, not bad, Ashborne thought with a smile. The fused ant was truly strong. Sadly, it only reached Universal Plus, which wasn't enough to destroy a universe in the DC world, where universes held infinite dimensions. Still, it was a promising start. After this fusion, Ashborne said, smiling, "You shall all be reformed as Maruam, the Ant King. After that, I'll begin work on creating your Ant Queen." At his words, the ants began to tremble, unable to contain their restlessness. "Fuse," Ashborne said. At his command, the bodies of the 100 ants liquefied, flowing toward one another like molten metal. They merged, reshaped, and solidified, forming a towering, super ant that dropped to one knee before Ashborne. Its body was covered in a hardened shell, fused with the legendary Shadow Monarch ore. Its eyes glowed a piercing light blue. Razor-sharp wings extended from its back, humming with energy. Its mandibles gleamed, sharp enough to pierce any defense, magical or physical. Even in its weakened state, its combat capability was already at mid-omniversal level, thanks to its piercing specialization. One would be a fool to underestimate the power of Shadow Monarch ore. Thanks to their armor, all of Ashborne's shadows, even in a weakened state, were practically indestructible. They were like Captain America, except instead of holding a shield, they were wearing it. Except for the ants. They didn't need armor. Their exoskeletons were forged from Shadow Monarch ore itself. And now, standing before Ashborne. Name: Maruam. Race: Ant King. Titles: Ant King. Combat capability: Multiversal Plus, Mid-Omniversal with Piercing Attack. Class and skills: Job class: Ant King. Skills: None. Job class skills: Devour. Ant King: as the King of Ants, you have the power to command any ant to obey your will. As long as the target is weaker than you, their loyalty is absolute. Devour: you have the power to devour anything and gain the abilities of what you consume. You don't need the full body, just a drop of DNA is enough. Chapter 56. After creating the Ant King, Ashborne turned his attention to the Ant Queen. He wanted to see if it was possible to create a shadow that could actually give birth. In solo leveling, that wasn't possible. But Ashborne was different, he could warp reality. And what was reality warping? It was like taking control of the story itself, writing whatever you wanted into existence. You could turn a table into a tiger, rewrite logic, reshape physics, redefine the rules. It was like holding a pen and scribbling new truths onto reality. Ashborne's goal was simple, he wanted shadow ants that could birth other shadow ants. Unfortunately, he quickly realized that such a feat was beyond his current power. If he could grasp more of the death of the endless, his Shadow Monarch force would grow stronger, and maybe then, it would be possible. For now, he set the idea aside. Leaving Maroom to enter the training dimension for further growth, Ashborne headed to the Watchtower, where the Justice League was already waiting. "You're late," Batman said with narrowed eyes. Ashborne simply nodded. "I got distracted with a new dimension I created," Ashborne said calmly. "A place where you can train for 1,000,000,000 years, and only 1 second passes in the outside world." The room went quiet, everyone visibly shocked. But Ashborne didn't linger on it. "Now," he continued, "let's get to the real reason I called you here." He raised a hand, and with a thought, a board appeared behind him. "I want a clear rundown of the villains you've faced since becoming heroes. This way, I can get a better idea of what's likely to come next. First, I want to speak with the guy who has faced the most dangerous enemy," Ashborne said, eyes scanning the room. His gaze landed on the speedster. "Flash. Have you faced Reverse Flash?" Flash nodded. "Yeah, but he's gone. I'm faster than him now." He crossed his arms. "After our last battle, there was this explosion of energy, it erased him completely." Ashborne raised an eyebrow. "Villains are never truly dead," Ashborne said, voice steady. "So Reverse Flash is still out there. And next time he shows up, he'll probably be faster than you. Reverse Flash exists to make your life a living hell. The best way to deal with him is..." Ashborne paused for dramatic effect. "Be his friend. Make him your sidekick or something." Everyone stared at him, having trouble comprehending what they just heard. The silence was heavy, but as they comprehended Ashborne's words, the weird looks were thrown at Ashborne. "What?" Ashborne shrugged. "None of you want to kill. I'm giving you a way to make sure a villain stays down. Reverse Flash is like the Joker, except he wants to be meaningful in your life. Even if that means being your worst enemy." Everyone sat in stunned silence. Flash frowned, clearly not thrilled by the idea of getting cozy with the men who'd ruined so much of his life. "Reverse Flash is from the future," Ashborne continued. "So the version you see. There's always another one coming, one who knows more, one who's seen further ahead. Which means, the bastard can't really die." He shrugged. "I do have ways to make sure he stays gone for good, but that's a line we'll cross when you're ready to cross it." Flash gave a small nod in return. "Oh, when exactly did he die?" Ashborne asked. "Just 6 months ago," Flash replied. The moment he said it, the information appeared on the board behind Ashborne. From there, Ashborne went down the line, gathering information from everyone: Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the rest. The heroes normally fought solo, but sometimes, they had to team up, like with Lex Luthor, when one of them couldn't handle it alone. Other times, they managed to handle threats on their own. "Now that your history's laid out," Ashborne said calmly, eyes scanning the board, "the worst thing that could happen is if these villains joined forces against you. Lex and the others aren't stupid. They adapt, and they'll keep adapting until they figure out how to beat you." He paused. "Either that happens, or something new shows up. Something powerful enough not just to fight you." His gaze swept over them. "But to kill the hope of this world." The room grew heavy. Everyone frowned, a quiet unease creeping into their expressions. "Let's think about this logically," Ashborne said, voice steady. "If I were the darkness, I wouldn't just throw the same villains you've already faced at you. No. I'd throw something new, something capable of killing Superman." He turned his eyes to Clark, who was equipped with a deep frown. Superman was a bit arrogant, what could kill him? When the world loses its Superman, hope becomes a lot easier to crush. Ashborne snapped his fingers. Instantly, screens lit up around the room, displaying scenes from across the multiverse, each one showing the death of Superman in different worlds. "I'll bet this is what's next for this universe," Ashborne said coldly. Doomsday. A life form born from Krypton, a monster that adapts and becomes immune to whatever kills it. The room fell into silence. Everyone felt, their hearts dropped. How on earth were they going to face a monster like Doomsday? "When it arrives, don't hold back," Ashborne said firmly. "Superman usually defeats Doomsday, but only at the cost of his own life. This time, when it shows up, I want 3 people on it from the start: Superman, Shazam, and Wonder Woman." His tone sharpened. "And for fucking sake, keep everyone else far away." He looked to Flash and the others. "That's your job. Get people clear. Civilians, support, backup, move them. Fast. Your only priority," he said, eyes returning to the 3 powerhouses, "is winning that fight. Kill Doomsday as quickly as possible, because the longer he's alive, the more he'll evolve, and if he adapts too much, you won't be able to stop him." "I know my words are pointless," Ashborne said lightly. "You'll all foolishly choose not to kill, and it'll lead to Superman's death." He shrugged. "But that's my warning." The room fell silent. Every hero frowned, because Ashborne was right. Even after everything he'd just said, they still weren't going to listen. They were confident in their own strength. They just needed to be extra careful. How could they lose if they were on high alert? Chapter 57. Is Doomsday's weakness kryptonite? Batman asked, eyes narrowed. "Yes," Ashborne replied calmly. "He's still weakened by it, just not to the same degree as Superman. And he can eventually adapt to it, becoming immune." Batman's eyes narrowed further, already formulating contingencies in his mind. Ashborne glanced around. "Keep in mind, Doomsday might not be the next danger. It could be Lex Luthor, or something completely unexpected." Just as he finished speaking, his brow lifted as alarms began to blare through the watchtower. "Well, I'll let you guys get to work," Ashborne said casually, his eyes on the screen. It displayed a clear, side-angle camera view of a group of armored individuals attacking the White House. Without hesitation, Superman and a few others took off. This was the biggest event to hit since Ashborne's arrival. Ashborne leaned back, choosing to watch the action unfold. There were 5 men in total, each one geared in advanced armor and wielding what looked like alien weaponry. They were bulletproof, shrugging off standard gunfire with ease, though the White House guards had been issued special weapons that could at least dent their armor. Ashborne watched as Superman and the others arrived on the scene, quickly engaging the armored attackers. But his interest faded just as fast. His attention shifted to Wonder Woman, who had stayed behind. The moment she noticed Ashborne looking at her, her body stiffened. "So, about that date?" Ashborne asked with a smile. Wonder Woman froze for a long moment, completely silent, before finally shaking her head. "Sorry," Wonder Woman said, avoiding eye contact. "But I believe coworkers shouldn't engage in that kind of relationship." Ashborne's eye twitched. Damn Ember. She'd clearly lied about his charm, and worse, she'd given him false hope. Wonder Woman, sensing the tension, quickly shifted the topic. About Superman's death," she said, voice quieter now. "You spoke about it like, you don't plan to step in and help." Ashborne seized the chance to change the subject. "Yes," Ashborne said lightly. "I'd prefer to avoid drawing the darkness's attention when I can. So I'll only step in when the benefits outweigh the risk." "Even if Superman dies?" Wonder Woman asked, her brow furrowed deeply. Ashborne paused, thinking it over. "It would depend on how things played out," Ashborne said with a sigh. "I'd rather you all see it for yourselves." Wonder Woman looked away, clearly disappointed. It was only natural to assume that if Superman wasn't guaranteed to be saved, she wouldn't be either. It's the main reason she just rejected Ashborne. It came from not knowing Ashborne well enough yet. At the end of the day, they could very well be enemies tomorrow. His willingness to let his allies die was something she couldn't accept, but a part of her was willing to wait and see what Ashborne was talking about. She didn't care much about the fact that Ashborne was killed. Sometimes, she too had the urge to kill, but she held herself back. She was a warrior, after all, she'd fought in World War II and had taken many lives. But in modern times, she refrained, not because she couldn't, but because she believed in Superman's words. Superman was the best of them, and every member of the League believed in him fully. It didn't take long for the Justice League to return, though a few members split off to visit Cyborg's father, hoping he could analyze the attacker's armor. That armor, it looked like something straight out of Apocalypse. Batman brought back a damaged piece and handed it to Ashborne, curious if he knew anything about it. Of course, Ashborne didn't. He wasn't some all-knowing god. His cosmic awareness pointed him toward Apocalypse, but it didn't explain how humans had gotten their hands on that kind of tech. Still, Ashborne had a feeling this wasn't Darkseid's doing. If he had to guess, it smelled more like Lex Luthor. Just how easy is it for Luthor to get his hands on stuff like this? Ashborne asked, eyeing the piece of armor as he turned to Batman. Batman's expression tightened. On the day you arrived on Earth, there was a robbery in Jump City. 5 individuals broke into a bank, he said with a frown. Ashborne blinked. A bank? Who the hell stores alien tech in a bank? It wasn't the armor that was stored there, Batman said while turning to leave. On the night Darkseid invaded, a fragment of a mother box landed at that location. The owner of the bank not only kept it but actually fought the government in court to make sure it stayed in his possession. And guess who backed him? Wonder Woman narrowed her eyes. Luthor. Batman nodded. With someone like Luthor backing you, there's very little you can't do. He turned to leave, his cape shifting behind him. He didn't need to say more. Luthor hadn't supported that bank owner out of goodwill, he did it to steal the mother box fragment. Now Luthor had it. And he was starting to make his move. As for what his endgame was, not even Batman knew. When someone like Luthor makes a move, it's never random, Ashborne thought, rubbing his chin. Either he sold that armor to those cannon fodder, or he did it knowing the Justice League would get involved. Was it just a test? He shrugged. He'd done his part for the day, and hopefully, he'd get some action in the following days. It was weird that a whole day happened without any end-of-the-world event playing out. Far away, in the void of space, what looked like an asteroid was hurtling toward Earth at an impossible speed. My lord, you finally returned. The fused shadow of Ashborne's brightest minds, now known as Bright Mind, rushed forward, practically vibrating with excitement. In his hands, he held up a phone like it was the Holy Grail. It looked exactly like Ashborne's old one. Ashborne raised an eyebrow. Thanks, Bright Mind, he said, taking the phone with a calm nod. Behind Bright Mind stood dozens of other shadows, former citizens of Gotham, all reborn under Ashborne's command. They had once been ordinary people, but now their minds had been sharpened to godly levels. They stood proudly behind their leader, eyes gleaming with satisfaction, like students showing off a science project to their favorite teacher. Bright Mind, meanwhile, was bouncing in place, unable to contain himself. My lord, you haven't even begun to see the greatness of this device, he beamed, eyes wide with anticipation. Ashborne smiled faintly, sensing the excitement. He could easily tell that Bright Mind wanted to tell him everything, so with a nod, he gave permission to speak. Chapter 58, Extra Chapter Because I Have Nothing to Do. In creating this, we had only one goal, Bright Mind began, his voice trembling with excitement. To ensure that what you held in your hand was the best, across all levels of existence. So, we did 3 things, he said, raising one finger. Step 1, we scoured the entire universe to identify every peak form of technology. Ashborne raised an eyebrow, skeptical. He had only handed them his old phone a few hours ago. To accomplish this, we, briefly hacked into Cyborg to reverse engineer his tech, Bright Mind admitted with a sheepish smile. Then we infiltrated every highly advanced civilization across the stars, downloaded their collective knowledge, and improved upon it. Bright Mind raised a second finger. Step 2, we expanded our reach into the multiverse. It took us a few minutes, but we successfully gathered and analyzed all relevant multiversal technologies, then filtered and integrated the best of it. He raised a third finger, grinning ear to ear now. Step 3, we made sure that no higher dimensional beings out there had tech more advanced than yours. We looked into the 4th dimension, and shockingly, we already had tech above theirs. So, we moved on to the 5th dimension. There, we found that the dimension seemed to embody imagination itself. They had so much reality warping tech that it was shocking, Bright Mind said happily, all while Ashborne looked at him with a stunned, speechless expression. Bright Mind went on to explain how he had to enter the training dimension for the next step since he didn't want to make Ashborne wait. There, he absorbed all forms of knowledge, going as far as touching the source of the DC multiverse. To him, it was easy. After all, the Mother Box had already done something similar. The difference was that the Mother Box had limited use of that connection. Meanwhile, Bright Mind managed to create tech that could rival the capabilities of those who drew power directly from the source. By the way, the source is an aspect of the creator of the DC multiverse. So what Bright Mind gave Ashborne wasn't just a powerful phone, it was a phone capable of doing just about anything Ashborne wanted it to do. Ashborne's mouth was wide open. This phone drew upon the same power as someone like Dr. Manhattan. With this phone, he honestly had nothing to fear. This was the problem with smart people, give them time, and they do crazy stuff like this. Well, that isn't our best work, my lord, Bright Mind said. That phone there is a jack of all trades, master of none. But if we focused solely on creating something purely for attack, we're confident we could make some crazy things. Ashborne nodded lightly. Go ahead and begin creating such things. I want all of my shadows equipped with them. But also take into account building tech that doesn't rely on the source for power, Ashborne said calmly. What would happen if we left this omniverse, he added. Bright Mind's eyes widened, he hadn't thought of that. Understood, Bright Mind said before running off to get to work. Ashborne wanted to tell him he didn't need to start right away, but he quickly sensed the guy's joy at the challenge ahead. Seeing that this was what the shadow enjoyed, Ashborne allowed him to do his thing while he sat down on a chair. But Ashborne didn't even get the chance to see what the phone could do, as he noticed a shadow with glasses standing over him. My lord, after seeing Bright Mind work, I came to realize I've been failing in my duty. The Shadow Monarch should wear only the best and most fashionable clothing in existence. How could I allow you to keep wearing the same thing you had on yesterday? The shadow asked, leaving Ashborne speechless. He couldn't even respond before another shadow appeared, this one dressed like a chef. My lord, allow me to be your chef. With that bag and my skills, I'm sure I could create magical food worthy of your table. My lord, allow me to look after your garden. And so the list went on. All of them, former normal people, stepped forward, wanting to have their own role to play. They wanted to be useful, since they weren't fighters. Sure, they were now countless times stronger than they had been in life, but even so, they knew their strengths. They wanted to serve in the ways they shined best. Ashborne couldn't bring himself to say no to them, so he allowed them all to do what they wanted. Although, he was most interested in the chef. What could he do that the food generation bag couldn't already do? Sensing Ashborne's eyes on him, the shadow chef was instantly fired up. He rushed into the kitchen, using the bag to create the highest quality ingredients he could think of. Then, tapping into every power available to him, the shadow chef began to cook. Forgot that shadows pretty much have infinite energy, so they could just pour a ton of it into the bag to create whatever. So the bag seems to be most useful in their hands, Ashborne thought, turning his attention back to the phone. What can you do? Ashborne asked lazily, scrolling through the apps, only to find seemingly nothing worthwhile on the surface. Greetings, Lord Ashborne. I am Model 1, a prototype for the Shadow Monarch phone that will soon be created for you. Might I know how I can assist you this fine night? Upon hearing Ashborne's question, the phone suddenly spoke. Well, if you can, mind searching for my armor across the Omniverse? I tried to call it, but it seems too damaged to hear my calls, Ashborne said lightly. Of course. I've scanned every form of tech across the multiverse, from Earth to the infinite dimensions. I did find traces of your Monarch aura in a few places, but it seems something is actively hiding it. I also scanned the higher dimensions. It was far more difficult, but I did manage to locate small fragments of your armor aura scattered there. Ashborne was about to respond but paused when the TV in front of him flickered. An image appeared. It showed the Black Lantern, reaching out toward a broken fragment of the ever-changing weapon. This is the only piece of your gear that could be found. But the one who has it, Necron, has disappeared. Some unknown power has taken him away. Ashborne's expression darkened at the sight. Necron was the last person he wanted touching his power. Darkseid could. Trigon could. Even the Empty Hand could. but Necron. A necromancer empowered by the Shadow Monarch's energy. And let's not forget the primordial storm sealed within that fragment of armor. That was going to be a pain to deal with. Fuck. Ashborne cursed. He didn't have time for this. He needed to be far more overpowered, strong enough to one-shot these troublesome threats the moment they appeared. The best way to do that? Simple, recover his strength and grow even stronger. Are you able to recreate a lantern ring? Ashborne asked. With that, the phone floated out of his hand, hovering over a nearby table. Its camera flickered on, projecting the image of a green lantern ring hovering above the surface. At first, it looked like nothing more than an illusion, until the phone moved aside. And the lantern ring remained, now physically sitting on the table. Create a second one for the pervert secretly watching me, Ashborne said casually. Ember, who had been quietly watching everything from the stairs, let out a sharp snort and glared at him, clearly not appreciating being called a pervert. Chapter 59, Still Got Nothing to Do. So, with this, I can use my emotions as a weapon. Want to fight, Ashborne? Ember asked, picking up the ring. She looked at him with clear expectation. Ashborne, however, simply ignored her, picking up the second lantern ring for himself. My dimension's over there, he said casually. Once you master all the lantern rings, they'll fuse into the white lantern ring. Then he glanced at her, his expression turning sharp. By the way, how weak are you that Death of the Endless could enter Marvel and return, yet you find yourself stuck here? Ashborne looked at her with disdain, and Ember's face darkened. Zombie lover, do you want to test my new ring's power? Ember asked, her body now glowing with a faint green light. Oh. Is it going to take us home? Ashborne replied mockingly. Embodiment of creation and destruction, my ass, more like the embodiment of chickens. You. Ember's face turned red with rage. If this were a cultivation novel, she would have already coughed up blood on the spot. But after a moment, she forced herself to calm down. This wasn't the same Ember who had snapped and attacked Ashborne before, she had far better control over her emotions now. I'm just a fragment of my true form, she said evenly. My authority is tied to my world, while Death of the Endless isn't limited to just one. I have my reasons. Then she gave him a curious look. So tell me, what do you find so attractive about zombies? Ashborne gritted his teeth lightly. Haha, you two lovebirds. A laugh echoed from the doorway, causing both of them to instantly look over. Standing there was a goth girl, and the moment Ashborne saw her, he went on full guard. After all, this was Death of the Endless. Can I come in? She asked with a gentle smile. Ashborne hesitated for only a moment before giving a small nod. Well, I just came by to welcome you to our world, she said lightly. It's not every day someone as powerful as you step in from next door. It's usually the weaker ones. Her gaze shifted toward Ember, who was already glaring at her. But she just answered Ember with a gentle friendly smile. Oh good, I thought you came to kill me or something, Ashborne said with a smile. So, want to take me home? Of course, he'd leave DC. He didn't want to stick around babysitting heroes. What about your gear? Death asked, causing Ashborne to pause. I'm guessing you're not going to get it for me. Ashborne asked with a depressed look. To that, Death nodded with a playful smile. I wouldn't mind helping you out, she said with a laugh, but I was told to stay out of the way. It's not every day I get orders I actually have to follow. She genuinely found it funny. Normally, she was free to do whatever she pleased, strong enough, old enough, with little to no one above her. Except when it came to helping. Ashborne. I'm guessing you're talking about the presents. Ashborne asked. She nodded. Just what is his connection with the one above all? Why would he allow Ashborne to come here and cause trouble for his world? Ember asked with a frown, earning a glare from Ashborne. She made it sound like he chose to come here. Oh, that's simple, Death said lightly. They're the same being. Both are fragments of his omnipotence. Ember froze, shocked, unable to fully process the weight of that truth. Ashborne, on the other hand, just stood there, clueless to how massive this revelation truly was. But to Ember, this changed everything. The true might of the one above all was far greater than she had ever imagined. I think we should talk more about this over a meal, free tomorrow? Ashborne asked. Ember's hand shot forward to slap him, but Ashborne easily dodged it. Sure, Death chimed in casually. Smile, would you like the meal to happen before or after your date with Tyler? Ember immediately turned to Ashborne with a disgusted look. It's not like that. Tyler and I are simply friends. Don't worry, I asked her out and got rejected. She's not after my body, as you can see, I can make friends, Ashborne said, throwing a sneer at Ember. All I heard is that you got friend-zoned, Ember shot back with a mocking smirk. First the zombies, then the shadows, and now this. Oh, let's not forget how you got rejected by Wonder Woman. Ashborne opened his mouth to reply, then closed it. What could he say here? It's like watching two couples fighting, Death said with a light laugh, causing both Ember and Ashborne to throw a glare her way. Who would want to date this zombie-loving creep? Ember snorted. Oh, shut up. Who would want to date you? Ashborne shot back with a cold snort of his own. The two locked eyes, Death glares meeting in the middle. While Death fanned herself, amused at how much attraction the two were giving off. Well, I should get out of you two's hair. Remember to use protection, Death said with a teasing smile before disappearing, just as Ember's fist swung through the space where she had been. Protection. I bet that thing is so small it makes worms look huge, Ember snapped angrily, making Ashborne raise an eyebrow. First of all, aren't worms your favorite snack? And second. Ashborne's pants dropped to the ground. Ember immediately had to shield her eyes as a blinding light exploded out toward her. She squinted through it, trying to see what on earth was giving off such a glow, and when she did, she was shocked. Impossible, how could it be so big? Ember asked, horrified by the sight before her. Ashborne laughed pridefully, a real man wasn't afraid to pull down his pants and prove a woman wrong. Now, small would be the last word Ember would ever associate with him. Ashborne pulled his pants back up and casually made his way upstairs, leaving Ember frozen in place, speechless. The image of that dragon was now burned into her mind. Only then did she realize the true extent of Ashborne's charm stat, even his dragon was affected. Oh wait, I wanted to watch TV. Ashborne suddenly returned, sitting down in front of the screen while speaking into his phone. Hey, Siri, find me a multiverse that has One Piece. It's an anime about finding a treasure called the One Piece. I have found an infinite number of multiverses with an anime of similar name and plot. Please select from the list below. An anime about a man named Blackbeard, also known as Marshall D. Teach. It follows his ruthless journey to find the One Piece. A true pirate, he's willing to do anything to turn his dreams into reality. An anime centered on Sakazuki. After losing his wife, he is saved by Shanks and inherits the dream of becoming Pirate King. He sets sail to find the One Piece, fighting the evil world government and one of its elites, Monkey D. Luffy. This one may be of interest. The anime follows Monkey D. Luffy, a cheerful young man with a straw hat who sets off to explore the sea in search of the One Piece and to become Pirate King. Along the way, he laughs, cries, and grows, always with his crew by his side. 4. The list continued endlessly. And honestly, Ashborne wanted to watch all of them. Since the multiverse was endless, there should be a POV version from every major One Piece character across the multiverse. The third one. Do you want to watch it? Ashborne asked Ember. This is my favorite anime, and art isn't meant to be kept to oneself, it's meant to be shared. Ember glared at him, the image of that dragon still burned into her mind. But after a moment, she nodded, sitting far away from him as the episode started. That distance didn't last. As soon as the Shadow Chef finished preparing a meal truly worthy of the gods, Ember found herself slowly drifting closer. And the meal. It was divine. The smell alone was something no mortal sense could withstand. Ember's mind nearly snapped trying to process it. Her mortal body couldn't handle it, she was forced to destroy it, returning to her phoenix form just to survive the experience. Even then, the food was so high level, so transcendent, that a living embodiment like her could enjoy it. Ashborne called it conceptual food, since the Phoenix Force was a living concept. She moved to try the food, only for the Shadow Chef to slap her hand away. He threw a death glare, filled with fury that someone would dare attempt to eat before his lord. Take on a more human-like form. I will not tolerate such low table manners in the presence of the Lord, the chef barked, his voice sharp with authority. The Phoenix Force almost exploded with rage. Since when did she, the embodiment of rebirth and destruction, need manners? But despite the heat burning behind her eyes, she still shifted into a humanoid form and took a seat at the table, albeit with visible annoyance. Before her was a feast, a mountain of food so vast it filled the entire table, dishes of every flavor, color, and aroma imaginable. Enjoy, my lord. I have pushed the bag to its absolute limit, the chef said proudly. This meal was made using only the finest resources the bag could produce, and I've used every ounce of my skill to bring out their maximum potential. Ashborne gave him a thankful nod, to which the chef bowed deeply before happily returning to the kitchen to clean up. I feel a little rude, should I have invited Death to stay? Ashborne muttered, glancing at the food in front of him. But the moment he blinked, Death was suddenly sitting right next to him. Well, since you offered, Death said with a smile. Ashborne gave her a blank stare in return. To that, Death responded with an awkward shrug. Food this good doesn't exist here. It's worth me being a little shameless. Besides, you called this anime art, and so did that phone of yours. I want to see it for myself. Ashborne let out a sigh. It would be a sin to deny someone the chance to watch One Piece. And Ashborne had no intention of being a sinner. There were lines even he wouldn't cross, and forbidding someone from watching One Piece. That was pure evil. Ashborne had watched a lot of art back in his day. Anime truly stood out. Chapter 60, Extra Long Chapter. A/N, Slice of life isn't my strong side, combat and action-filled stories are where my skills lie. So, I wanted to ask a question. How were the past few questions? In the next chapter, we will return to action, the Justice League vs. Doomsday, and from there, I will try to make sure not every chapter is all about battle. Also, I want to know your thoughts on Tyler after this chapter. Thanks for the support. So, that's the Nami you were talking about. Is there some zombie devil fruit she's going to eat or something? The Phoenix Force asked, her tone laced with sarcasm. A vein popped on Ashborne's forehead. When was she going to let the whole zombie thing go? Everything had been going perfectly, god-tier food, his favorite anime, and the ideal vibe. That is, until the Phoenix Force realized who Nami was. He ignored her, choosing instead to focus on the anime, or at least half-focus. Sure, the animation was leagues better than what he remembered from his past life, and the visuals were almost divine now, but Ashborne already knew the story. This was a rewatch for him. So, with his attention split, he turned to his phone, determined to explore exactly what this new creation was truly capable of. Morning came. As Ashborne started to get up to dress for the day, he heard a faint sniff, followed by a subtle wave of killing intent. He looked up, only to see Death quietly wiping a tear from her eye. He turned toward the Phoenix Force. She was doing the same. Confused, Ashborne glanced at the TV. On screen, Nami was in tears, stabbing the tattoo on her arm over and over again. It was that scene. The one every One Piece fan knew. An emotional moment made even more powerful after the heartbreaking backstory they had just finished watching. Ashborne blinked. He had wondered why they'd gotten so quiet. But now it was clear, they were hooked. I have to go, I've got a date, Ashborne said as he paused the anime, right as the main character stepped in to stop Nami from hurting herself. Two glares immediately locked onto him. One from the Phoenix Force, sharp and cold. The other from Death, softer, but still unnerving. You can leave. We'll stay here and keep watching, the Phoenix Force said coolly, not even looking at him. Meanwhile, Death stared off into space, a thoughtful expression on her face. She'd taken on mortal form before, many times, for many reasons. But this might be the most human she'd ever made herself. All for the sake of watching anime. Was this a good idea? A part of her wanted to leave this omniverse entirely and start searching for the world of One Piece. After seeing Nami's mother, after witnessing how Nami grew up, something inside her stirred. The flood of emotion had overwhelmed her, and now she needed an outlet, some way to vent the feelings pressing against her chest. When mortals watch something emotional, something that moves them so deeply it makes them want to leap into the screen, they have no choice but to turn their rage towards the storyteller. But death of the endless. She could just step outside and find that world. And that made her wonder, was it wise to let herself indulge in stories like this? To let her humanity run so deep that fiction could make her feel this much? Should she pull back? Lessen her humanity a little? But if she did, she wouldn't be able to enjoy it. No. Control those emotions first, Ashborne said calmly, seeing the tension in the room. Death is giving off a deadly aura, and you might do something stupid. You two were never truly human, so it might do you some good to master the art of self-control. With that, he casually formed a toothbrush from the shadows and began walking toward the door. But someone stepped into his path. My lord, the shadow said sternly, eyes filled with displeasure, you weren't actually planning to step outside wearing the same clothes you've had on for the past few days, were you? Don't worry, it's still clean, Ashborne said, waving his hand dismissively, seeing nothing wrong with it. But the shadow's expression only darkened. He was clearly displeased, disappointed that his master might actually be the kind of person who'd wear the same clothes for weeks. Without another word, Ashborne was dragged away, leaving the Phoenix Force and Death sitting in thoughtful silence. After a while, Death of the Endless stood up. Take care, she said softly to the Phoenix Force before teleporting away. She had things to confirm. There was already a theory forming in her mind that Ashborne was going to do something significant. But now, she was certain. And whatever it was, it would drag her into it. Whether that was a good thing or not, she didn't know. Isn't it a bit too dark? Ashborne asked, eyeing the black suit he was now dressed in. It was darker than any normal suit, so dark it seemed to absorb light. It hugged his frame perfectly, making him look larger, stronger, and, thankfully, drawing attention away from what he still believed was his ugly face. My lord, trust me, this is perfect, said the shadow stylist, who Ashborne had begrudgingly come to call Fashion. Fashion's eyes glowed with pride, like a little girl who had just dressed her favorite doll in the prettiest gown imaginable. Ashborne sighed and let it go. There was no point in arguing. He made his way to the restaurant where he and Tyler had planned to meet. They had been texting back and forth, setting a time and place while watching One Piece. But what caught him off guard was that Tyler was already there, waiting for him. Awkwardly, Ashborne made his way to the table and sat down across from Tyler, who was already watching him with a stunned look. She wasn't the only one. The entire restaurant seemed to pause, eyes drifting toward him, conversations quieting, as if his presence had pulled gravity toward their table. Sorry, Ashborne said with a small, sheepish smile. I was forced to overdress. Then he glanced at her, his gaze softening. You look amazing, by the way. I never knew a red dress could look that good on someone. Tyler let out a soft laugh and waved him off playfully. Well, I never knew black could suit someone so well, until now, Tyler said with a warm smile. She glanced around the restaurant, noting how many people were struggling not to stare. Ashborne's suit felt like a black hole, quietly pulling attention toward him, elegant, overwhelming, impossible to ignore. But the suit wasn't the real problem. It was his face, otherworldly, almost heavenly. Still, she looked back at him, her tone shifting. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about high school. Her voice softened. I don't really remember much. A few years ago, I just found myself here. My memory was all fuzzy. I was hoping you could tell me if I had a family or something. Ashborne froze, eyes widening slightly in shock. I know I could probably ask one of those superheroes for help, Tyler said, her voice light but tinged with unease. I mean, this isn't my world, so I'm sure I could get their attention, but I don't want some green alien digging around in my head, you know. She gave a small, sad smile. It just feels like fate that we ran into each other. I mean, what are the chances? Ashborne blinked, unsure what to say at first. Oh, well, we weren't really close back then, he admitted. But you were the quiet nerd. He continued, sharing everything he could remember, small details, fragments of the past. And Tyler listened carefully, her expression intent as she soaked up every word. Like someone trying to rebuild a life from scattered pieces. But the quiet moment didn't last. Tyler's eyes flicked instinctively toward the window, and widened in horror. A gun, aimed straight at the restaurant. She moved without thinking. In one fluid motion, she knocked over the food, tackled Ashborne to the ground, and covered him with her body, just as bullets shattered the glass and tore through the air. Ashborne was caught completely off guard. How could he not be, with Tyler's chest pressed against his face? But the surreal moment shattered when he heard a sharp, pained moan, and felt something warm and wet drip onto his shoulder. He looked up. Tyler was smiling down at him, trying to act like nothing was wrong. But her face was pale, and her shoulder, bleeding. "Are you all right?" she asked softly, the pain clear in her voice despite the brave smile. "You're injured," Ashborne said sharply. He quickly flipped them over and gently laid her down on the ground. With a simple thought, a dark glow pulsed from his hand, and Tyler's eyes widened in disbelief as the pain vanished. Her wound closed instantly, leaving not even a scar behind. Ashborne stood slowly, his expression cold as ice. He looked toward the men approaching the entrance, gun still in hand, intent clear. "Die," Ashborne said flatly. The would-be attacker froze, just for a second, before he and the others collapsed, lifeless, like puppets with their strings cut. "Arise," a wave of darkness swept out. From it, 5 shadows rose, kneeling before Ashborne in perfect silence. "What were you after?" Ashborne asked coldly, his voice like steel. One of the shadows, the former leader, stepped forward and bowed slightly. "We were hired to attack you, force you to use your powers, then retreat," he said, tone respectful, eyes cast downward. Ashborne's gaze narrowed. "Who hired you?" "That, we do not know. They ensured we had no way of tracing them. We even had to conduct the background check on you ourselves just to track your location." The shadow sighed in shame. Ashborne's frown deepened. He turned slowly, looking toward Tyler, and paused. Her eyes were wide, filled with fear. But not of the attackers. Of him. Ashborne started to step forward but hesitated, the fear in Tyler's eyes freezing him in place. He remembered Ember's words, the reminder that he was no longer mortal, that he stood on a different plane now. They were from 2 different worlds entirely, and no amount of kindness could bridge that gap. Still, it stung more than he expected. He had genuinely thought they could at least be friends. Just as he turned to walk away, Tyler's voice broke through the silence. "Wait," she called, running up to him and quickly slipping a folded piece of paper into his hand. Ashborne looked at it, then at her, confusion etched into his features as he slowly unfolded it. 3 addresses were written across the page in careful handwriting. He glanced back up at her, eyebrows slightly raised. "The first one is my address, but you can't stay there, seeing as people know we know each other. Those other 2 addresses are abandoned places where you can hide out. I'll stop by to bring you food and other stuff. Now, hurry and run before the police come, or worse, the Justice League," Tyler said in a low, soft voice. This caused Ashborne to look at her with a weird expression. A second ago, she was frozen in fear, and now she was helping him. "Don't worry about this. I won't get in trouble," Ashborne said with a smile. His smile widened at the confused look in Tyler's eyes, but he didn't explain. He simply snapped his fingers, restoring the restaurant to its original state while healing everyone who had been injured. Under Tyler's uneasy gaze, Ashborne grabbed her hand and pulled her along to find something else to do. When the police arrived, he simply showed them his license to kill, and after giving them a rundown of what had happened, they had no choice but to let him go. With that settled, Ashborne returned to his date, though it wasn't really a date, since they were just friends. Still, now that Tyler knew about his powers, Ashborne figured there was no reason to limit themselves, they could go anywhere on Earth. Chapter 61 Death of Superman. A/N, back to the action, and no, I don't plan for MC to stay in Marvel for too long. As for your questions, about his gear and the training dimensions, they would be explained soon. Boom. What seemed to be an asteroid slammed through a space shuttle, instantly killing the astronauts on board. Hal and John, the 2 Green Lanterns, reacted quickly, trying to stop the asteroid with barriers and attacks. But it was moving too fast. Their attacks shattered against it. The asteroid tore through them and continued, slamming into the watchtower, punching straight through it. Alarms blared as the massive structure lost integrity and began plummeting toward Earth. Unlike the asteroid, which had crashed into the ocean, the watchtower was heading straight for land. Superman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, and everyone else capable of flying in outer space gave it everything they had to stop the watchtower from crashing. Meanwhile, heroes like the Flash, Aquaman, and a few others rushed to investigate the impact site in the ocean. But when they arrived, they were met with a bloodbath. Sea creatures were torn to pieces. And scattered among them were the bodies of Atlanteans, ripped apart, their eyes frozen in expressions of pure horror. They managed to follow the traces of whatever had landed on Earth toward land. Along the way, they saw the aftermath. Every living thing that had come within its sight had been killed. Birds lay broken in the trees, deer were torn apart mid-run. If it lived and dared to catch its attention, it was wiped out without a second thought. It was heading toward a nearby town. They moved quickly. Flash arrived first, racing ahead of the others, and what he saw stopped him in his tracks. Police cars were abandoned in the street, some overturned or crushed. Blood painted the pavement. Organs and torn limbs were scattered across the road, and lifeless, ripped-up bodies lay everywhere. It looked less like a crime scene and more like a massacre. It was a sight that made Flash pause. And then he froze completely. Standing in the middle of the street was a gray giant, its massive body covered in jagged bone-like spikes. Doomsday. Flash recognized him immediately. He had seen the images Ashborne showed them, the ones where Superman lay dead, with this very monster lying nearby. Without wasting another second, Flash vanished, moving at the speed of sound. He reappeared just in time to grab a young woman who was about to be crushed under Doomsday's foot. The monster's eyes snapped toward him. Flash didn't stop. He darted back and forth, zipping through the street, grabbing civilians and pulling them to safety. Anyone too close to Doomsday, gone in a blink. "You monster." Hawkgirl shot in from above, slamming her mace straight into Doomsday's face. The blow caught him off guard, sending the gray giant stumbling backward. She didn't let up. Strike after strike landed, each hit forcing Doomsday to take another step back. But the number of steps backwards Doomsday was taking was dropping, he was adjusting. Before he could recover fully, Hawkman dove in from the other side. Together, the two of them landed a series of coordinated blows, their attacks clashing against bone and muscle with brutal force. Ashborne said, "You were powerful, but I don't see it." Aquaman, enraged by the death of his people, lunged forward. His trident drove toward Doomsday's chest. But it stopped. Doomsday's flesh was like stone, and the dense, unyielding muscle beneath was even worse. The trident barely sank in before being halted entirely. With a deafening roar, Doomsday lashed out. Hawkgirl and Hawkman didn't have time to react. His massive hands caught their attack with both hands, before he slammed them into the ground so hard that the concrete cratered beneath them. Aquaman didn't even get the chance to react. His eyes were still on the crater, filled with shock and concern for Hawkgirl and Hawkman. That's when Doomsday's fist slammed into his gut. The blow launched him like a missile, tearing through the street and sending him crashing into a building with enough force to shatter his bones. Not even Superman had ever hit him that hard. Doomsday reached up, yanked the trident from his chest, and turned back toward the fallen duo. He raised the weapon, aiming to drive it through both of them, but in a blink of lightning, they vanished. Flash appeared beside Aquaman, gently setting the two down. Aquaman was on his knees, coughing, blood running down his side. Doomsday's spiked knuckles had torn clean through his armor. He was trying to slow the bleeding, but it was barely helping. "We just got here, and 3 are already down. We need backup, now." Flash shouted into the comm, eyes locked on Doomsday, who was already charging straight for him. Thinking fast, Flash grabbed Hawkman's fallen mace. He took a breath, then vanished in a streak of lightning. Doomsday swung, but Flash was already gone. Sliding low, Flash ducked under the behemoth's legs and struck at his knees with the mace, forcing the monster off balance. Then came the storm. Flash exploded into motion, circling Doomsday in a blur of red and gold, striking him from every angle. The air cracked with every hit, blows landed in flashes so fast, it looked like he was everywhere at once. But what Flash didn't notice was Doomsday's eyes. They were tracking him, rapidly adjusting, sharpening with every passing impact. At first, the beast struggled to follow his movements. But now, he was adapting. Not just to Flash's speed, but to his rhythm, his patterns, guessing where he would be before he got there. Boom. Doomsday suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave rippling out. The force caught Flash mid-run, throwing off his balance for a split second. And that was enough. Crack! Doomsday's fist crashed into Flash's side, lifting him clean off the ground. Before Flash could recover, Doomsday's other fist came slamming into him. Flash slammed into the ground, bouncing once before rolling to a stop. His breaths came in ragged gasps, sounding more like a wounded animal than the fastest man alive. He clutched his side, struggling to move. High above, Doomsday leapt into the air, aiming to crush him beneath his massive weight. Foom! A brilliant green beam struck Doomsday mid-air, blasting him backward before he could land the killing blow. Hal! Stand down! Batman's voice crackled through the comms, sharp and commanding. Like hell I will. Hal growled, floating down from orbit, his ring pulsing with power. I'm a Green Lantern. We eat monsters like this for breakfast. With a roar of willpower, Hal's ring summoned thousands of rapid-fire constructs, missiles, cannons, and energy bolts, hovering in the air like a green storm. The sky lit up as every construct launched at once, streaking toward Doomsday in a blinding wave of emerald fury. Doomsday raised his arms, shielding his face as the barrage of green constructs rained down on him. The relentless assault blinded him, just as Hal moved in from above. With a flash of light and willpower, Hal conjured a jackhammer the size of a building and slammed it down on Doomsday's skull. Bang! 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 Each impact drove the monster deeper into the ground, his face buried in concrete as the hammer roared to life like thunder. Hal didn't let up for several seconds, pouring everything into the assault. Only when the crater had deepened and the dust began to settle did he stop. A massive green hand formed around Doomsday's body, lifting him off the ground. I want to see the face of the bastard who hurt my friend, Hal muttered, drawing Doomsday closer. That was a mistake. With a sudden roar, Doomsday shattered the construct in a single motion and drove a devastating punch into Hal's face. Luckily for Hal, the lantern ring's shield held up, but just barely. The force of the blow still sent him rocketing through several buildings, shattering concrete and glass as he crashed through. Doomsday charged after him with terrifying speed, each step shaking the ground. Hal barely managed to form a glowing barrier around himself, but the moment Doomsday's fist slammed into it, cracked spiderweb through the construct with a deafening snap. Before the barrier could give, a flash of green light struck Doomsday from behind. John Stewart had arrived. Back off, John growled, drawing the monster's attention and giving Hal precious seconds to breathe. Then came the reinforcements. Superman, Wonder Woman, Shazam, Martian Manhunter, the heavy hitters, all descended at once. Others followed close behind, surrounding Doomsday on all sides. The monster stopped, turning slowly as he scanned the heroes now encircling him. And then, with a guttural roar that shook the air, Doomsday launched himself straight at Superman. Chapter 62 Death of Superman, Extra Chapter, plus Extra. The battle was epic. The world watched in awe and horror as the Justice League clashed with a monster straight out of nightmares. Cameras from orbit and on the ground captured every second as the League worked together, dogpiling the beast in a coordinated assault. For a moment, it looked like they had the upper hand. Blows landed, energy beams struck home, and the monster staggered under the combined might of Earth's greatest heroes. But then, Doomsday adapted. He moved faster. Hit harder. And then, one by one, he started taking them out. First, he snatched Superman by the cape and swung him like a weapon, slamming him into John's face, shattering the Green Lantern's nose and sending him flying like a rag doll. Before Superman could recover, Hal Jordan was next. Doomsday swung again, Superman's body crashing into Hal's stomach with brutal force. Hal's ring glowed brightly for a second, then flickered as he dropped to the ground, vomiting everything he had. And it didn't stop there. Shazam flew in with a punch, aiming straight for Doomsday's head, but at the last second, Doomsday twisted, yanking Superman into the line of fire, and pushed Superman forward at full force. The punch landed squarely on Superman's face. The collision sent out a deafening shockwave, shattering every window in a 5-block radius as the fight spilled into the heart of the city. Cars flipped, alarms wailed, and glass rained down like deadly confetti. Superman's face was a mess, bloodied, nose shattered, eyes dazed, nearly unconscious from the brutal blow. Shazam stumbled back, gripping his hand in pain, his fist broken from striking the Men of Steel. Superman had just become the perfect human shield. Suddenly, a golden lasso snapped around Doomsday's neck, tight, unyielding. With a powerful heave, Wonder Woman yanked him off his feet, spinning him in a wide arc through the air like a rag doll. Superman was released, his cape tearing free from Doomsday's grip as he tumbled to the side. "Hurry!" Wonder Woman shouted over the roar of wind and chaos, her voice sharp and commanding, aimed at Martian Manhunter. This wasn't a normal fight. Doomsday was stronger than anyone expected, stronger than Superman. Yes, Ashborne had shown them the images of Superman's deaths across the multiverse, but they were sure teamwork could have helped them. After all, those images only had Superman facing Doomsday alone. How could they lose with the full might of the Justice League? Shazam soared into the sky, joining Martian Manhunter as the two of them rocketed downward, fists drawn back and glowing with raw power. At that same moment, Wonder Woman released her grip, launching Doomsday upward with all her strength, a perfect collision course. Boom. The impact shook the earth. The collision of fists and monster unleashed a shockwave so intense it shattered windows, toppled buildings, and sent nearby helicopters spiraling out of control. Doomsday was launched downward like a meteor, slamming into the ground with such force that a massive crater formed, an explosion of dirt and debris rising like a mushroom cloud. Everyone took the moment to catch their breath, certain that Doomsday had to be dead after a hit like that, right? But to their horror, from within the rising dust cloud, two beams of heat vision tore forward, blasting into Martian Manhunter's chest and sending him flying back, crying out in pain and fear. The searing heat was one thing, but it reminded him too much of fire. The others were stunned, caught completely off guard by the sudden counterattack. Then, Doomsday emerged. Only now he was bigger. Stronger. The spikes across his body had grown, sharper and more dangerous than before. "Come at me, monster!" Wonder Woman roared, unsheathing her sword. With her shield in hand, she launched forward at high speed. Doomsday let out a beastly roar and swung a massive fist toward her, but she was flexible, more skilled. She twisted mid-charge, using his own arm as leverage, planting a foot against it to launch herself over his head. She landed smoothly behind him and immediately struck, kicking his leg to knock him off balance. Doomsday, however, caught himself with both hands and countered fast, his leg whipped around like a hammer, aiming straight for her. Wonder Woman raised her shield just in time. The impact rattled her bones and sent her skidding backward, but she held firm. With a quick flip, she landed on her feet, eyes locked on the monster as she dashed back in. Doomsday charged to meet her. Wonder Woman showcased her skill, striking with precision and grace. Though her attacks couldn't harm Doomsday, she was fast, landing hits, dodging blows, and even managing to knock the monster to the ground a few times. But it was all for nothing in the end. One solid hit sent her flying, crashing into the pavement, struggling to breathe, yet she still rose. Bruised, bloodied, and barely standing, she kept fighting, holding Doomsday off just long enough for the others to recover and rejoin her. But even together, they couldn't stop him. One by one, they were all taken down, left broken and gasping for air. Only Superman remained. Having recovered from his injuries, he arrived in a blur of speed and fury. His eyes glowed red before unleashing a searing beam of heat, slamming into Doomsday's side and sending the beast flying, just in time to save Shazam, who was seconds away from death. "Just watch, Superman's going to beat this guy." That was the sentiment echoed across the world, spoken by millions glued to their screens. Even after being knocked out of the fight earlier, they still believed in him. No matter how hopeless things seemed, they had faith. Because he was Superman. And Superman doesn't lose. So they watched him unleash his full power for the first time in this battle. With that strength, he went toe-to-toe with Doomsday. The sheer force of their blows tore the city apart like it was paper. Buildings crumbled, shockwaves rippled, and the battlefield turned into a war zone. Superman fought with everything he had, but he was still Superman. Even as he matched Doomsday's blows, he turned his attention to the people, diverting from the fight to save innocents caught in the chaos. And that heroism gave Doomsday the opening he needed. A devastating blow landed. Then another. Superman staggered, and the world held its breath. Bit by bit, Superman was losing. Every blow he landed was returned with greater force. Every breath he took grew heavier. And just when it looked like Doomsday was about to finish him off, someone no one expected stepped in. Lex Luthor. Clad in armor similar to the suits worn by the men who attacked the White House, only far more advanced, he descended onto the battlefield. For a brief moment, it looked like he might actually help turn the tide, but it didn't last. Doomsday tore through the armor like paper, and in an instant, Lex was on the verge of death. Superman stepped in. He barely managed to save him, his own body nearly giving out in the process. Blood ran down his face, staining the iconic S on his chest. He could barely stand. His lungs burned with every breath. But when he looked up, he saw her. Lois. Tears in her eyes. Camera in her hand. She was filming. For the world. For his parents. Superman forced a smile, one that told the world he wasn't finished yet. That even now, at the edge of death, he would stand. Because he was Superman, there was hope and light in this cruel world. Turning back to Doomsday, Superman surged forward, meeting the beast head-on once more. Doomsday, though clearly worn down, still moved with terrifying strength. The two collided again, fists slamming into each other, each blow creating massive shockwaves that sent Lois and the cameraman stumbling back. Lois stared in horror as Superman began to falter, his strength waning under the onslaught. Blow after blow landed on him, brutal and unrelenting. Blood flew with each strike. No. She whispered, tears blurring her vision. Desperate, she grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it with all her strength. It struck Doomsday in the shoulder. The monster paused, slowly turning his head toward her. His red eyes locked on Lois, narrowing in rage. But before he could move, he stopped, his gaze drawn upward. From above, the Batwing shot towards them. Batman flew his Batjet straight into Doomsday, who easily caught it with a grunt. But Batman had expected that, he had already jumped out midair, a kryptonite-tipped spear clenched between his teeth. Doomsday hurled the Batjet at Batman like a missile, but Batman opened his cape and expertly glided through the air, twisting to avoid the incoming wreckage. As he descended, he yanked the spear from his mouth and, with practiced precision, hurled it at Doomsday. But the monster reacted faster than expected, twisting his body. Doomsday narrowly avoided the spear, which stabbed into the ground behind him. Superman. Batman roared. Hearing his name, Superman, bloody, beaten, barely conscious, gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet. His body screamed in pain, but he ignored it. With one final surge of strength, he grabbed the kryptonite spear lodged in the ground. With a mighty leap, Superman launched himself toward Doomsday, the green-tipped weapon clutched tightly in his hands. Doomsday turned just in time to see him coming. For a single moment, the world seemed to freeze, then the spear drove deep into Doomsday's chest. At the same time, one of Doomsday's jagged bone spikes tore through Superman's torso. Doomsday staggered, clutching at the glowing spear embedded in his chest. With a guttural snarl, he flung Superman's limp body aside. But the motion cost him, his legs gave out, and the beast collapsed, unmoving. Batman stood still, fists clenched at his sides, his jaw tight behind the cowl. He had been too late. If he hadn't wasted time, if he had stopped pretending to be Bruce Wayne for just one day, maybe this could have ended differently. No. Lois cried, rushing to Superman's side. She dropped to her knees beside him, her hands trembling as they hovered over his bloodied chest. His breaths were shallow, faint. The glow in his eyes, the light the world looked up to, was dimming. Tears welled in her eyes and spilled freely, but she wasn't alone. Across the globe, the world held its breath. Screens lit up city squares, homes, and phones. People watched, stunned, broken. Some wept openly. Others fell silent. Superman, their symbol of hope, was dying. Is he dead? Superman asked weakly, his voice barely a whisper. His gaze searched Lois's eyes, desperate for an answer. Lois choked back a sob and nodded, her tears falling freely. Yes. He's gone, she whispered. A faint, relieved smile tugged at the corner of Superman's lips. Good. He breathed. With that, his eyes slowly closed, and his body went still in Lois's trembling arms. A/N, I did plan to have MC arrive to stop, but after thinking of how some readers would be expecting that, I changed my mind. How did the fights go in these past 2 chapters? Do you think it made sense that Shazam injured his fist punching Superman? Were there any elements that seemed forced? I hope towards the end, I was able to make the readers feel sad or something about Superman's death. Anyways, I'm bored, so I gave you guys this chapter. Thanks for the support. Chapter 63. What's missing to make this scene perfect is the cape, a voice cut through the somber air. Everyone turned to see Ashborne calmly walking over, holding Superman's cape in his hands. Where were you? Batman asked through gritted teeth. Most of the League was down, beaten, and barely clinging to consciousness or life. I was in Florida. I have this friend who was teaching me how to surf, Ashborne said as he calmly walked over to Superman's side. I got here as fast as I could once I heard what was happening, but I was too late. He had disabled the nearby cameras, he couldn't let the world see that he was failing as the new leader of the Justice League. I'm guessing this happened because I was pulled out of the picture. It's like Superman was fated to die, and I was just conveniently out of reach to make sure it happened, Ashborne muttered while checking Superman's vitals. He was truly dead. He ignored Lois's tear-filled stare, silently questioning his words, desperate for answers he wasn't going to give. Behind you. Batman shouted, eyes widening as Doomsday stood up. The spear had been pulled from his chest, Superman had missed the heart. Now, Doomsday loomed, glaring down at Ashborne. But Ashborne didn't even turn his head. Should I kill it? Ashborne asked calmly, still focused on Superman, or let it live as a training puppet for the League? Batman remained tense for a second longer, until he noticed Ashborne's complete lack of concern. That ease, it was enough to put Batman at ease somewhat. Forget it. I have a feeling he's connected to the darkness somehow, Ashborne said as Doomsday's fist shot toward his back. A portal opened just behind Ashborne. The fist entered it, and instantly, another portal opened beside Doomsday's face. His own punch came flying out, the sharp spike on his knuckle stabbing straight into his head, killing him. Once I deal with this body, I'll return to check on the League. Make sure those with serious injury stay alive until then, Ashborne said, lifting Doomsday effortlessly onto his shoulder. Why can't you just do it now? Batman asked, frustration in his voice. He wanted answers. Because I don't know how this universe's Doomsday works, Ashborne replied. Will the body come back to life? Or is there some planet out there where he'll just reform and adapt to whatever killed him? I need to figure that out to make sure Doomsday 2.0 doesn't come knocking. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Which means I need to scan this entire universe, hard, complex stuff. Now that I think about it, maybe I shouldn't have killed him before getting that information. With that, he burst into the sky and vanished. He doesn't want the public to know he uses dark power, Batman thought, eyes narrowing. But after a moment, he looked at Lois, then turned and ran to check on the rest of the League. Superman was gone, and Batman knew the last thing he'd want was for anyone to waste time mourning while others were still at death's door. Looks like you won't respawn, what a shame. I would have loved to fuse an army of Doomsdays together. Standing on the moon, Ashborne gazed out at the universe, slightly disappointed by his discovery. No, this is better, he thought, a smirk forming. I can fuse the Hulk, Doomsday, and who else? His eyes lit up with excitement. This fusion is going to need a Red Lantern ring to top it off. Arise, Ashborne commanded, and with a flash of darkness, Doomsday's body stirred, now kneeling before him as a shadow soldier. With Superman dead, things should start moving, Ashborne thought. Hopefully, the next wave of events pushes Lex Luthor to join the League. If not, I wouldn't mind making Bright Mind even smarter. With that, he teleported back to Earth and began healing the Justice League, one member at a time. Did Ashborne bring back those who died? No. Because even though Ashborne was playing the role of the Justice League leader, he was by no means a hero. He wasn't doing any of this out of the kindness of his heart, he was helping them purely for his own safety. As cruel as it might seem, letting those lives stay lost would serve the multiverse better. Their deaths would be a wake-up call, a painful reminder that failure has real consequences. But if Ashborne simply brought everyone back, the League might start to believe they had a safety net, that he would always be there to undo their mistakes. This also applied to Superman, but in his case, Ashborne expected him to die. Just not for long. Superman's death was part of what Ashborne had foreseen, but his return wasn't guaranteed. With the light losing to the darkness, there was a real possibility that, this time, the dead might not come back. That meant Ashborne would have to personally make sure Superman's recovery went smoothly. In the days that followed, the world felt dimmer. Superman's funeral was held, and people from every corner came forward with stories of how Superman had saved their lives, helped fix their cars, found their lost pets, or even broken into their homes to rescue them from abusive situations. The man had done it all, and now he was gone, leaving the world to realize just how much Superman had given them. When things got hard, the world called out to Superman, and he always answered. No matter the threat, no matter the odds, Superman would show up and put his body on the line to shield them. Now, he was gone. And in his absence, the world felt smaller and weaker. One day later. Inside the Hall of Justice, Ashborne sat in a chair, silently observing the members of the Justice League who had taken part in the battle against Doomsday. Go ahead, let it out, Ashborne said calmly. Hal, who had been holding in his rage, stood up and glared at Ashborne. But before he could speak, Ashborne raised a hand to stop him. Not you, Ashborne said. I don't want to hear you blame me when. He paused, and a screen appeared in front of everyone. It began replaying the conversation they had all shared with him about Doomsday. Lastly, this, Ashborne said as he played another video, this one showing Hal ignoring Batman's warning. I'm part of the Green Lantern Corps, we eat monsters like this for breakfast, the recording of Green Lantern echoed through the room. I told you all how to deal with Doomsday. I showed you how other versions of Superman across the multiverse handled him. With all that said, I step away for a few minutes, not even an hour, and you all forget everything I told you, Ashborne said lightly. It was hard to tell whether he was angry, disappointed, or if he didn't care. Then we have the roles I gave you all to play, Ashborne said, his gaze sweeping over the room. Other than Wonder Woman, Shazam, and Superman, the rest of you were tasked with ensuring the safety of civilians. So tell me, why couldn't you stick to the plan? Why did you engage Doomsday and make him stronger? Why didn't you focus on evacuating those citizens and leave the fight to the ones I assigned? His words struck hard, and the room was filled with silence. No one had an answer, they all gritted their teeth, frustration and regret written across their faces. But I don't like dwelling on the past, Ashborne continued. Humanity didn't get to where it is today by kicking itself over past mistakes. With a snap of his fingers, a pulse of shadow rippled outward, and in the next moment, every member of the League jumped in shock, eyes fixed on the shadows behind them. Your shadows are now a gateway to the dimension I told you about, Ashborne said, rising from his seat. In there, 1 trillion years can pass in just a second outside. Use that time to train. Just remember, injuries sustained outside the training dimension can't be healed inside it. And injuries gained inside can't be healed while you're still in there either. Chapter 64. He began to walk away, then paused and turned slightly. Flash, while you're in there, focus on mastering the Speed Force. Learn to tap into it more deeply, because from what I've seen, there are Flashes across the multiverse who can move at the speed of light without issue. One of them even outran teleportation in a race. Flash's eyes widened, stunned at the idea. Moving faster than teleportation. That was something even he couldn't imagine. Wonder Woman, you should focus on pushing yourself to your limit, Ashborne said. You're the most balanced member of the Justice League. Strong, but not the strongest. Fast, but not the fastest. What sets you apart is your combat experience and skill, and untapped power. Use this time to tap into your divine power. Wonder Woman paused, taking in his words. She was the daughter of Zeus, surely there was more strength within her, waiting to be awakened. She gave a firm nod, fully understanding what Ashborne meant. Cyborg, work on upgrading your body. You're no longer bound by human limits, Ashborne said firmly. Martian, conquer your fear of fire. I know it's deep-rooted, but there are Martians across the multiverse who've overcome it. He turned to the lanterns. John, Hal, stop creating basic human weapons in the middle of battle. You have the will to shape a Superman, with all of his powers and capability so long as your willpower is strong enough, so why limit yourselves to hammers and guns? Ashborne looked over the room, his gaze sharp. All of you should start training. After everything with Doomsday, I've realized something, I need to start traveling the multiverse. The longer I stay here, the more universes vanish. With that, he tossed a flip phone toward Batman. It looked ordinary, simple, outdated even, but Ashborne's tone said otherwise. Use that to call me. I might also come to get one of you guys from time to fight my battles. I don't want the darkness to know where I'm at. So get training, as your multiversal selves might be stronger than you all combined. With those words, Ashborne teleported away. Can't you just leave? Why do I have to come? Ember asked in annoyance. Are you dumb? Do I look like I'm in any condition to fight someone equipped with my armor? Ashborne asked with a snort. Given how powerful his armor was, even a normal person wearing it would be enough to defeat him. Then again, if he got close enough, Ashborne believed he could simply command it to return to him, but he didn't want to risk it. Ashborne, you and your damn disrespect, Ember said through gritted teeth, teeth that clenched even harder when Ashborne blatantly ignored her. He tapped away on his phone, searching for a universe before opening a portal. You said something? Ashborne asked mockingly, further enraging Ember. But before she could respond, he stepped through the portal, leaving her no choice but to follow, though not before leaving a piece of herself behind. With Ashborne gone, he wouldn't be able to sense what she was about to do. That fragment of Ember teleported away, reforming into her full self as it appeared before a door. She knocked once. Tyler opened it after some time and instantly froze, her eyes widening at the sight of Ember standing there with a cold, emotionless gaze. Without waiting for Tyler to say anything, Ember stepped inside. Tyler stood frozen for a moment before slipping the gun she had been hiding behind her back into her coat, knowing full well it would have been useless. You can drop the act, Ember said coldly. Why are you getting close to Ashborne? Tyler was silent for a moment, then slowly removed her wig, revealing the face of someone Batman knew all too well, Talia al Ghul. When Ashborne met with my father to gain his support in becoming the leader of the Justice League, my father noticed a few cracks in him, Talia said calmly. As powerful as Ashborne is, he has a weakness, he's vulnerable around women. So, my father asked me to get close to him, to control him. It was true. For all his overwhelming strength, Ashborne did have a lustful side, though he never acted on it. Mostly because he believed himself to be ugly. That belief only grew deeper with every rejection, making him think his charm stat must have been helping in some other way, just not romantically. Of course, Ashborne had the means to see through Talia's lies and act, but that would mean he was looking into her mind or something. And as Ashborne believed, treat people the way you want to be treated, unless they are a zombie or your employees, which you don't have to pay. Yet when he asked you out, you rejected him. Ember asked, raising an eyebrow. Talia had no answer. She couldn't explain it. She had Ashborne in the palm of her hand, yet she rejected him. Lied to her father, even, claiming she had asked Ashborne out and that he had rejected her. She had crafted an entirely new persona, an alternate version of herself from another universe, one where she and Ashborne had a shared history. And for that, she was grateful Ashborne wasn't the type to pry into someone's mind to verify their story. He considered that rude. Ashborne is an idiot, but he's my idiot, Ember said coldly. You'll tell him the truth the next time you see him. With those words, Ember vanished, leaving Talia standing in silence. And in that silence, she realized something unsettling. She was more afraid of telling Ashborne the truth than she was of facing Ember. So, this is a universe where Superman is evil? Ashborne asked, walking through the streets of a new world. His eyes stayed locked on the screen in front of him, scrolling through it as he searched for more universes worth visiting. Yes, he muttered with a bored yawn. He killed his pregnant wife, or girlfriend, thinking she was Doomsday. He snapped after that. He started killing criminals. It didn't take long before he became a full-blown tyrant who lost his way. Can't you just broadcast a message across the multiverse and have the Justice League of every universe call for your help when needed? Ember asked. You could even create a place where time doesn't move, or something like the TVA, letting you answer all the calls. Ashborne paused mid-step, realizing he hadn't thought of that. You're so stupid sometimes, Ember said, clearly speechless. How does not thinking of something make me stupid? Ashborne muttered. I can't think of everything. But you're right, I should study how others handle it and learn from that. Chapter 65. First, let's break this whole mindset of you being ugly, Ember said. It's annoying sometimes, and sometimes it's cute. Go ask someone out, anyone. She looked around at the people walking down the street. Ashborne narrowed his eyes at her but said nothing, choosing to ignore her. He had no interest in being rejected again. If they reject you. I don't know, I'll give you my bra, Ember added with a look of disdain. Perverts like you are into that kind of stuff. Ashbourne's face darkened immediately. First, I'm not a pervert. Secondly, you're too flat to even think about using the word bra. When someone imagines a flat surface, you're the first thing that comes to mind. You're so perfectly flat that if someone stood on you and stepped off, they'd go crazy thinking the whole world was tilted. Ashborne snapped, his voice sharp with frustration. Ember's body trembled with rage. Her teeth cracked from how tightly she was clenching her jaw. Ashborne was ready to keep going, but he wisely stopped, realizing Ember just might kill him if he pushed her any further. To quickly change the subject, he turned and approached a random, nice-looking girl. She blinked at him in stunned confusion as Ashborne awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, clearly avoiding eye contact. This is a bit weird and all, but I couldn't help but notice you. I was wondering if we could, by chance, get to know each other. Ashborne asked. The woman's mouth dropped open in shock, her face slowly turning red. She took a step back, stammered, then abruptly turned and ran away, leaving Ashborne standing there with a lost look on his face. No, I can't. I know my worth. I'm not good enough. Ember's face darkened as she read the woman's thoughts. It wasn't rejection out of disgust, it was self-doubt. The woman didn't think she was good enough, and that truth made her flee in tears. Try someone else. She was crazy, Ember said. Ashborne shot her a glare, clearly not in the mood to be humiliated again. Still, he stepped forward, choosing to believe Ember wasn't setting him up. Hey, I saw you across the street, and I knew I'd curse myself if I didn't at least try to get to know you, Ashborne said with a friendly smile. Sorry, I can't, she said, her face bright red. Ashborne couldn't tell if it was from embarrassment or rage. He opened his mouth to say something, but she slapped him across the face before he could. I said I can't, she screamed, tears streaming down her cheeks before she turned and ran off. Ashborne stood there, eye twitching, barely resisting the urge to slap her back. I'm married. I can't. I can't. Ember read the woman's thoughts, her eye twitching in frustration. Why couldn't she just tell Ashborne she was married? Her mind was too chaotic, those words never made it out. All she managed to say was that she couldn't. She was married. One more, Ember said to Ashborne, who now looked like he was ready to kill her. He gritted his teeth but still forced himself to approach another woman, one who hadn't witnessed the earlier outburst. Hey, I couldn't help but notice you. I don't have a pickup line, but I saw you reading a book, and I thought that was beautiful, Ashborne said to a young woman sitting in the park. She looked up, stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at him. For a moment, she opened and closed her mouth as if searching for words, then, suddenly, she burst into tears and ran off, leaving Ashborne to sigh and sit down on the nearest bench. Why? Why wasn't I born as a girl, the young woman thought as she fled, leaving Ember speechless after reading her mind. The former male had desperately wanted to jump into Ashbourne's arms, but the fear of lying to him and facing his reaction was too much to bear. So she ran, too afraid to speak her truth. Is someone out there making sure he can't have a girlfriend or something? Ember was speechless. A part of her even considered hiring someone to sleep with Ashborne just to see how it would turn out, but deep down, she knew it would probably end the same way. He had to be cursed. And then it hit her, when she rejected Ashborne, it was just like everyone else had. Leave me alone, Ashborne said coldly. He had made peace with being ugly, yet he'd let himself believe Ember twice. That meant a part of him still held hope that he might actually look good. But what kind of person gets rejected the way he had today? Not even people considered unattractive were treated like that. He didn't even want to look at Ember right now. The fact that she dared to sit next to him after doing something so cruel and heartless only made him angrier. But at the moment, he was too swallowed by grief to show that rage. Idiot. Read the minds of the ones who rejected you. Even if you don't want to dig into their thoughts, at least read their emotions, Ember said sharply. Ashborne looked at her in confusion, but he followed her advice anyway. The moment he tapped into their thoughts and emotions, his eyes widened in disbelief. Siri, do a scan of my body. Why am I being rejected? Ashborne asked, and his phone appeared in front of him. The reason for rejection is due to your extremely low love luck, Siri replied. Those you approach become unusually self-aware, overly self-conscious, and emotionally unstable. In extreme cases, the universe itself may twist fate to prevent the relationship from happening. Ashborne and Ember stood there in stunned silence, speechless. Fine, just one more reason for me to quickly regain my former strength, Ashborne said calmly, before pausing as he sensed reality being torn apart. His attention instantly locked onto the source of the disturbance, Trigon, locked in battle with a fifth-dimensional imp. A/N, this bad charm luck is going to disappear once the fated one appears. Chapter 66, Bonus Chapter. Ashborne and Ember teleported outside the House of Mystery, where they were met with the chaotic sight of a fractured Justice League. The Batman-led team included Batman himself, Batwoman, Catwoman, John Constantine, the Huntress, Renee Montoya, Harley Quinn, Dr. Fate, and what appeared to be the ghost of Dick Grayson. Meanwhile, the Superman-led team consisted of Superman, a Yellow Lantern Hal, Shazam, Sinestro, and Wonder Woman. There may have been more, but Ashborne didn't really care. His attention was focused on the two beings locked in battle, Trigon and MXYZPTLK. Hey, Wonder Woman, want to step out and do some real fighting? Ashborne called out. Inside the training dimension, Wonder Woman was locked in battle against shadow versions of every member of the Justice League. Of course, within this dimension, where Ashborne held complete control, almost anything was possible. Since he granted them full freedom to train, they were able to push themselves to the limit and grow stronger at a rapid pace. Another fun fact about the training dimension, it allowed one to train at 100% efficiency. The mind couldn't comprehend the passage of time, and the body wouldn't age while inside. The only thing that could slow down their training was injury. This meant someone could train for 1 trillion years without ever feeling the weight of that time, only the rapid growth and strength. It made this dimension the ideal place for anyone serious about getting stronger. Yes, Wonder Woman answered instantly, stopping her training in surprise at being called into action so soon. Ashborne nodded before floating up into the sky. Everyone, if I may have your attention, please, Ashborne called out, his voice laced with a unique power that compelled silence. All fighting came to a halt. Even Superman and Batman, who had been locked in battle, paused. Remarkably, Batman was matching Superman blow for blow, thanks to a drug that temporarily gave him the strength to rival the Men of Steel. Thank you. Give me 1 second, Ashborne said, clearly annoyed as he looked toward Trigon and Mr. MXY, who were still locked in battle. He wanted to kill them both on the spot, but the risk of drawing the darkness was too great. Trigon, unlike Darkseid, who embodied a more lawful evil, was simply evil, chaotic, and unpredictable, with a strong connection to the darkness itself. Without warning, Ashborne teleported directly between them just as they were about to clash. With a calm motion, he activated full counter, redirecting their own attacks back at them. Counter storage, Ashborne said, calmly storing the 2 powerful attacks he'd just reflected. Since he couldn't use his full power freely, he had begun developing techniques to fill in the gaps. Counter copy. Ashborne spread his hands wide, and the attacks he had just countered were duplicated, manifesting in reality as hundreds of identical energy blasts that now hovered around Trigon and MXYZPTLK. Counter-paste. With those final words, the copied attacks became real, and all of them rained down in unison. Trigon and MXYZPTLK scrambled to shield themselves, but the sheer volume of the assault quickly overwhelmed them. Infinite barrier. I really should find a way to use these techniques without having to say them out loud. Then again, they're kind of like magic, so the words help guide the process, Ashborne muttered, rubbing the back of his head. He watched as the barrier expanded, stretching space itself to absorb the shockwaves from the earlier assault, preventing the universe from being torn apart. Ahem, now, where was I? Right. Turning his attention back to the assembled heroes and villains, Ashborne snapped his fingers. Instantly, a wave of understanding washed over them, each one enlightened with the precise knowledge Ashborne intended to share. So, as you've probably gathered from the knowledge I just gave you, I'm here to clean up your universe. Any questions? Ashborne asked with a light smile. How do you plan to clean up exactly? Batman asked with a frown, his gaze shifting from the now lifeless bodies of Trigon and MXYZPTLK back to Ashborne, a clear unease in his eyes. I plan to kill everyone who sided with Superman. After that, I'll finish cleaning out the rest of this universe. There aren't that many villains left anyway. From there, I'll have you and the remaining League members form a multiversal Justice League. It'll be a part-time role since I plan to revive dead versions of the League from collapsed universes to take up the mantle full-time. Ashborne spoke lazily, as if it were just another task on his list. That's not the way, Batman said through gritted teeth, his voice firm with refusal. Killing, he couldn't support that. Anything else, maybe, but not that. Sadly, I don't care. Any last words for Wonder Woman, Superman, and the rest? Ashborne asked with a smile. The Superman-led team floated into the sky. Are you all just going to accept his words at face value? Superman asked, his voice filled with disbelief and fury. He looked down at Batman and the others, frustrated by how easily they seemed to accept Ashborne's judgment. But they couldn't be entirely blamed. Out of everyone, Batman wanted to step forward and stop Ashborne, he truly did, but his own team held him back. They didn't say a word, but their eyes said enough. They wanted Superman's team gone. Even if Ashborne was lying, what could they really do about it? He was too powerful. Charging in headfirst would only get them all killed. You know, Ashborne began casually, the easiest one to defeat among you is Superman. All I'd have to do is bring Lois back to life and let her see what you've become. He paused, his tone turning mockingly. That's how you were supposed to be defeated. After another universe Lois saw you, you woke realized you were wrong. I don't know if the darkness twisted you, and made you more evil, but let's find out. With a snap of his fingers, a graveyard miles away exploded, bones scattering as a single skeleton came flying toward them. Superman's face instantly turned red with rage at the sight of his wife's remains being toyed with like that. Ashborne, on the other hand, ignored him and tried to bring Lois back to life, only to facepalm as he remembered he was still too weak to meddle with life and death directly. That's even more so with how much MP he just used, killing those two brings who were shattering reality without meaning to. With an annoyed glance, he turned to Ember. She rolled her eyes, raised her hand, and snapped her fingers. Flames erupted around Lois's skeleton, engulfing it completely. Superman tensed, ready to charge, but froze when the fire faded away. Standing in its place was a very much alive and pregnant Lois. Lois. Superman whispered, reaching out, longing to pull her into his arms. But he stopped cold as Ashborne placed a hand gently on her head. Now, what would happen if she were given full knowledge of everything you've done since her death? Ashborne said, his voice calm, almost amused. Would that be enough to wake you up, or would you still stand tall in your convictions? Superman's heart sank in horror. He wanted to stop Ashborne, but it was already too late. Lois's eyes shot open. A flood of memories and visions filled her mind, everything Superman had done since the day she died. Her body tensed, her face twisted in pain as she clutched her head, overwhelmed by the storm in her mind. Then, slowly, her gaze shifted to him, eyes brimming with tears. Superman did what he had to do. We made a difference, Wonder Woman said, her eyes fixed on Superman with unwavering support. Superman clenched his eyes shut, silent tears slipping down his face as the weight of everything he had done pressed down on him. Now, he stood at a crossroads. Would he keep walking the path he'd carved in blood, or turn back, for her? I can't stop now, not after I've come this far, he roared, anguish and fury twisting his voice. In a blur, he shot toward Ashborne, eyes blazing. He had to take Lois back, she would understand, she had to. Once the world was finally at peace, once everything was over, she'd see that everything he did was for the greater good. But to everyone's shock, Wonder Woman appeared, yet not the one they knew. She caught Superman's fist with a single hand, her presence commanding immediate attention. This Wonder Woman wasn't from their universe, no, her aura was brighter, stronger, more heroic than the one they had followed. Kill them all. I don't want to deal with ex-heroes breaking out of prison later, Ashborne said coldly. Wonder Woman hesitated, her eyes locking with Superman's. For a moment, something flickered in her expression. Superman and back in her universe were friends, but Ashborne's command weighed heavier, for him she steeled her heart. In one swift motion, she twisted Superman's arm, snapping it with a sickening crack. Superman screamed in pain, dropping to one knee. Seeing how much stronger she was, Wonder Woman wasted no time and went in for the kill. Hal and the remaining members of Superman's team launched themselves toward her to stop the attack, but Ashborne simply stepped aside, allowing her to carry out the execution. I expected her to hesitate. Is my charm really that powerful? Ashborne thought, stunned, as Wonder Woman snapped Superman's neck with brutal efficiency. She used his body to block Hal's blast before rocketing forward and grabbing her counterpart. She was handling all of them with ease, a sight that left Ashborne quietly proud, until his eyes fell on Superman's corpse. It was turning black, a dark aura rising off his body like smoke. Fuck, Ashborne muttered, drawing everyone's attention to what was happening. Chapter 67. The battle between Wonder Woman and the others came to a sudden halt as everyone's attention shifted to Superman. His once iconic blue and red outfit had turned jet black. His skin, too, darkened with an eerie shadowy tone. Then, before their eyes, the neck Wonder Woman had snapped, twisted unnaturally, and snapped back into place with a sickening crack. Superman stood up, silent, alive, and radiating a sinister energy. Ashborne, what are you doing? Wonder Woman asked, her voice sharp with suspicion. But even as she spoke, she sensed it, this wasn't Ashborne's doing. Whatever had taken hold of Superman felt far too dark. Far too evil. This isn't my doing, Ashborne said with a sigh. But this is clear proof he was evil. The darkness used whatever darkness was already inside him to bring him back. Lois covered her mouth, tears falling from her eyes. Watching the men she loved fall so far, it was almost too much to bear. I'm not evil. Everything I did was for the greater good. Superman roared, his voice shaking with rage. His eyes blazed red before he unleashed a beam of heat vision, hotter than the sun, blasting straight toward Ashborne. Everything in the path of the heat vision was erased, atoms burned away so completely that they released a massive surge of energy, resulting in a devastating explosion in midair. The blast was colossal, vaporizing everything nearby for miles. But Superman didn't stop. His eyes scanned the distance, where he spotted Ashborne, who had teleported everyone far away to safety, far enough that they could see the scale of the destruction Superman had just unleashed. So, I think you guys should stop being evil and help out, Ashborne said to Hal and the others, who were still struggling to process what was happening. That's not Superman. You did something to him, Injustice, Wonder Woman said, refusing to believe what had become of the men she once followed. Yes, you're right. I, who just weakened myself by defeating two beings capable of destroying this universe, obviously decided it was a good idea to bring Superman back to life, stronger than ever, Ashborne said with a dramatic roll of his eyes. And to really sell the act, I even had him attack me, just so I could burn through the little energy I have left. Brilliant, isn't it? And they say Batman is the world's greatest detective. Injustice, Wonder Woman clenched her fists in rage. Then why didn't Doomsday go through something like that? Prime, Wonder Woman asked, recalling how nothing similar happened after Ashborne killed Doomsday. Good question. I'm guessing it's because Doomsday was already fated to return. Ashborne said with a shrug. Anyway, I really shouldn't be fighting right now. I'd rather not draw unnecessary attention to myself. This isn't the time to talk, he's coming. Hal shouted, but it was already too late. At the speed of light, Superman appeared right in front of Ashborne, his fist flying toward him with lethal intent. But at the last second, Superman was forced to halt. Ashborne had suddenly pulled Lois's face in front of the incoming punch. What are you doing? Several voices cried out in horror, stunned by the seemingly heartless act. Ashborne, however, didn't respond. He didn't need to. The Lois standing in front of him was just an illusion, he had already teleported the real one far away to safety. So, you still have some good left in you. That means there's a voice inside, telling you this isn't who you are. Ashborne said, forming a mirror in front of Superman. The moment Superman saw his reflection, he floated back, visibly shaken by his appearance. You see, you and I aren't too different. Growing up, my only friend was a swing I'd sit on while watching. Wait, wrong flashback. Ashborne paused, realizing he still hadn't mastered the art of talk no jutsu. Ignoring the confused looks, he made a mental note to perfect it later. Lois is back. You can be a father, but not like this. You're becoming a monster, and if you keep going, you'll lose any chance of ever holding your child with love. Is that what you want? For your child to grow up without a father figure? Are you going to take those father and child moments away because you're giving up here? Ashborne asked calmly. Superman clutched his head, letting out a guttural, demonic roar as he struggled with the raging conflict inside. Go. Talk to him while beating him up, Ashborne said, seeing that Superman wasn't going to come back to his senses on his own. Though they hesitated, the others followed Wonder Woman's lead and charged forward to take on Superman, and they were almost overwhelmed. The only reason they were able to keep up in the fight was thanks to Dr. Fate and John Constantine. The two magic users worked together to suppress Superman's power, giving the others a fighting chance. With Superman restrained on the outside, it gave the version of him still buried within a chance to fight back, with a little help from Ashborne. I made so many mistakes. I became a tyrant, Superman said, curled up in a ball in some shadowy corner of his mind. All around him was pure darkness, darkness that parted as its sovereign approached. That you were, Ashborne said softly, but now, you can be so much more. You lost your way, but you found it again. Now, you can use your mistakes to grow and become an even better Superman. Even if you don't want to be Superman for the sake of the world, then do it for your child. Superman looked up at him, tears in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but Ashborne cut him off gently. Yes, the world may never see you the same way. Their outlook might never change. If that's enough to stop you from being a hero for them, then don't be a hero for them, be one for the people who love you. Just look outside, everyone is still fighting for you. They've accepted their mistake. Ashborne crouched down beside him. Death is the coward's way out. And when was the last time Superman was afraid? He asked with a small smile. Superman lowered his head for a long moment, then, slowly, he began to rise. How are you standing? The darkness within Superman roared, watching in disbelief as Superman's light grew stronger, pushing it back. Don't say anything, it can't sense my presence, Ashborne said, placing a hand on Superman's shoulder. Like I said, I can't move against the darkness, not yet. With that, Ashborne vanished. Moments later, Superman let out a thunderous roar, releasing the darkness from within. The corrupted energy burst out like a cloud of black gas, dissipating into the air. Ashborne floated above, watching it unfold. Looks like I need to update my plans. Even if a villain can be killed, they shouldn't be, because they'll just come back stronger. He sighed, feeling the drain on his MP as his body still hadn't fully recovered. Ignoring the others who rushed to Superman's side as he collapsed, Ashborne quietly flew over to the bodies of Trigon and Mr. MXYZPTLK. Arise, Ashborne said calmly, drawing everyone's attention. Instantly, they went on high alert as a tornado of darkness swirled into existence, then vanished, revealing Trigon and Mr. MXYZPTLK kneeling before Ashborne. Explain, Batman demanded, his voice sharp with unease. Simple, Ashborne replied lazily. I told their shadows to rise. Don't worry, this isn't the same as what happened to Superman. My powers turned them into living shadows that are completely loyal to me. What happened to Superman was different, he became a darker, stronger version of himself because of the evil already inside his heart. My Lord Ashborne, Trigon spoke, his voice low with reluctant concern. I am the god of evil. As much as it pains me to admit, I fear the darkness may use the very evil I embody to control me. Ashborne frowned, not having considered that possibility. It's fine. I'll deal with that later. For now, return to my shadow, he said, dismissing the two. Trigon and MXYZPTLK silently dissolved into his shadow. Turning back to the remaining members of Superman's team, Ashborne crossed his arms. Now, as for the rest of you, call me crazy, but I think everything that just happened is more than enough proof that you're all a bunch of bad guys. Hal, Shazam, and Wonder Woman gritted their teeth, their silence saying everything. Chapter 68. I know I might sound like a dumbass, but maybe if the world starts seeing the Joker as a good guy, you're doing something wrong. Maybe if you're teaming up with someone named Sinestro. I don't know, maybe, just maybe, you're doing something wrong, Ashborne said, his tone casual but biting. I know, I sound stupid, but hear me out. Their expressions tightened with irritation, but that irritation quickly faded as a glowing image appeared in the air beside Ashborne. Their eyes widened, and then slowly darkened with shame and horror as the scene unfolded. Sinestro, cold and merciless, killing Jon Stewart. And worse, manipulating Hal into killing a former ally. The sad part is, all of this happened while the balance between light and darkness was still intact. "You were so stupid," Ashborne said coldly. "But I don't care to go over the list of your crimes. So, you ex-heroes have two options, death, or sacrifice yourselves to restore that balance." His gaze locked onto Sinestro, who was quietly edging backward, clearly preparing to flee. But he froze in place as Ashborne's mocking smirk settled on him. "I'm sorry," Hal whispered, collapsing to his knees as tears streamed down his face. "I thought we were doing the right thing." Those quiet words were the final blow. The shoulders of the other former heroes slumped, the crushing weight of truth settling in as they finally accepted it. They had been the villains all along. "Is that Ares?" Ashborne asked, narrowing his eyes at the figure clad in armor. At the mention of his name, the god of war, who had been standing quietly among the Superman team, took a cautious step back. "You teamed up with the god of war, isn't that guy evil? But I want him as my shadow," Ashborne said with a smirk. Ares' pupils shrank. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, but it was already too late. A humanoid shadow ant appeared behind him in an instant. Before Ares could react, the ant's tail pierced cleanly through his chest. As soon as Ares died, a surge of darkness rose from his body, but just as quickly, it vanished, leaving everyone confused. "Looks like the darkness can't affect those killed by the darkness," Ember said lightly, causing Ashborne's eyebrow to rise in interest. Without a word, Ashborne gave Maruam a nod. In an instant, Sinestro was dead. Batman instinctively stepped forward, as if to intervene, but stopped himself. What could he have done? Maruam was simply too fast. "Arise," Ashborne said, ignoring Batman's glare as he calmly watched two new shadow soldiers emerge. With a wave of his hand, he stored them away into his shadow. He gave Maruam a nod of thanks, which the Ant King accepted with visible pride before disappearing back into the shadows. "Why would you kill them?" Batman demanded, anger simmering in his voice. "Because villains don't change their nature," Ashborne replied bluntly. "I highly doubt Sinestro was going to turn into some superhero who fights for justice. His connection to the darkness ran far deeper than Superman's ever did. That's the only reason I'm giving the rest of you the chance to live. Deep down, you're still heroes." His words left Hal and the others speechless. "Your answers?" Ashborne asked, not forgetting the choices he had given them. "We'll restore the balance," Cyborg said softly, his voice carrying the weight of regret. The others nodded in quiet agreement. Ashborne gave a satisfied nod and pulled out his phone. "Hey Siri, create a Multiverse Justice League watchtower. Make it the size of a universe. Equip it with scanners capable of detecting crimes across the multiverse, specifically those that could lead to a universe falling into darkness and dying. Include everything else that might be necessary," Ashborne said calmly. Everyone looked at him in confusion. After all, what kind of phone could actually do something like that? "Understood. This portal will lead you to the watchtower," Siri said. Ashborne nodded in approval before stepping through the portal Siri created, motioning for the others to follow. When they emerged, they were met with the breathtaking sight of what looked like an entire city inside the watchtower. This watchtower is equipped with countless subdimensions, each tailored to a specific hero, Siri explained as she floated in front of them. For example, the Superman dimension is a city created to house only Supermen. It can hold up to 8 billion of them. The same applies to the Batman dimension, Wonder Woman dimension, and many more. Time flows differently here in the watchtower, Siri explained. The past and future of the multiverse coexist at once, allowing Justice League members to respond to calls for help across all timelines. Currently, an infinite number of distress signals are occurring simultaneously. While it's possible to answer every call, speed is essential. Once the balance of a universe breaks, it begins to collapse. A massive screen appeared before them, displaying a map of the multiverse. Each universe was marked with indicators showing the heroes steadily losing ground. Alongside it, countdowns ticked away, showing how much time remained before certain universes would fall. When a universe loses its balance entirely, Siri continued, it descends into the dark multiverse and begins to fade from existence. Your mission is twofold: prevent universes from falling, and erase the dark multiverse itself, ensuring nothing escapes to spread chaos. Ashborne wasted no time searching for a universe filled with robots and advanced technology, something that could prove useful. He didn't want to rely too much on Siri, nor did he want to overexert himself. The more he acted, the higher the risk that the darkness would trace the anomaly back to him. First things first, we need manpower, Ashborne said calmly. Go to this universe and bring back the Superman robots. Make sure to arrive during the exact time period of the alert. It'll help keep the darkness from noticing any inconsistencies caused by time flow. With those words, Ashborne teleported away, heading toward a universe where he'd spotted a particularly cool-looking robot. In the depths of space, Superman stood alongside the full might of the Justice League, well, almost full. A few members remained on Earth as a second line of defense. Superman floated at the forefront, facing dozens of alien ships, his eyes locked on the golden blur rocketing toward them. It was Amazo. A machine designed to mimic and adapt to any power it witnessed, save for magic. And now, it was returning to Earth with a singular goal: to wipe out all life. It had been searching for purpose, and someone had given it one, told it that by erasing all life across the multiverse, it would ascend to a higher dimension and evolve into the ultimate life form. For the first time in its short existence, Amazo understood the hunger for power. It felt something: emotion. And with that newfound emotion, came unstoppable resolve. Chapter 69. Boom. A single punch from Amazo was enough to nearly kill Superman, sending him rocketing toward Earth, unconscious. One by one, the rest of the League stepped in: Captain Atom, Martian Manhunter, and countless others. But none of them could even slow Amazo down. He tore through their defenses, flying straight toward Earth at such incredible speed that the planet's destruction seemed inevitable. Back on Earth, heroes scrambled into the skies, doing everything they could to intercept him. But it was all in vain. Amazo's trajectory never faltered, until a beam of heat vision slammed into his side, sending him off course. Supergirl. Her surprise attack was the first and only thing that managed to slow him down. But it didn't last. Amazo turned toward her, expressionless, and fired his own heat vision in retaliation. With a blast that put 1,000 suns to shame, space and time warped under the sheer heat compressed into those twin beams of energy. The heat vision surged forward at such impossible speed that Supergirl could only watch in frozen horror as they closed in. But just before impact, at the very last second, something grabbed her, shielding her in the nick of time. The figure intercepted the beams, deflecting them with raw force. The redirected heat vision slammed back into Amazo, striking him head-on and sending him rocketing off the planet. "Are you all right?" Ashborne asked, holding Supergirl in his arms like one might cradle a child. He looked down at her calmly, his face just inches from hers. Supergirl, caught completely off guard, turned bright red at the closeness. "That heat vision was intense. I barely had time to remove the atoms in their path." "You're flushed," Ashborne said with a sigh, mistaking her embarrassment for the effects of the attack. He looked up toward Amazo, then at the countless injured heroes, some falling from the sky, others scattered across the battlefield, wounded and struggling. It was a scene that could shatter the fighting spirit of even the strongest warrior. "Can I fight Amazo without using my shadows? I still haven't recovered my MP. On top of that, I can't call for backup. This Amazo would just copy anyone I bring in. Wait, he's weak to magic. Where is Dr. Fate?" Ashborne thought, frowning as he realized he hadn't seen the Dr. Fate of his universe. His universe is the universe where he gave Batman the Iron Man suit and so on. Sighing to himself, he turned his attention skyward, watching as Amazo came rocketing back toward Earth, his speed now light years beyond anything previously shown. "Due to certain reasons, I can't fight at full power," Ashborne said calmly. "So, can I make you my temporary herald?" Supergirl's eyes widened as everything around her seemed to slow. Her heart dropped the moment she realized Amazo was now only meters away. "What's a herald?" Supergirl asked, unease tightening her voice as she watched Amazo slowly draw nearer. "It means I gift you my powers," Ashborne replied calmly. "I don't have much to offer right now, but with the little I can give, although you will not go through a rebirth, it should be enough to unlock your full potential." Supergirl nodded without hesitation, not wanting to waste another second as Amazo closed the final distance. Then arise. What remained of the shadow monarch force surged into Supergirl's body. In an instant, she felt divine, like a god reborn. The dark power twisted and reformed under her will, transforming into something new. Ashborne called it the Sun Monarch Force. At speeds beyond comprehension, Supergirl flashed forward, catching Amazo's fist mid-swing, and crushed it effortlessly. "Don't destroy it completely," Ashborne called out, leaning against a nearby wall to conserve his strength. "It might come back stronger. Just subdue it or something." Supergirl, hearing Ashborne's words, narrowed her eyes. Slowly, she floated into the sky with Amazo still locked in her grip. Amazo desperately tried to scan and copy her powers, but of course, Ashborne had made sure that wouldn't happen. The Monarch force shielded her completely. As he watched from below, Ashborne got a good look at her and quickly realized something. This was the Supergirl from that one cartoon he used to watch as a kid, the one with the mini skirt and the exposed belly button. Since she was floating above, directly in front of Ashborne, well, it didn't take much to guess what his angle of view was. Fortunately, Supergirl wore her miniskirt with cover under the skirt. She had it covered. Supergirl moved fast, so fast that, to her, time may as well have been frozen. Amazo didn't even have time to react. In a single blur of motion, she tore his body apart and destroyed his power source, giving him no chance to regroup. Though the scattered parts of his body began to slowly draw back together, feeding off the sun's energy. "How do I defeat him?" Supergirl asked, watching in alarm as Amazo's scattered parts began pulling themselves back together. She turned to Ashborne, only to see his shadows slither out, swallowing every shard of Amazo's body and dragging them into his shadow. "You did a good job." "I almost forgot how much potential Kryptonians hold," Ashborne said casually. Supergirl opened her mouth to question what he had just done, but paused as she felt the power draining from her body. For a brief moment, she had held power on par with that of Superman, the one from the comics. The Superman who could move faster than comprehension, who bench-pressed the Earth for days without sunlight, who broke through dimensions using speed alone, and more. But it was only a temporary power-up, and now it was leaving her. Comment. 7. Comment. Vote. Chapter 70, Chapter 70. Ember, a little help, Ashborne said with a sigh. At his words, all the injured heroes were instantly healed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Ember hadn't restored his energy. He then asked Supergirl to gather the others. Once they were together, Ashborne led them all to the multiversal watchtower, where he assigned someone to tend to them, while he turned his attention back to Amazo. There was a reason Ashborne hadn't simply hacked Amazo. The robot wasn't just a machine anymore. It felt like the darkness had breathed life into him, and Ashborne wasn't about to risk hacking that thing. What if the darkness used that chance to corrupt Siri or something? "The darkness made one mistake with you," Ashborne said, his gaze fixed on Amazo as he began drawing out the lingering darkness, absorbing it to speed up his recovery. A faint smirk tugged at his lips before he crushed what remained of the android, making sure there was nothing left for it to regenerate from. "Arise," Ashborne said, eyes narrowing slightly. His attention remained on the destroyed Amazo. This was something he needed to test. Now that he had comprehended death of the endless, he wanted to see if his powers could affect non-living entities like machines. After all, death wasn't limited to living things alone. "You and your powers," Death sighed as she appeared beside him, watching as Amazo rose once more, this time as a shadow soldier. Ashborne just grinned, gaining every power and ability Amazo had mimicked. What his shadow had. "I'll fuse you with power soon," Ashborne said with a smirk. Power was the fusion of Rogue and Hope, but he needed to wait for them to return before proceeding. "I thought you had things to do," he added, glancing at Death. It was the first time he'd seen her since she left. "Well, I came to watch One Piece." "It's more fun with friends," Death said with a smile. Ashborne smiled back and nodded before shifting his focus to the multiversal watchtower. He simply had Siri handle everything while he returned home to relax. But the moment he arrived, he noticed a missed call from Tyler. He was about to call her back, but paused as he glanced at the TV, only to see the news reporting that Superman's body had gone missing from his grave. "It's happening faster than I expected," Ashborne said, eyes locked on the TV. The screen displayed live footage from the North Pole, where the Fortress of Solitude had suddenly appeared. Inside, Superman's body was now absorbing solar energy, preparing to return to life. Ashborne switched the feed to display more images, glimpses of those who would soon rise in Superman's absence. This was always the pattern: when a hero vanished, the world felt the void they left behind. And in that emptiness, new figures would step forward, trying to carry the weight of the legend. It had happened with Batman, now, it was Superman's turn. Ashborne simply had to make sure nothing went wrong. Anyway, he went on to call Tyler back, and she answered almost instantly. But whatever she wanted to say, it wasn't something she felt comfortable discussing over the phone. So, Ashborne just invited her over and put on One Piece in the meantime. "Where's Ember?" Ashborne muttered, suddenly realizing he'd forgotten about her. He sighed, already picturing how that overgrown chicken would try to get back at him, probably by embarrassing him in front of Tyler. As a grown man, making friends wasn't exactly easy. How does one even go about that? You can't just walk up to someone and say, "Let's be friends." That's weird. So the fact that he had someone like Tyler, a friend who wasn't after his power or his body, was something he genuinely wanted to treasure. "You bastard. You forgot me." Ember suddenly appeared just as the One Piece opening began playing. She was furious. How dare Ashborne watch One Piece without her? But her rage evaporated almost instantly when he pulled out a bar of chocolate. "I only put it on to call you. How could I forget someone as amazing as you are?" Ashborne said awkwardly, clearly forcing the words out. Ember didn't care. She snatched the chocolate, took a bite, and instantly melted into the chair, her eyes rolling back in bliss from the overwhelming pleasure. "Chef, make a meal." "I've got a guest coming over," Ashborne said to his shadow chef, who was quietly reading a cookbook. Instantly, the chef stood up and got to work, warping reality itself to avoid wasting even a second of Ashborne's time. Before long, Tyler arrived. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since Ashborne's arrival in the DC universe. The Multiversal Justice League had expanded rapidly. Every hero, whether Superman or otherwise, was now armed with a lantern ring, as well as customized weapons and armor. Ashborne didn't care whether the heroes were already durable enough to withstand universal-level attacks, he still forced them all to wear armor, each set resembling that of Iron Man. Heroes constantly came and went from the Multiversal Watchtower. Some responded to alerts across the multiverse, while others returned to their homeworlds. Meanwhile, an army of Amazo robots could be seen flying off into different universes to assist where they could. Despite their growth, manpower was still limited, and the robots were essential to covering the gaps. "Why are you here again?" Ember asked in displeasure, eyeing Supergirl seated at the dinner table. "She's Prime Supergirl, be nice to our guest," Ashborne said, giving Ember a light slap on the back of the head for her rude behavior. Ember nearly turned around and slapped him with the force of the Omniverse, but held herself back, choosing instead to snort in irritation. "Ashborne invited all of the Primes," Supergirl said with a light smile. This was the same Supergirl Ashborne had gifted a portion of his Shadow Monarch force. That power, combined with the accelerated growth from the training dimension, had allowed her to develop her own Sun Monarch force, pushing her far beyond her natural limits. Chapter 71. This will be my first time meeting all of the Primes. Since I invited them, it's only right that I be a proper host, Ashborne said calmly. Across the multiverse, Primes were rare, each universe held only one, except this one. After all, there can only be one Prime per hero. The doorbell rang, and one of Ashborne's shadows moved to answer it, allowing a sea of heroes to enter the mansion. They were guided to the dining room, where each took their assigned seat at the massive table. Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Wally West and Barry Allen, Batman, Aquaman, Hal Jordan, Jon Stewart, Cyborg, Zatanna, Dr. Fate, Firestorm, Shazam, Captain Atom, Starfire, Big Barda, the list went on. These were the strongest versions of their kind, each equipped with more than 3 lantern rings, armed with trillions of years' worth of experience gained in the training dimension, and outfitted with the finest gear the multiverse had to offer. Ashborne sized them all up. This was his first time seeing them together, just as it was their first time laying eyes on him. His gaze swept across the room, scanning each of them with careful interest, until his eyes landed on a goth girl seated near the end of the table. It was Raven. But not just any Raven. This was a version from a universe teetering on the edge of annihilation. She had been its last survivor, standing alone in a final battle against Trigon. She had once fought alongside the Teen Titans of her world, the Justice League, and countless others, but she had watched every one of them fall. Trigon's power had grown beyond reason. She had faced a Trigon who had stolen and absorbed the power of Darkseid. Even the Flash had tried to run back in time to change the future, only for Trigon to sense it and kill him before he could take a single step into the past. Her life had been nothing but a desperate run. Trigon had relentlessly hunted her, seeking to kill her and claim her powers for himself. So one could imagine her shock when, out of nowhere, another Raven from the multiverse appeared. This alternate version had already broken free of her father's influence and mastered her power, becoming what was known as the White Raven. Together, they combined their strength to defeat Trigon. And they succeeded. But it was already too late. Her universe had begun to collapse, devoured by the imbalance and ruin left in Trigon's wake. With no world left to save, she sought refuge in the multiversal Justice League watchtower. It became her home, and ever since, she had done nothing but train, preparing herself for whatever came next. Ashborne glanced at Ember and noticed her eyes were fixed on Raven. From the moment Raven had entered, Ember hadn't looked away. Raven had sensed the intense gaze but chose to ignore it. Her attention was locked on something far more pressing. She had felt it the moment she saw Ashborne. "Your darkness is beautiful," Ashborne said, turning his focus to Raven. It was the kind of darkness that couldn't be faked or mimicked, raw, powerful, and caged behind walls of restraint. He had heard of the unkindness Raven before, but this was his first time witnessing it up close. Such darkness wasn't just capable of destroying the multiverse, it had the potential to unravel creation itself. And to Ashborne, it was beautiful. Of course it was. Darkness was his very nature. He would know. Why your darkness is beautiful as well. Caught off guard by Ashborne's words, those were the only ones Raven could manage. But she wasn't lying, something about him pulled at her. She wanted to resist, but the darkness within her didn't want to. It leaned toward him, drawn to something. "Why did you call us here?" "Batman, this universe's Batman," cut in, his voice calm but sharp. He ignored Wonder Woman, seated beside him, her fists clenched tightly. She said nothing, but her gaze was locked on Raven and Ashborne, her jaw tightening with every passing second. Wonder Woman wasn't alone, nearly every woman at the table had a similar reaction. Of course, Ashborne didn't notice. He simply cleared his throat with a light cough. "Well, today marks 1 week. Just 1 week ago, I wasn't even here, and now, I've gained enough power to return to my omniverse." Ashborne's words sent a jolt through the room. Almost everyone jumped to their feet, but he paid them no mind and continued speaking. "I will, of course, be leaving," Ashborne said. "But I'll come back. Honestly, I'm curious, if I step away, will the darkness back off? Will it give you all a chance to restore the balance? Or will something worse happen?" He paused, letting the question hang in the air before continuing. "Also, I want each of you to become gods. Just like Darkseid and others have avatars scattered across the multiverse, I want you to ascend, to have your counterparts act as your avatars." That declaration made many of them frown, exchanging uncertain glances. "There's a limit to how strong any of you can become," Ashborne continued. "And as you've probably noticed, those blue naked guys running around the multiverse. Yeah, the villains might be copying us. They could be creating their own version of a multiversal league. That means we can't stay stagnant, we have to keep evolving." Everyone looked around at each other, the weight of those words settling in as they considered what came next. "What would happen to our counterparts across the multiverse?" Superman asked, his brow furrowed. "They wouldn't be affected, at least, that's what I believe," Ashborne replied. "It's not like you control them. As you all know, with Darkseid, not every version of him across the multiverse is under his direct control. I actually came across a good avatar once." He paused for a second. "Which I still ended up killing, but that's not important." Everyone's eyes twitched in unison. Chapter 72. "Things to look out for while I'm gone," Ashborne began, glancing casually at the food being placed in front of him. "Expect betrayal. Shocking, I know. But it won't be the kind you see coming, it'll be the kind that twists the knife when you least expect it." He turned his gaze toward Prime Batman. "So, here's your job, team up with the other Batman. build a plan. Then build a backup plan for that plan. Just don't get too comfortable, because one of them could be the traitor. And even worse. Someone in this very room might leak everything. Batman's eyes narrowed. Then why say anything in front of everyone? Because I don't care if they leak our information or not, Ashborne said calmly, eyes steady. By the time I return, I'll have regained my full power. Well, I would be stronger than ever before as the Shadow Sovereign. Unlike now, where I'm limited to drawing on anti-crisis energy. Over the past week, Ashborne had grown far stronger. After mastering all of the lantern rings and fusing them into the White Lantern Ring, he didn't stop there. He went on to master the Speed Force, the Life Force, the Sphere of the Gods, Dimensional Superstructure, the Collective Unconscious, and even Faithfulness itself. Each mastery brought him closer to the impossible, and once he fused them all, he unlocked anti-crisis energy, the same power wielded by Dr. Manhattan. That alone had accelerated his recovery. What once required over 1 billion years now needed only a few thousand. But Ashborne hadn't stopped there. He went on to master the Strength Force, the Sage Force, and every other source of power once thought untouchable. Every energy Ashborne could ever dream of obtaining, Ashborne had already seized, reshaped, and fused into the Shadow Monarch Force. And still, that wasn't enough. Ashborne even reached for crisis energy. To gain that, he had to master the Still Force, the opposite of the Speed Force. Then came the invisible spectrum, the shadowed twin to the emotional electromagnetic spectrum. The Tear of Extinction, the antithesis of the Life Force. The Void Wind, the dark mirror of the Sphere of the Gods. The Black App, the shadowed reflection of the collective unconscious. And finally, the Sixth Note, the ominous counterpart to the dimensional superstructure. Ashborne had mastered them all. Yet, even with these dark forces under his control, he still hadn't returned to full strength. Why? Simple. The fusion process had placed a temporary halt on his recovery. In fact, it had pushed him into an even more weakened state than before. Every ounce of his power was undergoing a profound transformation, evolving the former Shadow Monarch force into something far greater. It was reshaping his essence, preparing him to carry his power beyond this omniverse without degradation. Of course, there were more powers Ashborne had absorbed, like the Strength Force, the Sage Force, and others. Though at the moment, Ashborne was barely as strong as a normal human. But once the fusion completed, his powers would erupt to heights never before seen. His shadows, however, were unaffected by this process. They had already reached the level of mid-omniversal and remained there even as Ashborne underwent his transformation. "You're arrogant," Batman said, voice low but firm. "That kind of thinking could lead to our defeat. And don't forget, we still haven't recovered your armor." His words were met with quiet nods from the others. "I'm not arrogant. I'm confident my plan will work," Ashborne said, his voice steady. Ember, who had been quietly enjoying her food, froze mid-bite. "So, this world is doomed?" she asked flatly. Ashborne shot her a glare. Sure, he didn't have the best track record when it came to plans actually working out, but this time was different. This time, his plan was foolproof. With how strong he was now, he should be able to face the darkness. Ashborne went on to give them a detailed list of threats to watch for, outlining how they should spend as much time in the training dimension as possible. He wasn't entirely sure the dimension would continue to function once he left, so they had to make the most of it while they still could. Their priority was clear: gain anti-crisis energy. Ashborne was almost certain the enemy already possessed both anti-crisis and crisis energy, so the primes needed to catch up fast. With that, everyone finally settled in to enjoy their meal. Even Batman, ever the skeptic, allowed himself a moment of peace. To their surprise, the food didn't just taste incredible, it had real effects. It enhanced their physical strength, sharpened their minds, and helped unlock hidden potential. Once dinner was done, most of the heroes departed, though a few lingered behind, searching for excuses to stay. Ashborne didn't mind, he wasn't the type to chase people out. He wanted to speak to someone. His attention was on Raven, and as it turned out, she wanted to speak with him too. "About your darkness," Ashborne began with a curious smile. "I was wondering, why do you keep it sealed?" "Because it wants to bring the end of all things," Raven said softly. She wasn't lying, although her darkness as of now wasn't that powerful, given the chances to swallow dimensions, it would grow to the point that concepts like the speed force, and even the source wall would be swallowed, fueling her power. It sounds more like you can't control it, Ashborne said, raising his hand. Raven's pupils shrank as the sealed darkness within her stirred, responding to Ashborne's call. You have 4 states of being, he continued calmly. First is your normal state. Second, your demon form. Third, this one, your purest form. And the fourth is the darkness you keep locked away, your most powerful state. Ashborne's eyes glowed faintly as he guided the swirling darkness with ease. But I believe there's potential for a fifth, something beyond all of them. How are you doing that? Raven asked, stunned by the sight before her. This darkness, feared even by her father, now obeyed Ashborne like a harmless puppy. First of all, I don't fear it, Ashborne said calmly. The shadows we cast are only reflections of ourselves. Whether we like it or not, we all have a shadow, parts of ourselves we'd rather forget. But instead of letting it consume you, or trying to purify it, you need to accept it. It's still you. You have your pure form, and your dark one. Raven's mouth fell open in disbelief. But before she could respond, the darkness stirred again, this time attempting to fuse with her. At first, Raven was ready to fight back, but then she paused. She realized the darkness wasn't trying to consume her, it was trying to balance itself within her. She looked toward Ashborne, who was watching her with a calm, knowing smile. There's nothing scary about darkness, Ashborne said gently. There's nothing inherently evil about it, either. What is darkness without light? What is evil without good? Humanity needs a bit of darkness to survive. If people were entirely good, would they have endured? And if they were pure evil, they would have destroyed themselves long ago. It's about balance. Without it, everything falls apart. With those words, the transformation began. One half of Raven's body shifted into her demonic form, while the other remained unchanged. The demon side sprouted raven-like feathers, sharp and dark, trying to shield her face. Feathers layered over her body like a cloak of shadows. From the unchanged side, a radiant light surged forth, and in response, the demon half erupted with raw darkness. The two forces, light and shadow, twisted, pulsed, and slowly began to intertwine. Then, without warning, they merged. A massive yin-yang symbol formed, spanning across the third dimension, so vast and powerful that even those in the sphere of the gods could see it looming in the heavens. Raven suddenly exploded, her body dissolving into pure darkness that shot upward, piercing through reality and into the sphere of the gods. In that moment, she ascended, no longer bound by mortal limits. Raven had become something more. She was now. Chapter 73. I can't believe it worked. Honestly, I thought the fusion would have failed and she'd have to train to merge the two forms, Ashborne said, summoning his shadows with a casual wave. You can't just act on impulse like that, Susan said, clearly displeased with his recklessness. Ashborne let out a light laugh at her words, but he gave a small nod in acknowledgement. Why hasn't her appearance changed? Ember asked, narrowing her eyes as she noticed Susan still looked the same, even after Ashborne had fused her with several new shadows after he had recovered. I didn't even notice, Ashborne admitted, blinking in surprise as he realized she was right. Ember gave him a deadpan look, clearly unimpressed. Pervert, Ember said in disgust, which instantly enraged Ashborne. Yes, he had wished for Susan to keep her appearance, but was that really such a bad thing? Why would he want her to transform into some grotesque shadow monster? It's making its move. Warper suddenly cried out. In an instant, they all teleported outside the source, just in time to see a massive hand of darkness tearing through the void, its fingers shooting straight toward the place Ashborne had been moments ago. It had sensed him. Raven's ascension to godhood had triggered something. A surge of power too immense for the darkness to ignore. Ashborne appeared in a flash, immediately activating full counter. The massive hand of darkness was hurled back with incredible force, just as Mage shot into the sky, casting a radiant spell that bathed the great darkness in searing light. Simultaneously, Ashborne raised his palm, using his authority to manipulate the great darkness. Though it fought back, the effort forced it to divert its power, weakening its hold, and that was all the opening his shadow soldiers needed to strike. The name's Ashborne, by the way, he said casually, eyes locked on the towering entity. Do you go by great or something else? In response, the darkness condensed, molding itself into a massive humanoid figure cloaked in swirling blackness. Its presence was suffocating, immense, ancient, and very much aware. Ashborne. You think you can control me, the great darkness roared, its voice shaking the very fabric of reality. Ignoring the onslaught of attacks, it reached out, its massive hand closing in on Ashborne. You really shouldn't aim for me, Ashborne said with a casual laugh, unfazed. It's not like I'm going to attack you or anything. Instantly, the darkness froze, then twisted toward Mage, who had been quietly chanting a spell behind the scenes, hidden in plain sight. I fused each of my shadows with the countless lifeforms of a dying universe. This one here, Ashborne raised his hand, his voice calm but commanding, is thunder. Boom. The darkness was struck by a force beyond comprehension, a speed that transcended speed itself. It never even had the chance to react. This was thunder, a shadow born from the fusion of the greatest lightning users across Marvel and DC. Among them, Black Adam, the Flash, Zeus, and many more. Like lightning itself, thunder was fast, easily the fastest shadow under Ashborne's command. But speed wasn't its only strength, its attack power was equally unmatched. These are two of my strongest shadows, Ashborne said, his voice steady as he gestured behind him. Power and Warper. Power was the fusion of Hope, Rogue, and the greatest power manipulators from both universes. Warper, on the other hand, was a terrifying blend of the most powerful reality warpers, Franklin Richards, Mr. MXYZPTLK, and countless others. Hope, now wielding every power across both Marvel and DC, unleashed her full might. Beside her, Warper, with unmatched reality warping capabilities, did the same. The two combined their strength, delivering an omniverse-shaking blow to the darkness itself. But just as Mage's light spell disappeared, allowing the darkness to return to its peak form, the darkness suddenly vanished. Appearing before Ashborne. This is Susan. Boom. The darkness's fist slammed into an invisible barrier. Susan's face went pale as she poured every ounce of power she had into maintaining it. Despite her growth, despite training in the time-bending training dimension, mastering the speed force, and acquiring countless other abilities, the first barrier shattered instantly. But she had prepared for this. One after another, multiple layered barriers rose up to stop the attack. And one after another, the darkness shattered them with terrifying ease. You forgot about Mage. The darkness's head snapped toward Mage, just as the sorcerer finished casting his spell, birthing a massive star into existence. And by massive, I mean unimaginably massive. A multiverse, by comparison, would look like an atom next to it. How did I forget him, the darkness thought, its gaze shifting rapidly toward Mega Mind, who had been working quietly to manipulate its thoughts. Then its eyes fell on Ashborne, and realization dawned. Ashborne hadn't been trying to control it with full power. No, he had only been doing two things. 1. Subtly weakening the darkness, just enough to keep it from one-shotting them all. 2. Distracting and loosening its mental defenses, so that Mega Mind could slip in through the cracks he left behind. That way, the darkness was weakened even further, without ever realizing it. It believed Ashborne was the one pushing it back, unaware of the true strategy unfolding. This is the Doctor. He's smart as hell, Ashborne said casually. The Doctor, a fusion of the greatest minds across Marvel and now DC, stepped forward. In his hands, he held a weapon powered by the source itself. He calmly took aim. I might be far weaker than you, Ashborne said with a grin, but I've got an army. At those words, the sun itself appeared, teleporting directly before the darkness, just as the Doctor pulled the trigger and fired the weapon. Another mistake. The darkness's pupils shrank as it realized the sun it had been trying to push back wasn't an attack, it was a sealing spell. Before it could react, the beam fired by the Doctor struck its core, activating the trap. The sun expanded, glowing with celestial power as the seal ignited, swallowing the darkness whole. This alone wouldn't have been a problem, after all, what had been fighting wasn't even its true form. But then the darkness felt it. The seal wasn't just binding the projection. It was reaching beyond space and time, anchoring to the true form of the darkness, the primordial void itself. Ashborne, you bastard, the great darkness roared, its true form stirring in the overvoid, the endless canvas of creation. The void itself trembled as the great darkness fully awakened, resisting the seal meant to entrap even it. This caused Ashborne's eyebrow to rise. This darkness, it might actually be stronger than oblivion. He was confident that with all his shadows working together, along with his countless techniques, he could take on and defeat most high universal level beings. But this was the full might of the great darkness, and Ashborne knew he wasn't ready for a direct confrontation. Well then, he muttered, sighing. You forced me to use my strongest technique. He raised his hand. Summoning art, Phoenix. A sea of chocolate, unmatched in quality, manifested out of nowhere and launched toward the great darkness in a surreal and overwhelming tide. The darkness looked on in disdain, moving to obliterate the absurd attack. And that's when it hit. A beam of pure flame erupted from the Omniverse itself, slamming into the darkness with unimaginable force. Shocked, the great darkness turned its gaze toward creation, and there, with eyes burning red, the Phoenix Force ignited. She shot forward like a comet of divine flame, rocketing toward the sea of chocolate Ashborne had summoned. But the great darkness misread the intent. It believed the Phoenix Force was targeting it directly and rushed to clash head-on. That miscalculation infuriated the Phoenix Force. In an instant, two high omniversal-level beings collided, flames and darkness ripping through existence itself. Fueled by overwhelming emotion, the Phoenix Force clashed evenly with the great darkness, her very soul ablaze with purpose. Meanwhile, Ashborne's shadows moved in unison, surrounding Mage. He was the strongest spellcaster among them all, born from the fusion of Doctor Strange, Dr. Fate, and countless other mystics. But Mage didn't move. He simply stood there, still and silent, patiently gathering power, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. O axis unbound by chronology. O symmetry lost before the notion of form. By the sovereign paradox of light and abyss, I command the conceptual bedrock to fracture. In the name of the eternal lattice. In the silence between genesis and cessation. Let the chains that bind ideation itself descend. Chains wrought not in metal, but in lawless axioms. Chains that tether titans. That suffocate the infinite. That entomb the primordial without name. Descend, O Enkidu. Shackle that which defies being. Collapse that which believes itself beyond end. Enkidu, chains of heaven. Mage's voice echoed through the overvoid. Magic circles bloomed across the infinite void like constellations, and from them, the chains emerged, golden, radiant, and endless. Sensing the incoming danger, the great darkness tried to flee. It couldn't. The chains surged forward, latching onto it with blinding speed. The darkness roared, shattering the first wave with ease, yet the moment they broke, the chains reformed, thicker, stronger, and faster than before. With every rupture, they regenerated mightier than before. There was no end to them. The overvoid trembled as the relentless tide of divine chains overwhelmed the great darkness. Bound by a force that grew stronger with resistance, the once unstoppable entity found itself slowly, inexorably sealed. Mage and the other shadows vanished, the cost of casting that spell had been their lives. But the outcome made one thing clear: the darkness was sealed. Not forever, only for about a year or so. Still, that brief window gave the forces of light a fighting chance to fight. Then again, the forces of darkness still had Ashborne's armor. Ember, a little help getting back home? Ashborne asked, knowing he wasn't yet strong enough to return to the Omniverse on his own. The Phoenix Force ignored him, shifting into her human form and leaping into the sea of chocolate, where she happily began to eat. Ashborne sighed, resigned to wait until she was finished. He turned to glance toward the Omniverse, then froze. Standing before him was someone he hadn't expected. Ashborne instinctively took a step back. This person, while not as powerful as the Great Darkness, was far more dangerous. Chapter 74. It was a shocking scene, how could it not be? Kneeling before a throne stood some of the Omniverse's most dangerous villains. The true form of Trigon. The Empty Hand. A twisted version of the Justice League, each member wielding both anti-crisis and crisis energy. Necron was there too, now bonded with a fragment of Ashborne's weapon. So was the Batman who laughs. In fact, every figure present had merged with a piece of Ashborne's armor. And seated on the throne, exuding a quiet yet overwhelming menace, was the one who possessed the largest piece of all, the chest plate. Darkseid sat upon his throne, silent and imposing. From time to time, flashes of lightning surged across his armor, remnants of the Mother Storm now under his control. That's right. Darkseid had tamed the Mother Storm. It had devoured the primordial storm that once nearly killed Ashborne. Though powerful, that storm had been badly damaged and was forced into a deep slumber to recover and adapt to its newfound strength. It never stood a chance. By pure fate, or perhaps dark design, the armor housing the main core of the Mother Storm had landed right at Darkseid's doorstep. And when the storm awoke to challenge him, he didn't hesitate. He fought it, and he won. On its knees, the Mother Storm submitted. They became one. Through this union, Darkseid inherited all the knowledge the Mother Storm possessed. And now, with its power fully recovered and refined under his rule, he was far more dangerous than ever before. At this point, Darkseid was stronger than he had ever been. Even his true form, achieved by absorbing all of his multiversal avatars, paled in comparison to what he had become now. And this was without combining his true form with the armor. Once he did, he would ascend beyond limits. A being of high omniversal stature, easily ranking among the most dangerous forces in all of creation. But even with all this power, Darkseid wouldn't move. Not yet. Not until Ashborne returned to his Omniverse. Why? Simple. Because as powerful as he was, Darkseid knew the armor still responded to Ashborne. It was forged from his essence, infused with his power. The only thing within it that didn't belong to Ashborne was the Mother Storm. If Ashborne came close enough, if his senses touched the armor, he could command it back. And that was a risk Darkseid couldn't take. Not yet. The armor, as it existed now, had lost its connection to Ashborne. It was like a badly damaged phone, too weak to send out a signal. And even now, after the armor had recovered and grown stronger, it had already accepted a new master. It wasn't reaching out to Ashborne anymore. If anything was going to happen, Ashborne would have to be the one to reach out, and that would only happen if Ashborne came within range. Shouldn't we act now, since Ashborne is clashing with the darkness? A dark, shadowy version of Superman asked, his eyes fixed on the sky above, where the distant battle between Ashborne and the Great Darkness raged on. If they acted now to overthrow the Multiversal Justice League, they could have easily shifted the balance in their favor, opening the way to strike at Ashborne and finally get rid of him. Ashborne is about to leave for his Omniverse. We should wait until he's gone. The Batman who laughs said with a twisted grin. My only concern is that he might already know about our spy. Only the prime members of the Justice League knew about Ashborne's plans to leave this Omniverse. Ashborne already knows who the traitor is. The reason he hasn't acted yet is most likely because of Allsight, Darkseid said calmly. Allsight was a shadow born from fusion, created by combining the abilities of the Watcher, Heimdall, Miles Morales, Agamotto, and Sage. It possessed the terrifying power to see everything. Watu, the Watcher, could already view all timelines and possibilities at once. But even he had his limits, he couldn't focus on everything simultaneously. Allsight, however, had no such weakness. Heimdall was essentially all-seeing. His only real weakness was that he couldn't focus on everything his eyes perceived. All of creation existed within his line of sight, but the sheer amount of input overwhelmed even him. He could see everything, just not process it all at once. Miles Morales, on the other hand, had his enhanced spidey sense. When choosing which spider to fuse, Ashborne had to decide between Silk and Miles. Silk possessed a wider range, with senses so sharp she could detect threats before they happened, essentially glimpsing into the future. But Miles was different. His spidey sense gave him near total awareness of his surroundings. He could feel when something was off in the world around him, almost like he could see through reality itself. More importantly, he had fine-tuned control over it. Unlike others, he didn't need danger to trigger it. And that was exactly what Ashborne wanted for the fusion. Next was Agamotto, and he was the most important fusion to make Allsight truly powerful. Unlike the others, Agamotto had the brain processing power to comprehend infinite happenings at once. This is where the weaknesses of Watu and Heimdall became clear. While they could see everything within a universe, down to the shift of a single atom, they couldn't fully process or understand it all at once. Agamotto, however, could. He could follow the trajectory of an individual's timeline, observe countless events across the multiverse, and grasp an unlimited number of occurrences in real time. That level of awareness wasn't just powerful, it was terrifying. Lastly, there was Sage. She was chosen for one reason: her unparalleled multitasking ability. Sage could allocate different partitions of her brain to separate tasks simultaneously. For example, she could replay a movie she had seen, play a game of online chess, and engage in a life-or-death battle, without letting any one task interfere with another. So, with Sage's mutant gift, Agamotto's limitless mental processing, Miles' controlled and intuitive spidey sense, Heimdall's all-encompassing vision, and Watu's cosmic oversight, Ashborne had created all sight. And yes, Ashborne saw everything. Not only that, but all sight had grown stronger over time. Ashborne had even fused some of the best sensors from the DC universe into its framework. He had long since located all of his missing armor pieces, he simply hadn't made a move. Not while the darkness still existed. But with the darkness now sealed away, Ashborne simply had to wait for his strength, and his shadows, to recover. Yet, from Darkseid's perspective and the others watching closely, this was the moment they had been waiting for. All of Ashborne's shadows were gone. The only real line of defense he had left was Ember. Wasn't this the perfect time to launch an all-out assault against him and the Multiversal League? It's not like Ashborne can just appear and get his armor back with but a thought. It would be a fight between them and the armor, and in Ashborne's current weakened state, they would have the upper hand, another reason Ashborne was not making his move against them. But they would not make a move against him, because he was far too calm about their existence. We should wait a little longer. Ashborne will leave soon, then we'll have nothing standing in our way, the Batman who laughs said with a twisted grin, his laughter echoing through the chamber. The others grinned as well, all eyes turning toward Ashborne. His arrogance would be his downfall. Meanwhile, Ashborne stood face to face with Lucifer Morningstar. A/N, it would not be as easy as Ashborne walking up to his former armor and calling it back. 75. A/N, I made a mistake, I didn't expect to get 100 Power Stones so quickly. Honestly, I'm not even upset about that, I mean I'm him. But I have other novels which had also got the 100 Power Stones, and one is nearly 150 Power Stones. So, 100 Power Stones per chapter. But I will be giving you guys the 2 bonus chapters today. You want to come with me? I know you want to break free from your father's grand plan, but even then, your father is basically the same being who created the Omniverse I come from, Ashborne said, his gaze steady. Lucifer shook his head. Do you know what the great darkness truly is? He asked, turning his eyes toward the sealed void in the distance. It's the darkness. The nothingness that existed before creation, Ashborne replied, frowning slightly as he too looked at the sealed darkness, confused by the question. The darkness is just his unconscious. The whole battle between the light and darkness, it's all part of his grand plan. Your arrival, you sealing it, it's all written down. Am I right? At those words, Lucifer turned to the side where a cloaked man with chains binding him appeared, holding the Book of Fate. This was Destiny of the Endless. Younger brother to Death of Endless, while Death governed only Death, he was string that gave all of creation its meaning. That is true, Destiny said, his voice echoing with ancient certainty. Ashborne frowned, his eyes narrowing as he turned to Lucifer. Now, he understood. Lucifer didn't just want to escape his father's shadow, he wanted to escape a fate already written. After all, what was freedom if every decision you made was already scripted in someone else's book? Well, I'll take you out on 2 conditions, Ashborne said. Lucifer nodded without hesitation. He didn't need Ashborne to say the words. He already knew what they were. I was going to ask for my armor, but this opportunity is too good to pass up, Ashborne said lightly, his mind racing with ideas on how best to use Lucifer. And what could be better than having him help comprehend death? Lucifer was one of the few beings beyond death's grasp. Yes, he could die, but he can just return. In fact, he could bend the endless to his will if he chose, perhaps even destroy them. I can retrieve my armor on my own. What I need most right now is... Ashborne paused, his eyes narrowing. Yes, how about you help me comprehend all the powers of the endless, and assist me in gaining those abilities for myself? Meaning. He didn't get to finish. Lucifer silently raised his hand toward the Omniverse. Fun fact about creation, it was brought into existence by Lucifer and his brother Michael. Michael held the power to create from nothing, but he couldn't give shape to his creations. That task fell to Lucifer, who molded Michael's raw creations into form, space, time, and all the building blocks of reality. Everything was shaped by Lucifer, and he retained the ability to reshape it at will. Another fun fact, when Lucifer and Michael worked together, their combined power rivals that of their father. "This is the endless power," Lucifer said calmly, holding out an orb radiating with divine force. "You can absorb it and merge it with the fusion happening inside you. You don't necessarily need to comprehend it to use their powers, but understanding them would let you unlock their full potential." Ashborne stared at the orb, momentarily speechless at just how absurdly overpowered Lucifer truly was. "If I help you comprehend it, that'll count as your second request," Lucifer said. Ashborne nodded silently and took the orb. Without warning, Lucifer slapped the orb onto Ashborne's forehead. Ashborne stumbled back, his eyes darting around in confusion. His hand went to his head, disoriented. The entire experience had lasted only an instant, but to him, it felt like trillions of years. In that one fleeting moment, he had been submerged in the raw essence of the endless: death, destiny, desire, despair, destruction, dream, and delirium. These 7, Ashborne had comprehended them all. But it came at a cost. His mind had been forced to break free from the limitations of a mortal perspective, allowing him to perceive the reality of trillions of years passing in what others would call an instant. Ashborne knew the drawback of such awareness. He would now struggle to feel the passage of hours, days, or even years, unless something significant demanded his immediate attention. Thor from Marvel faced the same issue. It was why he always seemed so happy to return to Earth. For him, what felt like a day might have been years to everyone else. This was the flaw of living a long life. Ashborne didn't want to deal with such problems, and to make things worse, even though he had mastered the endless powers, he couldn't use them, at least not yet. They were still fusing with the rest of his abilities. That said, his control over darkness had reached unprecedented heights. At this point, even if he resurrected a normal ant as a shadow soldier, that ant would be at least multiversal in power. In the past, such a creature would barely reach planetary level, proof of just how far Ashborne's strength had grown. "Another gift from me: learning to master your sense of time will serve you well. Better to deal with it now than later, when you'll start missing important events because your perception of time has adapted to the years you've lived," Lucifer said lightly. Ashborne simply sighed before teleporting down to Earth. Yes, now he could return to the Omniverse without issue. And this was just a glimpse of what he'd be capable of once the fusion was complete. Ashborne reappeared in his mansion. "What was that?" "I felt the vibrations ripple across creation," Supergirl asked, flying over to Ashborne with a look of unease. "Nothing major. I was just fighting the darkness," Ashborne replied lazily. "It's sealed now, so your only concern should be the others still running around." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Raven. This wasn't her true form, but an avatar. Her real self now resided in the sphere of the gods. Still, her true form was in complete control of this one. "You're still leaving?" Raven asked quietly. Ashborne nodded. "Yeah. I need to reach my peak potential first. The darkness isn't someone I can face in my current weakened state," he said lightly. Raven lowered her gaze, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. "You'll be missed, Anne." Supergirl suddenly reached out and took Ashborne's hands, leaving him stunned by the gesture. She locked eyes with him, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to fade. Slowly, bit by bit, her lips began to draw closer to his. Chapter 76, bonus chapter for the 100 Power Stones. "You'll be missed, Anne." Supergirl suddenly reached out and took Ashborne's hands, leaving him stunned by the gesture. She locked eyes with him, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to fade. Slowly, bit by bit, her lips began to draw closer to his. As she neared, reality itself began to distort. Such an act, it could not be allowed. But no one noticed, not even Ashborne. Too weak, too vulnerable, he was completely defenseless. All he could do was brace himself for the kiss. For that was the price of weakness, and for this sin, he had no choice but to face his judgment. But reality acted, pulling the strings to ensure their lips never met. In an instant, a hand of darkness reached out from Raven's cloak and seized Supergirl, yanking her back before the kiss could happen. Supergirl's eyes widened in shock as she looked toward Raven, only to be met with a cold glare. Darkness poured from Raven's eyes like black flames, seething with emotion. What's going on? Ashborne asked, clearly displeased, confused by the sudden interruption. Ashborne didn't want to be a sinner all his life, so he was looking forward to facing his punishment and being a free man. His gaze met Raven's for a heartbeat, and before he could even react, another hand surged forward from the shadows, grabbing him and pulling him straight into her. Before Ashborne could react, Raven's lips crashed into his. His mind went blank, utterly blank, as if something inside him shattered. In the depths of his thoughts, he heard the sound of chains breaking, echoing like a curse being undone. What? Ashborne stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened as Raven pulled back. She wore a soft, gentle blush, her usual composure briefly gone. But seeing the dazed expression on Ashborne's face, she couldn't help herself. Her hand reached up to cup the side of his face, and without hesitation, she pulled him back in for another kiss. This time, the kiss was softer, gentler, and slower, as Raven fully melted into it. But she didn't get to enjoy it for long. Supergirl, consumed by emotion, unleashed the full might of the Sun Monarch force. The radiant power burned away the darkness like fire to paper, forcing Raven to break the kiss with a soft cry of pain as her shadowy hand recoiled. In a flash, Supergirl grabbed Ashborne and pulled him into her arms, her eyes blazing with fury as she threw a venomous glare at Raven. In her mind, Ashborne had just been forcefully kissed, that was the only reason for her anger. Absolutely that. It had nothing to do with Raven taking Ashborne's first kiss right before her eyes. Before Ashborne could get a word out, Supergirl leaned in and kissed him. His mind instantly went blank. Somehow, she kissed like it was a superpower of its own. You. Raven erupted, her form twisting into her demonic state. A sea of darkness surged around her, exploding outward as her rage took form and launched straight at Supergirl. Reacting instantly, Supergirl used the Sun Monarch force to teleport Ashborne to safety. She then shot forward, clashing with Raven midair. The shockwaves from their clash nearly obliterated the entire mansion. But before things could spiral out of control, a golden lasso shot out, wrapping around the two combatants and halting their battle just in time. Wonder Woman stepped forward, her expression a mask of thinly veiled displeasure. These two had done exactly what she had been thinking of doing herself, and yet, she always stopped short, giving herself excuses that now felt hollow. "Thank you," Ashborne said with a sigh of relief as he teleported back into his mansion. Thankfully, it was still intact. He hadn't seen any of this coming, and if the mansion had been destroyed, it could have unraveled his entire plan. "No problem," Wonder Woman said in a soft, charming voice. But Ashborne didn't notice, his mind was elsewhere. He was still thinking about Raven. Her kiss had shattered his curse. Was that the whole true love's kiss thing? That couldn't be right. Sure, he had a crush on Raven, but true love? He'd had way bigger crushes growing up, Cat from Victorious, Jade 2. Lola Bunny. Untouchable. Shago. Dangerous and Perfect. Elastigirl. Don't get him started. Vanessa Doofenshmirtz. Criminally underrated. Ashborne had a normal childhood. Oh, and Megan Fox. Everyone knew that scene. The movie didn't need to be named. No words were needed. Everyone just knew. "Let's all calm down and talk," Ashborne said, prompting both Raven and Supergirl to reluctantly power down from their battle states, though they kept their guard up as they stared him down. Ashborne sighed before going on to explain the curse, how it affected him, and how confused he was that Raven's kiss had broken it. "Wait, you mean to tell me that if I hadn't kissed you, no one else would have even been able to ask you out?" Raven asked, her voice low with disbelief. A flicker of regret crossed her face. Yes. Reasons would always pop up, convenient, impossible to ignore things, that made sure I stayed single, Ashborne said, rubbing his chin as he tried to make sense of it all. Raven gritted her teeth, wondering if there was any way to reverse time. But even if she could, it wouldn't matter. Ashborne had broken free from such constraints. He was a monarch now, time manipulation meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, back with Ember, she was busy licking her hands clean of the chocolate that coated them. Her tongue even enlarged slightly as she cleaned off her entire face. Once satisfied, she flopped back with a blissful sigh. I can tell this is only a fragment of your true self, Lucifer said calmly. But I'm curious about what lies next door. I overheard Death talking about it, but its roots feel entirely different from this place. He could see Ember's origin clearly, a phoenix that embodied the rebirth of creation. That kind of embodiment didn't exist here, not in this reality. Who are you? Ember asked, frowning as she finally noticed Lucifer. She had been too absorbed in the chocolate to sense him earlier. Then again, that chocolate was worth more than life itself, so she didn't regret it. I'm Lucifer Morningstar, he said, and Ember's eyebrows rose sharply. With her comic sense, she instantly grasped the weight of that name. Just how powerful was Lucifer? This was a man frighteningly close to being all-powerful, and when paired with his brother, the two could nearly reach that impossible threshold. Lucifer was the embodiment of nigh omnipotence in its truest form. Then again, if the creator of this omniverse, and even the one above all, were just fragments of the true omnipotent being, that meant Lucifer was perhaps only 2 steps short of true omnipotence. What do you want? Ember asked with a frown, unsure why Lucifer had chosen to appear before her now, when he could have shown up long ago. Nothing much, Lucifer said with a charming smile. I'll be joining you in Ashborne on your trip next door. His words carried a charm that transcended mortal comprehension. He was, without question, the most beautiful being in all of creation, a worthy challenge to Ashborne's own unique allure. That's not happening, Ember said instantly, wanting no part of Lucifer setting foot into her omniverse. He was far too dangerous, not because of his strength, but because of his mindset. Beings like herself, those at the peak of power, were prideful and arrogant. They would sooner destroy a universe than bow their heads. But Lucifer, he was different. He had an open mind. He welcomed knowledge, learned from his mistakes, and treated every failure as a stepping stone. He preferred the hard way over the easy path, the intellect over brute strength. He'd lived so long, learned so much, that even the smallest of events around him could be used to predict the future, no cosmic awareness needed. That's what made him dangerous. I think it's so, Lucifer said as a chocolate bar appeared in his palm. Ember's eyes narrowed at the sight of it, then flicked back up to glare at him. You think chocolate is enough to make me change my mind? She asked with a sneer. Lucifer simply nodded, his smile never fading. Then you would be correct. With those words, the chocolate bar vanished from Lucifer's hand and reappeared in Ember's. She happily took a bite, only to discover it was even better than the chocolate Ashborne had given her. While you were here, someone managed to break Ashborne's curse, with a kiss, Lucifer said casually. Ember bit her tongue in shock, blood spraying through the air, but she didn't care. Her eyes snapped toward the Omniverse, where she saw it. Ashborne, in all his perverted glory, letting girl after girl kiss him without even trying to resist. She let out a roar that turned into the cry of a phoenix. Her body burst into flames before she rocketed down toward the Omniverse, leaving Lucifer behind, who now had exactly what he wanted, phoenix blood. Ember had been right. Lucifer was far too dangerous. This was a man who, even in a weakened state, could manipulate his enemies into destroying themselves, without ever lifting a finger. His greatest power wasn't that he could reshape reality to his will, it was his mind. The way he could twist anyone, play them like a puppet, and make them dance to his. Chapter 77, bonus chapter for the 200 Power Stones. A/N, I'm overwhelmed, I can't do the bonus chapters for all of my novels. I tried increasing the number from 50 to 100, but this led to readers throwing more Power Stones at me. With over 600 combined Power Stones from all of my current novels, I sadly can't keep my promises. So, the new promise would be simple. I'm offering 2 bonus chapters per week to only 2 out of my 5 novels. The first 2 novels to reach 100 Power Stones would get an extra long chapter. Just let me know when a novel reaches 100 Power Stones, since I might lose track of the first 2. Ashborne. Ember burst into the mansion, only to find Ashborne locked in a kiss with Wonder Woman, his hands shamelessly roaming her body. Specifically, her ass, which seemed to absorb his palms with each squeeze. But the moment Ember's voice echoed through the room, both Ashborne and Wonder Woman jolted apart in shock. They should have been alone. After Raven and Supergirl had left, only Wonder Woman and Ashborne remained behind to repair the damage to the mansion. So when someone suddenly appeared mid-repair, catching them in the act of hard work, neither of them was prepared. Rude. Don't just appear out of nowhere like that, Ashborne said casually. Anyway, Wonder Woman, your eyes are perfectly fine, there's nothing wrong with them. Ember, who had been moments away from exploding, froze mid-outburst, her expression twisting in disbelief. She wasn't some ordinary human, she could clearly tell Ashborne hadn't been examining Wonder Woman's eyes. He had been kissing her. And about your mouth, Ashborne continued, I ran the most thorough scan I could in. He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence as Ember slowly raised her palm, aiming it directly at Wonder Woman. Be gone, Ember said coldly. Wonder Woman's eyes widened just as flames erupted from Ember, flames so hot they burned through spacetime itself, leaving behind absolute nothingness. She didn't even have time to react. Her shadow shifted, trying to protect her, swallowing her whole, only for Ember's flames to pierce straight through it without resistance. Ember's eyes sharpened, deadly and glowing. She turned her gaze to Ashborne, locking onto his shadow, where Wonder Woman was slowly reforming. She should have been surprised, Ashborne had clearly grown stronger, but this wasn't Ember anymore. This was the Dark Phoenix. You can join her, then, Ember said coldly. Ashborne gave her a confused look. What did he do? Why are you mad? Let's talk about this, he said helplessly. Though his voice carried a hint of concern, there was no fear or unease behind it. After all, after comprehending the power of the endless, weakness was no longer something that applied to him. You don't know why I'm mad. Ember's face darkened with rage. She opened her mouth, ready to scream at Ashborne, to make him understand exactly why she was furious, but she stopped herself. What was she even going to say? It's not like they were dating. And the fact that Ashborne's curse had been broken by someone else's kiss, maybe that was proof they were never meant to be. Nothing, let's return home, Ember said blankly, her gaze lost in the distance. There was a unique pain in watching the men you loved choose someone you looked down on. She had always thought it would be Raven, after all, their elements matched, but to see it end with Wonder Woman. She had to admit, being with Ashborne had been fun. Their constant back and forth, the teasing, the sharp banter, it made everything feel lighter. She would miss it all, but definitely the chef's cooking. She wasn't willing to stay and watch them live out their happily ever after. So she would leave, return home, lock herself away, and wait for the time to destroy everything. Hopefully, by the time the next multiverse was born, she would have finally moved on. Why are you crying? Ashborne asked, pausing to think. It wasn't as simple as it looked. But if he looked at things from a certain perspective, say, as if he were the most handsome person in the world, then it all made perfect sense. You're jealous, Ashborne said with a firm nod. It would take some time to adjust to this whole being handsome thing, but the conclusion was clear, he was handsome. Therefore, everyone else was just jealous. Ember's face went blank as she saw the prideful look on Ashborne's face. He had been stupid for so long that finally being right about something filled him with unbearable pride. Somehow, it made all her jealousy vanish. Ashborne truly had a talent for giving her the ick. On second thought, the whole lying to her face thing about not cheating, wait, technically it wasn't cheating, but whatever, she was calling it cheating. That alone was a red flag. Add in the fact that he was as dumb as a log, yeah, what did she ever see in this zombie-loving fool? Wonder Woman, who had just narrowly escaped death, stared at Ember and Ashborne for a long moment before gently taking Ashborne's hand. Ashborne looked at her, caught off guard for a second, but then shook his head. I'm happy you love me, and I feel the same way, he said softly, which is why I'm going to reject you, along with everyone else. His words left both Wonder Woman and Ember stunned. Neither of them had expected that. Raven? Wonder Woman asked, her voice soft, heartbroken. But it made sense, of course, he'd go running to Raven. I'm not looking for love right now. Honestly, I don't even think I want to get married, Ashborne said with a shrug. Sure, the idea of having a harem once sounded appealing, being a harem king even had a nice ring to it, but in reality, it sounded like a nightmare. Women fighting for his attention, backstabbing each other, maybe even pulling tricks to get him to kill one of them, yeah, no thanks. Ashborne didn't want to find out, years later, that one of his many angry ex-wives had birthed an overpowered son hell-bent on taking his head. Jokes aside, he genuinely believed he needed to grow stronger before letting his desires take control. He was the sovereign monarch, not the harem monarch, or the love monarch. As much as it pained him, as much as it made his heart bleed, a harem, dating, would have to take a back seat until he could confidently take a seat just beneath the one above all. Besides, he'd grown close to a lot of people recently. The last thing he wanted was to start hurting feelings and complicating things. What? Ashborne asked, noticing the strange look Ember was giving him. You're choosing her over your shadows, she asked in disbelief, leaving Ashbourne's face to darken. Just where did she get that idea? That's rich coming from a chicken who was just crying a second ago, Ashborne shot back, making Ember's face flush red with embarrassment. I was only happy for you. I thought you were finally out of that zombie phase of your life, but I was wrong, Ember said, her tone cold. Ashbourne's face darkened. Haha, funny. Sounds to me like the so-called mighty Phoenix Force was just jealous. Imagine being that old and crying over something so childish. I mean, everything in your eyes is childish. Ashborne said with a smirk, causing Ember's expression to darken further. If I may say. Nico Mimi, mind break, ints, Ashborne instantly appeared in front of Ember, covering her mouth before she could finish. It had no tags, so I didn't know what I was getting myself into, Ashborne muttered in embarrassment, leaving Wonder Woman confused by the list Ember had started to rattle off. Ashborne, on the other hand, made a mental note to have Siri delete all traces of his future, research. He also swore never to let Ember near his phone again. He let go of Ember's mouth, only for her to immediately start talking again. Inflation, mind break, but what I find most interesting is SCA, Ashborne covered her mouth once more, glaring at her in disbelief. Ember, unfazed, simply looked up at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, the kind that said she wanted something. Fine, I'll give you chocolate, Ashborne said in defeat, almost on the verge of tears. They were removing tags from his research site, how was he supposed to know what he was about to watch now? But more importantly, how did Ember even know? I don't want chocolate, Ember said, calmly moving Ashbourne's hands off her. Ashborne was left genuinely confused. If she didn't want chocolate, then what did she want? If she expected him to become her slave, well, they'd have to fight to the death. He'd rather die than let such sensitive information get out into the world. I want to kiss you, she said, causing both Wonder Woman and Ashborne to freeze in shock. Before Wonder Woman could step forward to intervene, Ember teleported her away. Then she turned back, locking eyes with Ashborne, waiting for his answer. Yes. Ashborne blurted out almost instantly, only to pause and quickly try to backpedal. He put on an unsure, hesitant look, like he was conflicted, but in the end, as if surrendering to fate, he gave a reluctant nod. Fine, he said in a low, defeated tone, prompting Ember to snort at him before grabbing his shirt and pulling him in for a kiss. And instantly, her world went blank. She couldn't help herself, her hands wrapped around Ashborne, pulling him in deeper, as if she were trying to fuse their heads together. There was something about this kiss. It felt like being kissed by the force of destruction itself, but it wasn't just destruction. She felt dreams, death, and countless other forces woven into it. To Ember, this kiss felt magical. And as the embodiment of life, death, and rebirth, what more could she want? But why stop at a kiss? Ember moved quickly, ripping Ashbourne's clothing off, only for everything to come to an abrupt halt. Before things could go any further, darkness surged up around her, trapping her in place. Her eyes flared with rage as she realized what had happened. Raven, now joined in focus with Supergirl, had sealed her away. Ashborne licked his lips lightly, secretly displeased, though, on second thought, maybe this was for the best. Maybe, right. Chapter 78. Ashborne and I are meant to be together. He is my future husband. What do you think you're doing, you overgrown firebird? Raven asked coldly, her eyes glowing as the image of a dark, shadowy raven began to form behind her. So it was you. Ember's body erupted into flames as she shattered the bindings, her fury igniting the space around her. A blazing phoenix formed behind her, wings spread wide, facing off against the looming shadow of Raven's darkness. I didn't like you from the moment I saw you. Ashborne is mine, Ember said with a sneer, only to shift her gaze toward Supergirl, who had remained quiet until now. Supergirl looked at both of them for a moment before calmly floating upward, her eyes glowing a fierce red. You two seem to forget. I'm the only monarch here besides Ashborne, she said with a smirk. As if to prove her point, the stars across the universe shifted, focusing their light on her. Her power surged, the cosmos itself responding to her presence. "I'm a god," Raven said coldly. Within the sphere of the gods, her true form had devoured countless evil and dark dimensions, and that newfound power was beginning to show. Her avatar was growing stronger by the second. "At the end of the day, you're all ants," Ember sneered, unfazed by the words of those she saw as beneath her. With a single thought, her phoenix surged forward, aiming to erase them all from existence, only for its own shadow to move first, rising up and violently clashing with the phoenix itself. Her eyes widened at the sight before turning to Ashborne, who stood frowning at everyone present. "You can breathe life into shadows," Ember said in disbelief. What Ashborne had done was more than just impressive. He had taken the shadow of her attack, given it life, and used it to counter its original form. And it wasn't just limited to techniques, spells, or attacks. She was certain that Ashborne could take her very own shadow and have it rise to fight her. In other words, Ashborne was powerful so long as his enemy cast a shadow. As long as there was one, he could use it to fight them. Of course, there was a simple counter: just ensure your body gave off enough light to erase your own shadow. / I'm not dating anyone. I shall remain girlfriendless. Is that even a word? Anyway, stop fighting over something so pointless, especially when I'm leaving tomorrow, Ashborne said calmly. His words left Raven and Supergirl stunned. Meanwhile, Ember narrowed her eyes at him. What she wanted would be hers. After all, she was the Phoenix Force. Who dared to defy her? "Can I come?" "This is only an avatar, I have countless others," Raven said after a moment of silence. Ashborne shrugged. "Sure, I don't care. What?" Supergirl's eyes widened, staring at Ashborne in disbelief. "That wasn't fair." "Just become a god or something," Ashborne said casually. "I don't really care who comes. I just need to make sure I don't come back to find this world destroyed." "How do I become a god?" she asked, unsure how Raven had even ascended, despite having witnessed it herself. Ashborne looked at Supergirl for a moment before speaking. "Take a sun into my training dimension and enter the sun's core. You'll feel it when the time comes to become the goddess of the sun. You might clash with Apollo over it, but you've got the upper hand, being, a monarch of the sun," Ashborne said with a shrug. He was about to say more, but noticed Supergirl had already vanished. He sighed. She was using that ridiculous speed again, speed that defied all reason. Anyway, he turned his attention to Wonder Woman, who had just arrived. It had taken her a while. She had to locate Earth from some random point in the universe, and after flying across half the cosmos, she finally made it back. "What happened?" Wonder Woman asked, confused by the strange atmosphere, especially when her eyes landed on Raven. Raven was smiling. And that was a terrifying sight. "I'm going with Ashborne to his world," Raven said, causing Wonder Woman's eyes to widen. How was that fair? Without another word, she quickly flew off, determined to become a god as soon as possible. And so, 2 new gods were born: the first, the goddess of the sun. The second, the goddess of war, heroes, warriors, courage, and more. The titles Wonder Woman carried many roles, but in return, she was weaker than Supergirl, who embodied only a single domain. Wonder Woman was strong and arguably the most important figure on the side of light. Just because she wasn't the strongest didn't mean she wasn't the most dangerous, especially now. After all, with the goddess of war fighting alongside you, the advantage was yours. And with her divine authority granting her knowledge of every form of combat, past, present, and future, across the multiverse and even the sphere of the gods, her mastery of battle made her unmatched in pure skill. "What's with that look?" Ashborne asked as he prepared to open a portal, noticing Ember's displeased expression aimed at Raven and the others. Ember hesitated for a long second before finally speaking, albeit reluctantly. "I was just thinking about how useful they'd be as heralds, the heralds of the Shadow Sovereign," Ember said lightly. "Supergirl might not be limited to just the sun, and Raven's overall potential could increase to rival your own. As for Wonder Woman, I'm not sure, but I imagine she could become something just as powerful. Maybe even another monarch, like you once were." She didn't want to give Ashborne the idea, but she wanted him to be strong, so she said it, albeit reluctantly. "Oh, that," Ashborne replied. "I've been considering it ever since I defeated Galactus. I just never found anyone I trusted enough with my power. And right now, I can't turn anyone into my herald." His gaze shifted toward Raven, Supergirl, and Wonder Woman, each of them staring back at him with expectant eyes. "I'll limit the number of heralds I take to 7, Ashborne said with a smile. "And one of them has to be Thor." Thor had always been his favorite comic book character. It started with the MCU version. He felt sorry for him, watching him lose everything bit by bit, even his hammer. That sympathy led him to dive into the comics, where he truly became invested. To Ashborne, Thor felt like the real main character of the Marvel Universe. He had the ultimate bloodline, an insanely overpowered future set before him, and unlike many others, Thor rarely, if ever, acted foolishly for the sake of plot convenience. Bruce Banner. That guy always had to do something stupid just to make sure he and the Hulk couldn't get along. Honestly, it felt like every smart comic book character was cursed to make idiotic choices. Stark was supposed to be this ultimate genius, and yet the guy gave his home address to his enemies, then acted surprised when they showed up to attack. Ashborne might not be the smartest person in the room, but even he wouldn't do something that dumb. And Spider-Man. He wasn't the main character of Marvel, he was their punching bag. The poor Spider was destined for misery, whether it was finding out his girlfriend cheated on him with the Green Goblin and had kids, or being forced to deal with Paul Rabin, Marvel's most beloved character. Spider-Man didn't need enemies, the one above all was all the enemy Spider-Man needed. The guy even had the audacity to show up and give Spider-Man a pep talk which made everything okay. If Ashborne ever woke up as Spider-Man, he'd probably just kill himself on the spot. Why Thor? Ember instantly tensed, going on full alert the moment she heard the name. "Oh, right. I forgot. He's like your son or something," Ashborne said casually, noticing her reaction. "I breathed life into the boy, he's no different from my own son," Ember said, her tone firm. Ashborne rolled his eyes. "What a beautiful bond. Almost makes me forget how many times you two tried to kill each other. Want to explain that part? Or the time he knocked you out?" Ashborne burst into laughter, and Raven sighed. She had only been in Ashbourne's mansion for a day, but it was already clear, these two loved to fight. "Haha, very funny, where are your parents?" Ember shot back, cutting Ashbourne's laughter short. "Wow, looks like someone evolved from worm-eating to nose-eating. Why are you so nosy about my business?" Ashborne replied, leaving Ember speechless. Only Ashborne could string together such ridiculous words and make them land. "Why do you care about my family matters?" she snapped angrily. "Thor is my future herald," Ashborne snorted. Ember sneered but held her tongue for a moment before finally speaking. "I'll only allow that once Thor reaches his full potential. I made a deal with Gaia, and I intend to see it through," Ember said, causing Ashborne to recall something about Zeus being the prototype for Thor, or something like that. Gaia birthed Thor with a purpose. Maybe it was to fight the outer gods. No, it was the elder gods. "Sure, I don't care. Let's go." Ashborne called out to Lucifer, then turned to the side where Lucifer now stood, as if he'd been there the whole time. Oddly enough, Ashborne hadn't sensed Lucifer's arrival, he only noticed the appearance of a new shadow. He looked at Lucifer's shadow. Although he could try to control it, the shadow refused to obey, something Ashborne had never experienced before. All shadows answered to him. He was their sovereign. He never had to command them, they would act on their own to protect him, even without his consent. Yet here was a shadow that acknowledged someone else's authority over his. "Is everything all right?" Lucifer asked with a smile. Ashborne clicked his tongue, knowing full well Lucifer was toying with him. With a sigh, he called for the system. Opening the system to the Marvel Universe. The portal opened. The host must wait 1 week before returning to the DC Universe. This duration may be reduced if the host's strength increases. The system's voice echoed, and a glowing portal appeared before Ashborne. Lucifer gave a faint snort at the sight, recognizing the portal's energy, it was connected to his father. "Who is that?" Wonder Woman asked, noticing the way Ashborne's demeanor shifted around Lucifer. "This is the second strongest being in your omniverse, the son of the creator of this omniverse, Lucifer Morningstar," Ashborne said calmly. Lucifer gave Wonder Woman a charming bow. "I also go by the devil," he added with a smile. Wonder Woman tensed slightly at that, But Ashborne casually waved her concern away. He's not an enemy, though he is manipulative. He doesn't lie, but he'll still find a way to make you do whatever he wants. Just be careful around him. He's not much of a fighter either, he'd rather use his brain than his fists, Ashborne said, prompting Lucifer to glance at him with a faint smile. You're no fun, Lucifer replied, placing his hand on the portal. A barrier instantly formed, blocking his path. He applied a bit of pressure, shattering it with ease, a clear sign that he'd just stepped beyond the range of his father's influence. Without another word, Lucifer stepped through the portal. Ashborne narrowed his eyes and followed close behind. Chapter 79. Lucifer stepped through the portal, and upon arriving in the Marvel world, he calmly observed his surroundings, quickly realizing they were on Earth. He scanned the area in silence, then tilted his head to the sky, studying the stars. Even if they weren't directly in his line of sight, he could still see everything. After a while, his gaze fell to his own body. He noticed the shift immediately, he had grown weaker. Outside his father's omniverse, he had lost the power granted to him. Not that it mattered much, he rarely relied on that power. Still, this world wasn't shaped by his hands. Space and time here did not bend to his will. Lucifer's gaze swept across the world around him before shifting back to Ashborne and the others who had followed him through the portal. Seems like the other abstracts of him aren't all that creative, Lucifer said mockingly. Ashborne just rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the surroundings, scanning the area. It didn't take him long to realize which universe they'd entered. This was the same Marvel universe he had once conquered. The confirmation came easily. He could feel it, his strength had multiplied 100-fold the moment his feet touched Earth. The living tribunal repaired all the damage caused, Ember said lightly as her body began breaking apart, returning to the hot white room. Across the multiverse, her avatars followed suit, vanishing one by one, though a few couldn't return for reasons. This is my universe. I have to go die, Ashborne muttered before opening a portal. On the other side, he appeared before a well, ancient and silent. Lucifer, Supergirl, and the others stepped through the portal moments later, arriving before the legendary well of Mimir. Interesting, Lucifer said, his eyes calmly studying the well. Everyone turned their attention to it, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. But Ashborne's gaze lingered with deeper purpose. He wasn't just looking, he was thinking. The well of Mimir could grant him wisdom, but the question was, what should he sacrifice? There was a difference between wisdom, knowledge, and intelligence. And what Ashborne sought now was the wisdom needed to become a true Shadow Sovereign. You're not going to get in the way, right? Ashborne asked, casting a glance at Lucifer, to which Lucifer rolled his eyes. I'm not so bored as to get in your way. I might even help you out if things go wrong, Lucifer said with a light smile. Ashborne nodded at that, fully trusting him. Lucifer was too arrogant to lie. Without hesitation, Ashborne's body shifted, becoming half spiritual, half physical. He clenched his jaw, then gritted his teeth and reached for his right eye. The pain would be immense, both physical and spiritual. That's why he didn't try to ease it out slowly. With one swift motion, he yanked the eye free. A scream tore from his throat as the pain hit like a crashing wave. Lucifer held Supergirl and the others back, stopping them from interfering as Ashborne dropped his right eye into the well. Gasping for breath, Ashborne steadied himself before reaching for his left eye. The second scream was worse than the first, raw and guttural. Thankfully, he was only as strong as a normal human at the moment, otherwise, all of eternity would have felt the weight of his agony. But he didn't stop at just his eyes. Next, he sacrificed his sense of taste, then his sense of smell. By then, he was too weak to continue on his own. He turned to Raven and the others, asking for help with the remaining sacrifices. He couldn't do it alone. Taking a deep breath, he sacrificed his sense of touch. Instantly, everything vanished. He couldn't feel his body, couldn't feel movement, or even tell if his commands were being obeyed. The only confirmation of his existence came from sound, yet even that felt fragile. He had to breathe intentionally and loudly, just to hear it, just to remind himself that he was still alive. Then he sacrificed his hearing. That was when the real silence began. The moment his sense of hearing faded, he was completely blind to the world. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't feel. Not even his thoughts carried sound. It was as if he had been erased from existence. He felt nothing. he was nothing. And what made this void unbearable was time. His sense of it warped beyond recognition. Had it been seconds since the last sacrifice? Years? Billions? There was no way to tell. That uncertainty, that timeless, formless state, that was true torture. Hurry, his sense of time is completely unanchored. The longer he stays like this, the more his mind will dissolve into nothingness, Lucifer warned, watching as the well began to overflow. At his words, Raven moved fast. She drew the water from the well and carefully guided it into Ashborne's mouth, helping him drink, because his body certainly wasn't going to do it on its own. Suddenly, Ashborne's eyes shot open. Everyone except Lucifer instinctively stepped back, startled by the sight. His eyes, they were missing, but in the void left behind was something hard to put into words. They held no color. Not black, black was still a color. Not white, nor gray. They were not beyond color, for they were nothing. What now stared back at them were eyes made to perceive nothingness, eyes that could look directly into the void and see it in all its glory. But it wasn't just his sight, every one of Ashborne's 5 senses had evolved. He could now sense nothing. And that, in itself, was everything. Ashborne had gained nothing, and as that was the most valuable thing he could ever possess. What is nothing? Lucifer asked with genuine curiosity, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Ashborne didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked toward the sky. His eyes pierced through all barriers, through space, time, and concept, until they landed on a distant, watching presence. Oblivion. And Oblivion was staring back in shock. Nothing is nothing. Nothing isn't anything, it's just nothing. Yet, from nothing, something can be born. But at the end of the day, that something is still nothing. Everything is nothing. What is nothing. What can be, is nothing. All isn't, for it is nothing. Ashborne said with a faint smile. Lucifer nodded, understanding the words. Supergirl and Wonder Woman exchanged confused glances, while Raven remained still, a thoughtful expression forming on her face. Without another word, Ashborne summoned darkness and floated into the sky, ascending toward the branches of Yggdrasil. From nothing, he forged a rope, one made not of matter, but of concept. He tied it to the root of the world tree, then made himself completely mortal. And then, he hanged himself. He didn't just die. He offered himself, a sacrifice not of body, but of being. Because death didn't exist in this universe, Ashborne's death was unique. He didn't pass on. He became nothing. His body vanished. His soul was erased. All that remained was his will, drifting, conscious, and alone within nothing, also known as oblivion. You dare to come, Oblivion laughed, its voice like crumbling galaxies as it took the form of a vast, coiling serpent. It swallowed Ashborne's will whole, trapping him within its boundless emptiness, allowing no escape. But Ashborne didn't resist. He didn't struggle. He was busy, his will gaining the power of the runes etched into the very fabric of oblivion. What are the runes? The runes are not just magic, they are the keys to knowledge beyond comprehension. They grant their wielder access to understanding that would otherwise remain eternally out of reach. But the knowledge the runes bestow isn't fixed. It's shaped by who you are, and what you've lived through. When Odin mastered the runes, he became all-knowing in the ways of the gods. Every divine secret, every celestial truth, he knew it all. But Thor was different. He had lived as both a god and a man. Because of that, the runes granted him more than just godly wisdom, they gave him omniscient understanding of gods, mortals, animals, minerals, and even the underlying nature of reality itself. He knew everything. And the power didn't stop there. The runes also granted powerful spells, spells so potent they bordered on divine authority. One such spell allowed the wielder to will other beings into nothingness. But what about Ashborne? The runes didn't just show him the ways of gods or mortals, they granted him the knowledge of humans, gods, and even the shadows themselves. Every whisper of fear, every secret hidden in the dark, every truth only a shadow would know, all of it became his. Arise. The command echoed across nothing. Ashborne's will ignited, his will exploded with darkness, erupting from the void like a cosmic storm. Oblivion was thrown back, unable to consume him. From nothingness, Ashborne reshaped himself, piece by piece, until he stood reborn. The power of the runes began to fuse with everything, his shadow force, his anti-crisis energy, his dominion over darkness. It was wild. Untamed. Unstable. But none of that mattered. In this moment, Ashborne was reborn. Round 2. Ashborne asked with a smirk. Oblivion didn't respond right away. Instead, it summoned the full weight of its domain, letting the crushing silence of nothing press down on reality itself. But then, it paused. It saw through the illusion. Yes, Ashborne could influence it. Yes, he held command over shadows. But that truth was only half the story. With a grin that stretched across infinity, Oblivion took on a humanoid form, stepping forward like a god come to pass judgment. It rejected Ashborne's call for control. Even as Ashborne commanded it, through will, through sheer force of dominance, it was useless. Because at the end of the day, Oblivion wasn't a shadow. It was the primordial source, the birthplace of shadows. Light and darkness may have clashed to birth the first shade, but Oblivion was the silent void that cradled both before time even dared to crawl. And now, the fact that it once feared Ashborne. That truth enraged it more than anything. Why should a god fear its descendant? Oblivion's fist slammed into Ashborne's face, only to pass through it without resistance. Oblivion's eyes widened. Ashborne was already gone. In the split second before Oblivion unleashed its full might, Ashborne had vanished, slipping from its domain like a shadow fleeing the light. It had been a bluff all along. Ashborne knew he wasn't ready. Ashborne. Oblivion's voice thundered across existence, shaking the walls of creation itself as it roared toward the omniverse. But it was too late. The living tribunal had already reinforced the barriers. They shimmered like an eternal firewall, repelling the reach of the void. Oblivion snarled, trapped for now. But it knew the truth. If Ashborne were left unchecked, he would rise. He would keep growing, until even the primordial void would be forced to kneel. Because at the end of the day, shadows are born of light and darkness, and Ashborne was sovereign of both. So, you conquered this universe, why didn't you make some changes to it? Turn it into a shadow realm or something? Raven asked, walking alongside Supergirl and Wonder Woman as they followed Ashborne toward Asgard's prison. Well, I never had time, Ashborne replied with a shrug. Besides, I'm not planning on staying here long anyway. They arrived at the prison, only for Ashborne to come to a sudden stop. His eyes narrowed as he took in the scene before him. All the gods of death he'd once locked away were gone. What a pain, looks like someone stopped by while I was gone. But who? Ashborne muttered with a frown. It had been a while since he'd given the gods he imprisoned any thought. Back then, during his time in this universe, he was focused on finding the Sentry and the Molecule Man. That was when he discovered the gods of death had already been imprisoned by someone else. And since he was curious about who imprisoned them, he left them locked away, for the time being, since he was busy worrying about Gore and incoming danger. Now, the real question was, who was behind all of this? Well, let's look for a universe. By the way, where's Lucifer? Ashborne asked. The others only shrugged. Lucifer had suddenly said goodbye and taken off without warning. Ashborne just shrugged back, unfazed, and opened a portal to a random universe. Within a graveyard, in that universe, a blonde-haired young man was found crying his eyes out before a tombstone, a letter clenched tightly in his hand. He looked broken, like life had hit him harder than he could handle. Rain poured down, mixing with his tears, when suddenly, he froze, as his sixth sense suddenly went off. A/N, the fusion between all of his energy and such things will be finished. Chapter 80, bonus chapter for the 100 PS. Within a graveyard, in that universe, a blonde-haired young man was found crying his eyes out before a tombstone, a letter clenched tightly in his hand. He looked broken, like life had hit him harder than he could handle. Rain poured down, mixing with his tears, when suddenly, he froze, as his sixth sense suddenly went off. He turned around, instantly on guard, as a portal opened behind him. Out stepped Ashborne, casually looking around, until his eyes landed on the young man. Ashborne paused, taking in the sight before shifting his gaze to the tombstone behind him. It read, Gwen Stacy. You must be Peter Parker, right? Ashborne asked calmly. Peter's eyes narrowed in shock. He stood quickly, sizing Ashborne up before his attention shifted to the three figures stepping through the portal behind him: Supergirl, Wonder Woman, and Raven. "How do you know who I am?" Peter asked, his voice sharp with suspicion and unease. "Who is he?" Supergirl asked, glancing at Ashborne. "This is Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man," Ashborne replied with a sigh. "I guess he just found out his now-dead girlfriend cheated on him with the same enemy who's been trying to kill him, and had twins who now want him dead." The three behind him widened their eyes in pity, but Peter's face twisted in rage. Before he could react, Ashborne casually stepped back through the portal. "Avoid MJ. Try Black Cat or Silk if you want to avoid heartache. Or better yet, avoid dating altogether until you stop being Spider-Man," Ashborne said, leaving Peter frozen in place. Peter opened his mouth to ask a question, but before he could get a word out, they were already gone, leaving him standing alone in the rain. Slowly, Peter lifted his gaze toward the sky, where another Earth loomed overhead. In the end, Ashborne's words didn't matter. Not when the end of the world was so close. "I thought that whole storyline was retconned." "Well, there are infinite universes out there," Ashborne thought to himself. "Why did we leave?" Raven asked as they stepped into another universe, finding a small house not too far from where they appeared. "Too awkward, plus, I hate NTR, Ashborne said, before pausing as he noticed a man with glasses stepping out of the house. The man froze the moment he spotted Ashborne and the others. Wait, don't close the portal," he cried out, causing another person to step outside: MJ. She joined the men, both of them smiling cheerfully at first, only to stop dead in their tracks when they saw Ashborne raising his palm toward them, darkness gathering in his hand. "What are you doing?" Wonder Woman cried, quickly stopping Ashborne by moving his hand just in time. The beam of darkness he unleashed missed its original target, instead obliterating a mountain in the distance. "What?" Ashborne said with a shrug. "You know that girl is Peter Parker's girlfriend, right?" he added, causing Wonder Woman's eyes to widen in realization as she pieced together what Ashborne was hinting at. Ashborne's attention then shifted upward, his expression turning serious as he noticed something far more concerning: the skies above, where entire universes were beginning to crash into each other. "I was wondering why it was so easy to travel through the multiverse," Ashborne said with a slight frown. He recalled how, in the comics, the forces behind this events were extremely powerful. "What's happening?" Supergirl asked, tension creeping into her voice. "Something about universes crashing into each other and wiping each other out," Ashborne replied lazily, shrugging it off. "If I play my cards right, I won't even have to lift a finger against whoever took the deities of death. This multiverse is far vaster than our own, even beyond the god sphere." "I don't understand how something can be so endless," Wonder Woman said quietly. "Yeah, unlike your omniverse multiverse, every passing moment here pretty much births an infinite number of universes," Ashborne said with a lazy yawn. "Each universe contains an infinite number of variants of 3D spectrum, followed by an infinite dimensional spectrum, something no mind in mankind could ever truly comprehend. I think they call it transfinite or something. Then there's stuff like subspace, which exists between every universe, and higher dimensions layered within," Ashborne said casually while opening a portal to another universe, this time, not at random. "The multiverse is basically an omniverse. There's just so much going on that it's honestly annoying. Please, save us." MJ cried out, her children stepping outside, looking at Ashborne's group with unease. "We should help them," Wonder Woman said, unwilling to abandon them. But Ashborne ignored her, stepping into the portal without a second glance, followed closely by Raven and Supergirl, who also avoided getting involved. Left with no other choice, Wonder Woman sighed heavily before stepping into the portal as well, for at the end of the day, she had chosen Ashborne over them. This. Supergirl floated in the sky, looking down at the empty streets of New York. It was a strange and eerie sight, but it made sense. With the end of the multiverse so near, who would care about going to work? One only had to look up at the sky and see another Earth about to crash into this one to see how useless everything was. "It's called an incursion, by the way," Ashborne said casually, turning his attention towards Stark Tower. "Let's go speak with someone. Why isn't there another universe about to crash into yours?" Wonder Woman asked. Her words made Ashborne stop in his tracks, realizing something he hadn't noticed until now. Indeed, his universe had no other timelines, realities, or anything else on a collision course with it. Looks like my universe is free from all the chaos, at least until someone decides to target it. I guess it went through a few changes after I conquered it, Ashborne said with a smile. Without another word, he used darkness to open a portal, a new plan forming in his mind. Stepping through, he appeared inside a grand castle, where Dr. Doom sat across from Namor, who was deep in conversation. They have saved countless universes, Namor said with a weary look, his voice heavy, but they've grown to love the slaughter. They started torturing members of the X-Men and others from different realities, getting a sick thrill from passing judgment on entire worlds. They're already beginning to sense my hesitation. I need your help. I think not, Doom replied without a hint of hesitation, his tone final. Namor stared at him in shock, clearly not expecting such a blunt refusal. You could have come to me first. You should have come to me first. Doom said coldly, his voice like a blade drawn across stone. I can forgive your initial dalliances with Richards and the others, their nature is not conducive to true practicality. But after that, you still chose to throw in your lot with the rest of your superhuman brethren, and now you regret it. Doom leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp enough to cut through Namor's pride. And so you dragged the rotting carcass of your failure to my door, Doom finished, his words colder than the deepest abyss. Namor stood frozen, unable to speak for a moment, but both he and Doom suddenly turned, freezing as someone else casually took a seat at the long table. Everyone makes mistakes, but that's not my place to judge, Ashborne said with a friendly smile as he casually took a seat at the long table. I'm Ashborne. A pleasure to meet the mainstream Dr. Doom, and Namor. He spoke easily, completely ignoring the fact that Doom had already risen to his feet, magic crackling around his hands as he prepared for battle. Calm down, Ashborne said lazily, his tone almost playful. I'm not here to pick a fight. I just have a few questions. In return, you get the favor of me not bothering you, unless you choose to bother me first. His relaxed, unbothered attitude only further enraged Doom, but Doom didn't move. He wasn't foolish. The three women standing behind Ashborne radiated overwhelming strength, and Ashborne himself gave off an air of absolute confidence, the kind that couldn't be faked. Add to that the fact they had all appeared inside his fortress without triggering a single alarm, and Doom knew better than to act rashly, at least for now. Who are you? Doom demanded, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Like I said, I'm Ashborne, Ashborne replied casually, resting his arms on the table. But if you're asking about my status. He paused, a relaxed smile playing at his lips. Well, I'm not exactly a household name, not yet, anyway. But to paint you a clearer picture. I'm the future sovereign of Oblivion. Of course, I haven't taken my throne yet, still a bit weak for that. But that's hardly important right now. The casual way he said it only made it hit harder. Both Doom and Namor stiffened, their eyes widening slightly at the revelation. I have a universe under my rule, Ashborne said casually, locking eyes with Doom. I was wondering if, by chance, during your time-traveling adventures, you happened to stop by there. Doom's expression shifted, a flicker of shock flashing across his face, the idea of a universe free from everything, but he didn't show his shock or thoughts. Instead, his voice dropped dangerously low. You dare to question me? Doom growled. Ashborne just sighed, clearly unimpressed by the theatrics. So arrogant, Ashborne said lightly, brushing off Doom's glare. Just answer the question, a simple yes or no. It might be one of two universes, one overrun by zombies or one nearly devoid of life, with only a handful of people left on Earth. Doom's silence spoke volumes, but Ashborne only chuckled. If this were a cultivation world, I'd love to see what your Tao heart looks like. But clearly, you weren't the one responsible. Ashborne turned, stretching lazily. And since you didn't answer my question, that deal's off. His gaze shifted to Namor. As for you, you need help. I don't mind picking up a follower. With that, Ashborne rose from his seat, ready to leave. Don't mock me. Namor snapped, his anger flaring instantly. Ashborne just sighed, feeling helpless caught between the two. Wait, Wonder Woman spoke up, confusion flashing in her eyes. Aren't we here to help this multiverse? To stop the incursions? Ashborne gave her a side glance, almost pitying her helpfulness. Clearly, there was no saving this multiverse. Even if she, Supergirl, and Raven combined all their power to support it, it would be completely pointless. "You're too heroic," Ashborne said, clearly annoyed with Wonder Woman's endless need to help anyone in need. His words made Wonder Woman's shoulders sag. She couldn't help it, being a hero was who she was at the core. Also, there's no stopping the incursion. Last I checked, not even the Infinity Stones could prevent it. "Saving what can be saved is the only real option," Ashborne said, waving a hand lazily. "I've got better things to do than deal with." With that, Ashborne opened a portal back to his universe and casually stepped through, leaving behind an enraged Dr. Doom, who could only watch in silence, seething. "Thanos should have been the one to stop by here," Ashborne said casually as he returned to his own universe, the portal closing behind him. Knowing him, he was probably researching ways to win over Mistress Death. As they walked, Ashborne began explaining everything to the three women following him. This was the rough map of what had happened to this zombie universe. Before the entire zombie catastrophe began, Doom, while time traveling, had arrived in this universe alongside the main timeline's Molecule Man. Somewhere along the line, Molecule Man ended up dead. Whether Doom personally killed him or someone else did was unclear, but the result was the same. The Molecule Man was essentially a bomb, placed within every universe by the Beyonders. Doom had been traveling across universes alongside the main timeline's Molecule Man to deal with this threat. By killing off each Molecule Man, it was they who unknowingly set off the chain reaction that caused the universes to start colliding into each other. After the death of the Molecule Man in this universe, some time later, someone appeared and captured the deities of death. As for the zombie virus, there's no clear origin. In one comic, it was said that the Sentry brought the virus into this world, in another, it began through entirely different means. Ashborne had his own theory: someone had been experimenting with the gods, and that experiment had ultimately led to the birth of the zombie world. It would explain why the gods were locked away, and why they were later taken. He suspected Thanos was behind it, though he wasn't sure whether it was the main timeline Thanos or another version. But in the end, Ashborne realized it didn't matter anymore. Within a few hours, the collapse of the multiverse would reach its final stage. All he had to do now was ensure that no one, found a way into his universe. "Since you all want to do some good, go across the multiverse and save as many people as you can," Ashborne said, waving them off. "Just make sure you don't bring back multiple versions of the same person." The three looked uneasy, clearly struggling with the idea of abandoning collapsing worlds, but Ashborne didn't share their guilt. To him, it was simple: if everything that happened was ultimately scripted by the one above all, then why should he get in the way? Besides, wasn't the whole Secret Wars event meant to reset the multiverse anyway? Interfering would be pointless and exhausting. Meanwhile, Ashborne had his own agenda. He wasn't about to waste this perfect opportunity. Opening a portal, he stepped through and appeared in the vast emptiness, a void where a universe once stood, destroyed long ago by Thanos. "Arise," Ashborne commanded, his voice echoing across the emptiness. At once, the destroyed universe exploded back into existence. Only this time, it wasn't the same. It had been reborn as a shadow universe, everything reconstructed in darkness. Every life that had ever existed here, from the age of Gaia to the present, was restored.